The loose floorboard beneath the stairs had been Harry's secret for 3 months now. He discovered it during one of Uncle Vernon's particularly violent rages, when he'd been shoved so hard into the cupboard that his small body had crashed against the back wall with enough force to shift the wooden panel. Behind it, wrapped in an old tea towel that smelled of lavender and mothballs, were 17 letters addressed to Mrs. Petunia Dursley, in handwriting he didn't recognize. Tonight, as Vernon's drunken shouting echoed from the living room and Dudley's heavy footsteps thundered overhead, Harry pressed his eye to the crack under his door and carefully extracted the bundle. His fingers, still trembling from the evening's punishment, traced the elegant script that formed his aunt's name. The return address made his heart race every time he saw it. Lily Evans, Godric's Hollow. His mother had written to Aunt Petunia. The first letter was dated just after Harry's birth, and his mother's joy practically radiated from the yellowed pages. She wrote about a baby with eyes like emeralds and hair that stuck up in impossible directions, about James walking the floors at night, singing ridiculous songs to make little Harry laugh. She wrote about magical photographs that moved and sparkled, about a nursery painted with enchanted stars that danced across the ceiling. Harry had memorized every word. The 17th and final letter was different. Written in obvious haste, the handwriting shakier than usual, it spoke of danger closing in and desperate plans. There was mention of a Fidelius charm, of going into hiding, of trusting someone who might betray them. The letter ended with a plea that made Harry's chest tight every time he read it. If something happens to us, please remember that Harry is not a burden. He is loved. He is wanted. He is magic, and magic is not something to fear or despise. It is a gift. The irony was not lost on him, that these letters, hidden away and forgotten by the very person they'd been written to, had become his most treasured possessions. They were proof that somewhere, once upon a time, he had been wanted. They were proof that the Dursleys had lied about everything. But tonight, Uncle Vernon had seen him reading. The memory played in Harry's mind like a nightmare he couldn't wake from. He'd been so careful, waiting until the house was quiet, until even Dudley's snoring had settled into its usual rhythm. He'd been reading about his first Christmas, about how James had insisted on buying far too many presents, and how Lily had laughed until she cried, watching her husband try to assemble a toy broomstick that kept trying to fly away. Then the cupboard door had crashed open. Vernon Dursley stood swaying in the doorway, his massive frame blocking out the hallway light, his face purple with rage and alcohol. The smell hit Harry like a physical blow. Whiskey and sweat and something rotten that might have been his uncle's soul. "What?" Vernon had slurred, his small pig eyes focusing with obvious difficulty on the letters scattered around Harry's thin frame. "Are those?" Harry's mouth had gone dry. He'd tried to speak, tried to lie, tried to make up some story that might save him, but terror had stolen his voice. Vernon's gaze had fixed on one particular envelope, and Harry watched in horror as his uncle's expression shifted from drunken fury to something far more dangerous. Recognition. "Those are hers," Vernon had whispered, and for a moment his voice was almost wondering. Then the rage exploded. "Those are my sister-in-law's freakish scribbles, aren't they? The witch's letters that Petunia kept hidden away like some dirty secret." Harry had tried to gather the letters, tried to protect them, but Vernon was faster despite his intoxication. Meaty hands had snatched them away, and Harry's desperate grab had only succeeded in tearing one precious page. The sound of ripping paper had been like a physical blow to his chest. "Please," Harry had whispered, the first word he'd managed since the door opened. "Please don't hurt them." That had been his mistake. Vernon's face had gone from purple to nearly black. "Hurt them!" he'd roared. "Hurt them! These are poison, boy." These letters filled Petunia's head with ideas about your lot, made her think there was something special about freaks like you and your parents. Well, I'll show you how special you are. The beating that followed had been systematic and vicious. Vernon's fists, heavy and precise, had found every sensitive spot on Harry's small body. His ribs, his stomach, the soft place just below his sternum that made him double over, gasping for air. But worse than the physical pain had been watching his uncle methodically tear each letter into pieces, dropping the fragments like snow around Harry's huddled form. "Your parents were freaks," Vernon had panted between blows, his alcohol-thick voice filled with years of accumulated hatred. "Freaks who got themselves killed because they thought they were better than normal people. And you're just like them. Worthless, unwanted, nothing." The last letter, the one about Christmas and love and flying toy broomsticks, had been reduced to confetti. Harry had watched pieces of his mother's handwriting flutter to the floor like dying butterflies, and something inside his chest had cracked clean through. "And if I ever," Vernon had grabbed Harry by the throat, lifting him off the ground with one massive hand, "ever catch you reading any more of this freakish nonsense, I'll make sure you join your parents 6 feet under. Do you understand me, boy?" Harry had nodded, black spots dancing at the edges of his vision. Vernon had dropped him in a heap among the torn letters and slammed the cupboard door so hard the entire staircase shook. That had been 2 hours ago. Now Harry sat in the darkness, carefully collecting every scrap of paper he could find. Some pieces were too small to read, just fragments of words that might have been endearments or might have been warnings. Others were large enough to break his heart all over again. He found part of a sentence about James singing lullabies, half of a paragraph about how much they missed Petunia, a torn corner that just said, "Love you always." The physical pain was manageable. Harry had 8 years of experience dealing with Vernon's fists and Petunia's sharp fingernails and Dudley's casual cruelty. He knew how to breathe shallowly when his ribs ached, how to move carefully when his stomach felt like it was full of broken glass, how to keep his expression blank and his eyes downcast so as not to provoke another attack. But the emotional devastation was something new. Those letters had been his connection to parents he'd never known, proof that somewhere in the world there had been people who loved him unconditionally. They had been his evidence that the life he was living was not the life he was meant for. They had been hope, and now they were destroyed. Worse still was the knowledge that there might be more. 17 letters over the course of a year meant his mother had written regularly, probably right up until that final desperate note about danger and hiding and trust. How many other letters had Petunia hidden away? How many other pieces of his history had been deemed too dangerous for him to know? The injustice of it burned in his chest like acid. Harry's fingers closed around a particularly large fragment, and he held it up to the thin sliver of light that crept under his door. The words were his mother's, written in her careful script. "James says Harry laughed at a rainbow today. A real laugh, not just baby noises. It was the most beautiful sound I've ever heard." Something hot and angry unfurled in Harry's chest. He was 8 years old, and he couldn't remember the last time he'd laughed. He couldn't remember the last time he'd felt joy, or wonder, or even simple contentment. The Dursleys had systematically stripped every bit of happiness from his life, convinced him he was worthless and unwanted and wrong, when all along there had been evidence that he'd once been cherished. The unfairness of it was staggering. Harry carefully placed the letter fragment in his pocket and stood up, his body protesting every movement. The cupboard was barely large enough for him to lie down in, and standing required him to hunch over awkwardly. But he needed to think, and thinking required action. He pressed his ear to the door and listened. Vernon's snoring rattled through the house like a freight train, punctuated occasionally by Petunia's softer breathing and Dudley's occasional sleep mumbles. The house had settled into its nighttime quiet, that peculiar stillness that meant everyone was deeply asleep. Harry had never tried to leave the house before. The very idea would have been unthinkable just a few hours ago. Where would he go? What would he do? He was 8 years old with no money, no friends, no family who wanted him. The world beyond Privet Drive was vast and unknown and full of dangers he couldn't even imagine. But staying was no longer an option. Vernon's threat had been genuine. Harry had seen enough of his uncle's rages to recognize the difference between typical cruelty and murderous intent. The next time Vernon lost his temper, it might be the last. And even if it wasn't, Harry couldn't bear the thought of spending another day in this house, knowing that his parents' words of love had been torn to pieces and scattered like garbage. His mother had written that magic was a gift, not something to fear or despise. Maybe it was time to stop being afraid. Harry's hands shook as he eased the cupboard door open, terrified that even the tiny creak of hinges might wake someone. The hallway stretched before him like a dark tunnel, familiar furniture transformed into threatening shadows. The front door seemed impossibly far away, a journey fraught with potential disaster. He took a step forward, then another, placing each foot with infinite care. The floorboards beneath his bare feet were cold and unforgiving, but they didn't creak. Years of creeping through this house had taught him exactly where to step to avoid making noise. The living room was a minefield of obstacles. Dudley's toys were scattered everywhere, landmines of plastic and metal that could send him crashing to the floor if he wasn't careful. Uncle Vernon's favorite chair loomed in the darkness like a sleeping monster, and the television set reflected the faint streetlight in a way that made it look like a giant eye watching his escape. Harry navigated it all with the skill of long practice, his heart hammering so loudly in his chest he was sure it would wake the entire neighborhood. When he finally reached the front door, he had to pause and lean against it for a moment, overwhelmed by the magnitude of what he was attempting. The locks were a problem he hadn't considered. The Dursleys had installed 3 different deadbolts after a spate of burglaries 2 years ago, and Harry had no idea if he was tall enough or strong enough to manipulate them all. Worse, he had no idea how much noise they would make when he tried. But as his fingers closed around the first lock, something extraordinary happened. The deadbolt turned by itself. Harry snatched his hand back in shock, staring at the lock as if it had bitten him. For a moment he thought he must have imagined it, but then the second lock began to turn with a soft, metallic whisper, followed immediately by the third. Within seconds, all 3 locks had disengaged completely, as if the door itself was eager to help him escape. Magic. The word whispered through Harry's mind like a revelation. He'd done accidental magic before, small things that he'd learned to keep secret. Glasses that repaired themselves when Dudley broke them, hair that grew back overnight after Petunia's vicious cuts, bruises that faded faster than they should have. But this was different. This was magic responding to his desperate need, magic acting with purpose and intent, magic helping him escape, magic helping. Harry turned the handle and eased the door open, stepping out into the cold November night. The air hit his face like a benediction, clean and crisp and full of possibilities. For the first time in 8 years, he was outside the Dursley house of his own free will, with no one controlling his movements or dictating his actions. Freedom tasted like winter wind and smelled like distant rain. Behind him, the house remained quiet and still. No alarms sounded, no lights flickered on, no angry voices called his name. Harry closed the door softly behind him and stood for a moment on the front steps, breathing in great lungfuls of night air and feeling something that might have been hope unfurling in his chest. He was free. He was 8 years old and alone in the world, with nothing but the clothes on his back and a handful of torn letter fragments in his pocket. But he was free. The question now was where to go. Little whinging stretched out around him in all directions, rows of identical houses filled with identical families living identical lives. But Harry had no desire to knock on a neighbor's door and try to explain why he was wandering the streets at midnight. Even if someone believed him about the abuse, they would just call the authorities, and the authorities would send him right back to the Dursleys. The system that had placed him here in the first place was not going to save him now. He needed to get away, far away, to somewhere the Dursleys could never find him. But first, he needed to survive the night. Harry had never been this cold before. The thin pajamas he was wearing provided no protection against the November chill, and his bare feet were already numb against the concrete sidewalk. He needed to find shelter, and he needed to find it quickly, before exposure became as dangerous as Vernon's fists. The playground at the end of Magnolia Crescent had a covered area where older children sometimes gathered to smoke and cause trouble. It wasn't much, but it would block the wind and give him somewhere to huddle until morning. Harry set off in that direction, his feet slapping against the cold pavement with each step. He'd made it halfway down Privet Drive when he heard the front door slam open behind him. "Boy!" Vernon's roar split the night air like a gunshot, and Harry's blood turned to ice in his veins. He spun around to see his uncle's massive silhouette filling the doorway, backlit by the hall light like some demon from his worst nightmares. "Get back here right now!" Harry ran. He'd never run so fast in his life, his bare feet flying over the cold concrete as Vernon's bellowing voice followed him into the darkness. Behind him, he could hear his uncle's heavy footsteps pounding down the sidewalk, could hear his drunken curses echoing off the neat suburban houses. "When I catch you, boy, I'm going to make you wish you'd never been born." The threat gave Harry's legs extra strength, and he put on another burst of speed. The playground was still too far away, and Uncle Vernon was gaining ground despite his size and intoxication. Harry needed to find somewhere to hide, somewhere his uncle's bulk couldn't follow. The gap between number 7 and number 9, Privet Drive, was barely wide enough for a child, a narrow alley created by the builder's need to maintain proper drainage. Harry had noticed it before, but never paid much attention. Now it looked like salvation. He dove into the gap just as Vernon's fingers brushed the back of his pajama shirt. The space was even narrower than it had looked from the street, barely 18 inches wide and filled with cobwebs and debris that caught at his hair and clothes. But it ran all the way through to the back gardens, and Harry squeezed through it like water through a crack, his heart hammering as Vernon's furious voice echoed behind him. "You can't hide forever, freak. I'll find you, and when I do—" But Vernon was too large to follow. Harry could hear him trying to force his way into the gap, could hear the scrape of fabric against brick and his uncle's increasingly frustrated curses. But the big man simply couldn't fit. Harry emerged into the back garden of number 9, his pajamas torn and dirty, his hands scraped raw from the brick walls. Behind him, Vernon was still raging, but the sound was muffled now, distant enough that Harry allowed himself a moment to catch his breath. He'd escaped. Actually escaped. Now what? The back gardens of Privet Drive were as neat and orderly as the front, each one a perfect rectangle of grass and flower beds, maintained with obsessive care. But they also offered multiple escape routes, gates that led to other streets, fences that could be climbed by a desperate 8-year-old with nothing left to lose. Harry set off across the lawn, his feet silent on the frost-touched grass. The night air bit at his skin, but adrenaline kept him moving. Behind him, Vernon's voice was growing fainter, though Harry could still hear him circling the house like a frustrated predator. The gate at the back of number 9's garden was locked, but locks had stopped being a problem for Harry about 10 minutes ago. He placed his hand on the mechanism and felt it click open under his touch, magic responding to his need with an eagerness that would have frightened him under other circumstances. Tonight, it just felt like coming home. Beyond the gate lay Magnolia Crescent, a street exactly like Privet Drive, except for the small playground tucked between 2 houses. Harry could see the covered area he'd been aiming for, its concrete shelter looking like the most beautiful sight in the world. He'd made it. But as he started across the playground, his numb feet stumbled over something he couldn't see in the darkness. He went down hard, his hands and knees scraping against the rough concrete, and for a moment the pain was so intense he couldn't breathe. When he finally managed to push himself upright, he realized he wasn't alone. A man sat on one of the benches at the edge of the playground, so still and quiet that Harry hadn't noticed him at first. He was thin and shabby-looking, wearing clothes that had seen better days, and the expression of such profound sadness that it was visible even in the dim streetlight. For a moment, neither of them moved. Then the man spoke, his voice soft and cultured and utterly weary. "Are you all right?" Harry's first instinct was to run. Stranger danger was one of the few lessons the Dursleys had bothered to teach him, though their version had focused more on avoiding people who might tell him he was special than people who might actually hurt him. But something about this man's voice, about the gentle concern in his tone, made Harry hesitate. I fell, Harry managed, his voice barely above a whisper. The man tilted his head, and Harry caught a glimpse of scarred features and prematurely grey hair. Yes, I can see that. But that's not really what I meant, is it? There was something in the man's tone that suggested he understood more than he was saying, something that implied he knew exactly why an 8-year-old child might be wandering around a playground in the middle of the night, barefoot and terrified. "You're running away from something," the man continued when Harry didn't answer. "Or someone. And judging by the state of you, I'd say you have good reason." Harry's hands instinctively moved to cover the worst of his visible injuries, but the gesture was futile. Even in the poor light, the bruises on his throat, where Vernon had grabbed him, were probably visible. The torn pajamas and scraped hands told their own story. "I don't," Harry started, then stopped. What could he say? That his relatives had been abusing him for 8 years? That they'd destroyed the only connection he had to parents he'd never known? That he'd rather freeze to death in a playground than spend another night under their roof? All of it was true, but none of it would make sense to a stranger. The man seemed to understand his dilemma. "My name is Remus," he said gently. "Remus Lupin. And I think, perhaps, you might be Harry Potter." The world tilted sideways. Harry stared at the man, Remus, his mind reeling. No one had ever used his surname before. The Dursleys had always made it clear that he wasn't really family, that the name Potter was something shameful he should never mention. He'd learned to think of himself simply as Harry, or more often as boy or freak. But this stranger knew his real name. "How?" Harry's voice came out as barely a whisper. "How do you know who I am?" Remus leaned forward slightly, and even in the dim light, Harry could see the kindness in his eyes. "You look exactly like your father," he said simply. "James Potter was my friend. My best friend, actually. You have his hair, his build, even the way you hold your head when you're uncertain about something. James Potter. His father's name." The Dursleys had never told him his father's name. "You knew my dad?" Harry breathed, and suddenly nothing else mattered. Not the cold, not his injuries, not Vernon's threats, or the uncertain future that stretched ahead of him. This man had known his father. "I did," Remus said, and his smile was warm despite his obvious exhaustion. "James and I went to school together. We were like brothers, really. Along with another friend of ours, Sirius Black." The name hit Harry like a physical blow. Sirius Black, the mass murderer who had escaped from prison and was, presumably, hunting Harry even now. The man the entire wizarding world feared, whose name was whispered in terrified undertones on the wireless broadcasts that leaked through the Dursleys' radio. Remus must have seen his expression change. "Ah," he said quietly. "You've heard of Sirius?" "Yes, I imagine you have. The whole world thinks he's a dangerous criminal." His voice dropped to almost a whisper. "But the whole world is wrong about a great many things, Harry, just as they were wrong about your parents." "What do you mean?" "Your parents weren't killed in a car crash," Remus said simply. "They were murdered by a dark wizard named Voldemort, who wanted to kill you too. They died protecting you, and their sacrifice gave you a protection that saved your life." The words hung in the cold air between them like a revelation. Harry felt something shift inside his chest, some fundamental understanding of his place in the world rearranging itself. His parents hadn't died because they were careless or unlucky. They'd died as heroes, fighting to protect him. They'd loved him enough to die for him. "The Dursleys told me they died in a car crash," Harry said numbly. "They said my dad was a drunk driver who got them both killed. Remus's expression darkened with an anger so profound it was almost frightening. "The Dursleys," he said, and there was steel in his voice now, "have told you nothing but lies. Your father was a good man, a brave man, who never touched alcohol in his life. Your mother was brilliant and kind and fierce as a lioness when it came to protecting the people she loved. They were the best people I ever knew." Harry felt tears prick at the corners of his eyes. "They really loved me?" "More than you can possibly imagine," Remus said softly. "James used to carry your baby pictures in his wallet and show them to anyone who would look. He was so proud of you, so excited about watching you grow up and teaching you to fly, and introducing you to the magical world. And Lily, your mother wrote letters to everyone she knew, telling them about every little thing you did. How you laughed at rainbows, how you tried to catch the light streaming through the windows, how you would fall asleep, listening to James sing to you." The letters. Remus was describing things Harry had read in his mother's letters to Aunt Petunia, details that only someone who had known them personally would know. "You've read them," Harry whispered. "The letters my mum wrote to Aunt Petunia. You've read them?" Remus looked surprised. Yes, actually. Lily shared some of them with me, back when she was writing them. She was so excited about having you, about being a mother. She wanted to share that joy with everyone, even with Petunia, who had already begun to distance herself from the magical world. His expression grew confused. "But how did you know about those letters? The Dursleys would never have shown them to you." "I found them," Harry said simply, "hidden under a loose floorboard. I've been reading them for months. They were the only thing that proved my parents loved me." His voice broke slightly. "Uncle Vernon found them tonight. He tore them all up." The silence that followed was profound and terrible. Remus's face had gone completely still, but Harry could see something dangerous building behind his eyes. When he spoke again, his voice was very quiet and very controlled. "He destroyed the letters." "Every one of them," Harry confirmed. 17 letters all torn to pieces. He said they were poison, that they put ideas in Aunt Petunia's head about freaks like me and my parents. "And then he hurt you." It wasn't really a question. Remus was looking at Harry's injuries with the eye of someone who understood exactly what they represented. Harry nodded anyway, not trusting his voice. "That's why you ran." Another nod. Remus was quiet for a long moment, and Harry could practically hear him thinking. Finally, the man stood up from the bench and walked over to where Harry was still sitting on the ground. Up close, he looked older than Harry had initially thought, as if life had worn him down in ways that went beyond mere age. But his eyes were kind, and when he crouched down to Harry's level, his voice was gentle. "Harry," he said carefully, "I want you to know that what the Dursleys have done to you is not your fault. You are not a burden, and you are not unwanted, and you are certainly not a freak. You are a remarkable little boy who deserves to be loved and protected, and I am sorrier than I can express that the people who were supposed to care for you failed so completely." The words hit Harry like a physical blow, not because they were harsh, but because they were kind. He'd never heard an adult speak to him like that before, had never experienced the particular warmth that came from genuine concern and affection. "What happens now?" he whispered. Remus was quiet for a moment, clearly weighing his options. "Now," he said finally, "you come with me. I have a small flat not too far from here. Nothing fancy, but it's warm and safe. Tomorrow we'll figure out what comes next." Harry stared at him. "You want to take care of me?" "Harry," Remus said, and his voice was full of an emotion Harry couldn't identify. "Your father was my brother in everything but blood. Taking care of his son isn't a burden or an obligation. It's an honor." For the first time in 8 years, Harry Potter began to cry, not from pain or fear or desperation, but from relief so profound it felt like drowning. He cried for his parents, whom he'd never known but who had loved him. He cried for the childhood he'd lost and the lies he'd been told. He cried for the letters that had been destroyed and the family he'd never had. And Remus Lupin, who had loved James Potter like a brother, gathered Harry into his arms and held him while he cried, whispering words of comfort and protection into the cold November night. Behind them, in the distance, Vernon Dursley's voice could still be heard calling Harry's name. But the sound was growing fainter with each passing moment, and Harry knew with absolute certainty that he would never answer that call again. He was free. He was wanted. He was home. The first time Harry Potter truly met his godfather was not in the sterile courtroom where Sirius Black had been declared innocent, nor in the chaos of the ministry's public corridors filled with reporters and curious onlookers. It was 3 weeks later, on a crisp November morning, during Hogwarts' first weekend break, in the restored drawing room of number 12 Grimmauld Place, where two people who had dreamed of each other for years finally had the chance to discover who they really were beyond their shared grief and desperate hopes. "You're taller than I expected," were Sirius's first words, as Harry stepped through the Flu network into the ancient Black family home, brushing soot from his weekend robes and looking around with undisguised curiosity at his godfather's inherited sanctuary. "You're thinner than the photographs suggested," Harry replied with a smile, studying the man who had occupied such a central place in his imagination for so many months. "Though I suppose Azkaban isn't known for its nutritious cuisine." Sirius laughed, a sound that was still rough around the edges, but carried genuine warmth for the first time in over a decade. "No, indeed. Though I have to say, house elf cooking is doing wonders for my recovery. Creature may be a disagreeable old creature, but he does know how to prepare a proper meal when he's in the mood to cooperate." The house around them bore clear evidence of Sirius's efforts to reclaim his family heritage while purging it of its darker associations. The walls that had once displayed portraits of bigoted ancestors and artifacts celebrating pure-blood supremacy now showcased photographs of the marauders during their Hogwarts years, images of the original Order of the Phoenix, and prominently featured pictures of James and Lily Potter during their brief but happy marriage. Harry found himself drawn to a particular photograph on the mantelpiece, one that showed his parents dancing at what appeared to be a wedding celebration. His father was spinning his mother around with obvious joy, while she laughed with pure delight, both of them young and beautiful and completely absorbed in their shared happiness. "Their wedding reception," Sirius said softly, following Harry's gaze. "That was taken about 2 hours after I gave what your mother claimed was the most embarrassing best man speech in the history of magical matrimony." "What did you say?" "Oh, the usual things. How James had been hopelessly in love with Lily since their 5th year, but too arrogant to admit it. How Lily had spent 2 years pretending to hate him, while secretly being impressed by his gradual transformation from an insufferable show-off to a genuinely decent human being. How they were both too stubborn for their own good, but perfect for each other." Sirius moved to stand beside Harry, both of them studying the photograph with the particular intensity that comes from looking at people you love who exist now only in captured moments. "What I didn't mention in the speech," Sirius continued, his voice dropping to barely above a whisper, "was how terrified I was that something would happen to them. It was 1978, Harry. Voldemort was at the height of his power, recruiting followers and eliminating enemies with impunity. Your parents were prominent members of the Order, known opponents of everything he represented. I knew they were in danger, but I also knew that trying to convince them to hide or retreat would have been pointless. They believed too strongly in fighting for what was right. Do you ever wish they had chosen differently? Chosen safety over principle?" Sirius considered the question seriously before answering. "Every day for the first 5 years I was in Azkaban. I tortured myself with thoughts of what might have been if they'd fled to America or Australia, if they'd gone into deep hiding until Voldemort was defeated by someone else. But eventually, I realized that wishing they'd been different people was the same as wishing they hadn't been the people I loved. Harry nodded, understanding the complexity of loving someone while simultaneously mourning the choices that defined their character. It was a lesson he'd learned during his own journey from the Dursleys' cupboard to this elegant drawing room. "Tell me about the early days," Harry said, settling into one of the comfortable armchairs that faced the fireplace. "About when I was a baby, before everything went wrong." Sirius's face lit up with the kind of joy that transforms a person completely, erasing years of suffering and replacing them with pure, uncomplicated happiness. "You were the most extraordinary baby I'd ever seen," he began, taking the chair across from Harry with obvious relish for the storytelling opportunity. "Not because of any prophecies or magical significance, but because you were so clearly James and Lily's son. You had your father's hair, which stuck up in all directions no matter what anyone did to it, and your mother's eyes, which seemed to take in everything around you with this intense curiosity. What kinds of things did we do together? Everything I could think of that would make you laugh. I taught you to fly before you could properly walk, holding you on a toy broomstick while we hovered 3 feet above the garden at Godric's Hollow. Your parents were terrified, but you loved it. You would giggle and reach for the clouds like you wanted to grab them and pull them down to play with." The image was so vivid and wonderful that Harry felt tears prick at the corners of his eyes. These were the moments that should have shaped his childhood, the foundation of love and adventure that should have defined his earliest memories. "I bought you your first set of wizard's robes," Sirius continued, warming to his subject. "Tiny little things in Gryffindor colors, because I was absolutely convinced you'd follow the family tradition. James thought I was being presumptuous, but Lily said it was sweet that I was already planning your Hogwarts career. Were you right about Gryffindor? Well, you're wearing red and gold right now, so I'd say my prediction was fairly accurate." Sirius grinned. "Though I have to admit, I'm more interested in who you've become than which house claimed you. Tell me about your time at Hogwarts. Are you happy there? Are you making friends? Are the professors treating you well?" Harry found himself relaxing as they talked, drawn into the easy conversational rhythm that felt natural despite their lack of shared history. Sirius was genuinely interested in every aspect of Harry's life, from his favorite subjects, to his dormitory mates, to his impressions of the magical world he was finally experiencing properly. "Defense against the dark arts is definitely my strongest subject," Harry said, carefully editing his response to avoid revealing too much about his advanced training with Remus. "Professor Lupin is an excellent teacher, very practical, very focused on real-world applications rather than just theory. Remus always was the best of us at explaining complex ideas in ways that made sense," Sirius said with obvious affection. "I'm glad he's finally gotten the recognition he deserves. He should have been teaching years ago, but the prejudice against werewolves in our society made it nearly impossible for him to find steady employment. You know about his condition? Known since our second year at Hogwarts. James, Peter, and I figured it out by watching his monthly disappearances and putting together the clues. Instead of rejecting him, we decided to become animagi, so we could keep him company during his transformations." Sirius's expression darkened at the mention of Peter, and Harry felt a familiar surge of anger at the man who had betrayed everything these friendships had represented. "I'm sorry," Harry said quietly. "About Peter, I mean. It must be incredibly painful to learn that someone you trusted so completely was capable of such betrayal." "It is," Sirius admitted. "But in some ways, Peter's betrayal was the least surprising thing about this whole situation. He was always the weakest of us, the one most likely to break under pressure. What's more difficult to accept is how long it took for the truth to come out, how many years were lost, because the magical justice system couldn't be bothered to investigate properly. At least he's facing consequences now. Yes, though, I sometimes wonder if Azkaban is punishment enough for what he did to your family. To all our families, really. His cowardice didn't just destroy James and Lily's lives, it scattered everyone who loved them. Left you orphaned, and me imprisoned, and Remus isolated and grieving. Harry heard the bitterness in his godfather's voice, and recognized it as the kind of anger that could consume a person if they let it. It was the same rage he'd felt toward the Dursleys, toward the system that had failed him, toward everyone who had stood by and allowed injustice to flourish. Remus told me something once that I think about when I get angry about the past, Harry said carefully. He said that the only thing necessary for evil to triumph is for good people to do nothing. But the corollary is also true. When good people choose to act, evil can be defeated, no matter how long it's been allowed to flourish. Sirius studied him with new interest. That's a very mature perspective for someone your age. Most 11-year-olds haven't developed that kind of philosophical framework for dealing with injustice. Harry felt a moment of panic, wondering if he'd revealed too much about the depth of his thinking and the complexity of his experiences. But Sirius's expression was approving rather than suspicious, suggesting that he attributed Harry's maturity to natural intelligence rather than unusual life circumstances. I suppose growing up without parents forces you to think about fairness and justice more than most children do, Harry said, which was true enough without being specifically revealing. I'm sure it does. And Harry, I want you to know that I'm sorry you had to grow up that way. Sorry that the people who were supposed to protect and guide you failed so completely. If I could change what happened, if I could have been there for you from the beginning, I would trade anything to make that possible. I know you would, but Sirius, you can't take responsibility for Peter's choices or for the Ministry's failures or for any of the things that were completely beyond your control. What matters now is what we do going forward. What do you want to do going forward? It was the question Harry had been both hoping for and dreading. What did he want from this relationship? What role did he expect Sirius to play in his life? How could they build a meaningful connection that honored their shared past while acknowledging the reality of their present circumstances? I want to get to know you, Harry said honestly. Not as the legendary marauder or the famous prisoner or even as my father's best friend, but as yourself. I want to understand who Sirius Black really is, what you care about, what makes you laugh, what you dream about now that you have your freedom back. And I want the same thing with you, Sirius replied. I want to know Harry Potter the person, not the boy who lived or the famous orphan or the subject of prophecies and speculation. I want to learn about your interests, your goals, your hopes for the future. They spent the rest of the morning doing exactly that, sharing stories and perspectives that gradually filled in the gaps left by 12 years of separation. Harry learned that Sirius had a wicked sense of humor that expressed itself through elaborate pranks and clever wordplay, that he was fiercely loyal to the people he loved, but ruthlessly dismissive of those who proved themselves unworthy of trust, and that he possessed a restless energy that had been suppressed but not eliminated by his years of imprisonment. Sirius, in turn, discovered that Harry was thoughtful and analytical, with a quick wit that reminded him strongly of both James and Lily. The boy asked insightful questions and listened carefully to the answers, displaying emotional intelligence that seemed remarkable for someone his age and background. You know, Sirius said as they prepared lunch together in the renovated kitchen, there's something I've been wondering about since we first met at the Ministry. What's that? How did you manage to stay so grounded during your years away from the magical world? Most children who grow up isolated from their heritage and then suddenly discover they're famous develop either inflated egos or crippling insecurity. But you seem remarkably well adjusted for someone in your circumstances. Harry's hands stilled on the sandwich he'd been preparing, and he felt the familiar weight of secrets pressing down on him. How could he explain that his adjustment, came from having Remus as a guide and mentor, without revealing the true complexity of their relationship. I had good influences, he said finally. People who cared more about helping me become a decent person than about my fame or my tragic history. I was lucky in that way. The guardian who took you in after you left the Dursleys. Among others, teachers, friends, people who showed me that kindness and wisdom exist in the world, even when circumstances seem hopeless. Sirius nodded thoughtfully. I'd like to meet this guardian sometime, to thank them for taking such good care of James and Lily's son when I couldn't. Harry felt his stomach clench with anxiety. If Sirius discovered that Remus had been his guardian, it would raise questions about why they had kept their relationship secret, why Remus had taken such risks to care for Harry without informing Sirius of his survival and whereabouts. Perhaps someday, Harry said non-committally, though they're quite private and might not be comfortable with that kind of attention. Of course. I understand the desire for privacy, especially when it comes to protecting someone you care about. Lunch was a surprisingly comfortable affair, with conversation flowing easily between them, despite the underlying tensions and unresolved questions. Harry found himself genuinely enjoying Sirius's company, appreciating his humor and intelligence, while respecting the shadows that 12 years of imprisonment had left in his eyes. "Harry," Sirius said as they finished their meal, "I want to discuss something important with you, something that will affect both our futures." "What is it?" "Your living arrangements, both during holidays and after you graduate from Hogwarts. As your legal guardian, I have the right to make decisions about where you live and how you're cared for, but I don't want to simply impose my preferences on you. You've grown up making your own choices, and I respect that independence." Harry felt a complex mixture of gratitude and apprehension at Sirius's words. It was wonderful to be asked for his opinion, rather than simply being told what would happen to him, but it also meant he had to navigate another delicate conversation without revealing too much about his true circumstances. "What are you thinking?" Harry asked. "Well, this house is certainly large enough for both of us, and I've been working to make it more welcoming and less like the mausoleum it was when I inherited it. You could have your own rooms, your own space to study and pursue your interests. During school holidays, we could spend time together, travel if you wanted, explore parts of the magical world that most people never see." "That sounds wonderful," Harry said, and meant it. The prospect of having a real home, a place where he belonged and was wanted, was almost too good to believe. "But?" Sirius prompted, clearly hearing the hesitation in Harry's voice. "But I don't want to disrupt your life completely. You've just gotten your freedom back, Sirius. You should have time to figure out what you want to do with that freedom before taking on the responsibility of caring for a growing teenager." "Harry, caring for you isn't a burden I'm reluctantly accepting. It's an honor I've been dreaming of for 12 years. You're the closest thing to family I have left, and the chance to finally be your godfather in more than just name is the best thing to come out of this entire nightmare." The sincerity in Sirius's voice was unmistakable, and Harry felt tears threatening again at the simple gift of being genuinely wanted by someone who had every reason to love him. "There is one complication," Harry said carefully. "My current guardian has been very important to me. They've provided stability and guidance during a difficult time, and I wouldn't want to simply abandon that relationship, even if our legal arrangements change." "Of course not. Harry, I'm not trying to erase your past or replace the people who've been important to you. If this guardian has been good to you, if they've helped you become the person you are, then they'll always be welcome in our lives. Really, really. Family isn't about exclusivity or competition. It's about love and support and choosing to be there for each other. If someone has earned your loyalty and affection, they've earned mine as well." Harry smiled, feeling a weight lift from his shoulders at Sirius's generous attitude toward the complexities of his situation. "In that case," Harry said, "I think I'd love nothing more than to spend holidays here with you, to learn about our family history and explore the magical world together." Excellent. Sirius's grin was bright enough to light up the entire kitchen. We'll start with Christmas holidays if that works for you. I've already been planning all sorts of activities. Flying lessons with proper racing brooms, visits to the most interesting parts of magical London, maybe even a trip to see some of the international magical communities, if your school schedule allows. They spent the rest of the afternoon planning Harry's Christmas holidays, with Sirius's enthusiasm proving infectious as he described the adventures they could share. Harry found himself looking forward to these experiences with genuine excitement, finally able to imagine a future filled with love and belonging instead of isolation and uncertainty. As evening approached and Harry prepared to return to Hogwarts, Sirius walked him to the Flu network connection in the drawing room. "Harry," he said quietly, "there's something else I want you to know. Something about your parents and the night they died." Harry's attention sharpened immediately. Despite all the stories and explanations he'd heard over the past year, there were still gaps in his understanding of that terrible night and its immediate aftermath. "What is it?" "Your mother's sacrifice created more than just the protection that saved your life," Sirius said slowly. "It created a bond between you and Voldemort, a connection that goes deeper than most people understand. Dumbledore believes this bond may have implications for your future, especially if Voldemort ever returns to power." "What kind of implications?" "That's what we're still trying to figure out. But Harry, I want you to know that whatever challenges arise, whatever dangers you might face because of your unique circumstances, you won't face them alone. Not anymore. You have family now, people who will fight beside you and protect you and support you no matter what." "Thank you," Harry said simply, though the words carried the weight of years of loneliness and fear that were finally beginning to lift. "No need for thanks. It's what family does." As Harry stepped into the green flames of the Flu network and spoke the words that would carry him back to Hogwarts, he carried with him a sense of completion that had been missing from his life for as long as he could remember. He had a godfather who loved him, a future that held promise instead of uncertainty, and the beginning of the real family he'd always dreamed of having. The return journey to Hogwarts was smooth and uneventful, depositing Harry in Professor McGonagall's office, where she was waiting to ensure his safe arrival. "Good evening, Potter," she said, with her typical brisk efficiency. "I trust your visit with your godfather was productive?" "Very much so, Professor. Thank you for arranging the travel permissions." "Quite right. Mr. Black has been through enough without bureaucratic obstacles preventing him from reconnecting with his family." "How did you find him?" Harry considered the question seriously. "Different from what I expected, but in good ways. He's been hurt by what happened, obviously, but he hasn't let it make him bitter or cruel. He's still the person my parents loved, just seasoned by experience." "An apt description. I knew Sirius during his school years, you know. Brilliant boy, fiercely loyal, with more energy and mischief than any 3 normal students combined. I'm glad to hear that prison didn't destroy those essential qualities." "He wants to be a real godfather to me," Harry said. "Not just in name, but in practice. He's planning Christmas holidays, talking about summer adventures, treating me like actual family instead of an obligation he's inherited. That must be very gratifying after your experiences with the Dursleys." Harry nodded, though he was careful not to reveal too much about those experiences or his current living arrangements. "It's wonderful to finally have somewhere I belong, someone who wants me around just because of who I am, rather than what I represent." "Indeed. Well then, I suggest you return to your dormitory and prepare for classes tomorrow. I believe Professor Lupin has planned something particularly interesting for your defense lesson." As Harry made his way through the castle's familiar corridors toward Gryffindor Tower, he found himself thinking about the strange twists of fate that had brought him to this moment. A year ago, he'd been a terrified child hiding in a cupboard and dreaming of escape. 6 months ago, he'd been living quietly in the Scottish Highlands, learning magic and building a relationship with the man who'd become his guardian. Now he was a Hogwarts student, with friends and professors who cared about his welfare, a godfather who was eager to reclaim his role in Harry's life, and a future that seemed bright with possibility instead of shadowed by fear and uncertainty. The Gryffindor common room was bustling with typical Sunday evening activity when Harry arrived, students finishing homework assignments and chatting about their weekend activities. Ron and Hermione looked up from their chess game as he entered, their faces lighting up with curiosity and concern. "How did it go?" Hermione asked immediately. "Was it awkward? Was he different from what you expected?" "It was wonderful," Harry said honestly, settling into one of the comfortable chairs near the fireplace. "Strange, certainly, and emotional in ways I hadn't anticipated, but wonderful. He's exactly the kind of person I hoped he would be." "That's brilliant," Ron said with genuine enthusiasm. "I mean, after everything that's happened, you deserve to have family who actually care about you properly." "What's he like?" Hermione asked, with her typical desire for detailed information. "I mean, obviously he's been through terrible experiences, but what's his personality like? His interests? His plans for the future?" Harry found himself smiling as he described his day with Sirius, sharing carefully edited versions of their conversations and the plans they'd made for Christmas holidays. His friends listened with obvious interest and approval, clearly happy that Harry had finally found the family connection he'd been missing for so long. "So he really wants you to spend holidays with him?" Ron asked. "That's ace, Harry. Much better than being stuck with those awful Muggle relatives." "He does. And he seems genuinely excited about it, not like it's a duty he's reluctantly accepting. He's already planning activities, talking about places we could visit, treating me like someone he wants to spend time with, rather than a burden he's inherited." "That's how family should be," Hermione said firmly. "People who choose to love you and support you, not people who see you as an inconvenience to be managed." As the evening wore on and the common room gradually emptied as students headed to their dormitories, Harry found himself reflecting on the day's experiences and their implications for his future. Meeting Sirius had been everything he'd hoped for and more, confirming that his godfather was someone he could love and trust and build a real relationship with. But the day had also highlighted the growing complexity of his situation at Hogwarts. The secrets he was keeping about his true background and training were becoming harder to maintain as he formed deeper connections with people who cared about him. Eventually, he would have to find ways to reconcile his various relationships and identities without destroying the trust and affection he'd worked so hard to build. For now, though, he was content to savor the simple joy of having family, of belonging somewhere, of looking forward to a future filled with love and adventure rather than fear and isolation. As he prepared for bed in the familiar comfort of his dormitory, surrounded by friends who accepted him for who he was, and secure in the knowledge that Professor Lupin was nearby if he needed guidance or support, Harry Potter felt something he'd never experienced before in his life. He felt truly, completely happy. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new lessons, and undoubtedly new complications as he continued to navigate the delicate balance between his public identity and his private truths. But tonight, with the memory of Sirius's laughter still echoing in his mind and the promise of Christmas holidays glowing warmly in his imagination, Harry allowed himself to simply enjoy the extraordinary gift of finally having found his way home. The attack came without warning on a Tuesday evening in late November, shattering the comfortable routine Harry had established at Hogwarts, and forcing him to confront the reality that his enemies had not forgotten him, despite the public focus on Sirius's vindication. He was returning from the library with Hermione and Ron, their arms laden with books for a particularly challenging Transfiguration essay, when the first explosion rocked the castle's ancient foundations. "What was that?" Hermione asked, her voice tight with alarm as the corridor around them shuddered and dust rained down from the ceiling. Before anyone could answer, Professor McGonagall's voice echoed throughout the castle, magically amplified and carrying the unmistakable authority of someone accustomed to crisis management. All students return to your common rooms immediately. Prefects, ensure everyone is accounted for and secure. This is not a drill. The corridors filled with confused and frightened students as the school's population began moving toward their respective houses, but Harry found himself moving against the flow, drawn by an instinct he couldn't quite name toward the source of the disturbance. "Harry, where are you going?" Ron called after him, as Harry broke away from their group. McGonagall said to return to the common rooms. "Something's wrong," Harry said, his hand instinctively moving to the wand tucked in his robes. "This isn't just some accident or prank gone wrong. Can't you feel it?" Indeed, there was something in the air that spoke of dark magic and malevolent intent, a heaviness that seemed to press against Harry's consciousness with familiar malice. He'd felt something similar during his months of training with Remus, when they'd practiced defending against the kinds of spells and creatures that served the dark arts. Another explosion echoed through the castle, this one closer and more intense, followed by the sound of running footsteps and shouted commands from the direction of the Great Hall. "Students!" Professor Flitwick's voice joined McGonagall's in the magical announcement system. "Please remain calm and follow your prefect's instructions. The situation is being contained." But Harry could hear the strain in the tiny professor's voice, the note of controlled panic that suggested the situation was far from contained. Without conscious thought, he began moving toward the disturbance, his training with Remus overriding his natural caution and the explicit instructions from the faculty. "Harry, stop!" Hermione grabbed his arm, her grip surprisingly strong. "You can't just run toward danger. Whatever's happening, the professors can handle it." "Can they?" Harry asked quietly, pausing to look at his friends with eyes that held depths of experience they couldn't understand. "Hermione, Ron, I need you to get to Gryffindor Tower and stay safe. But I can't hide in the common room while people might be getting hurt." "Why not?" Ron demanded. "You're 11 years old, mate. What do you think you can do that trained professors can't?" It was a fair question, one that Harry couldn't answer without revealing far too much about his true background and abilities. But as another explosion shook the castle and the sounds of magical combat grew louder, he found himself unable to simply walk away. "I don't know," he said honestly. "But I know I can't just hide while this is happening." Before his friends could stop him, Harry broke free from Hermione's grip and began running toward the Great Hall, his feet carrying him through corridors he'd memorized during his weeks at the castle. Behind him, he could hear Ron and Hermione following, despite their protests, their loyalty overriding their better judgment. The scene that greeted them as they rounded the final corner was one of controlled chaos. The Great Hall's massive doors stood open, revealing a space that had been transformed into a battlefield. Overturned tables provided cover for defenders, while the magnificent ceiling showed a storm-darkened sky that reflected the magical violence taking place below. Professor Dumbledore stood in the center of the hall, his usually twinkling eyes now blazing with power as he dueled with three figures in dark robes and silver masks. His movements were graceful and precise, each spell cast with the authority of someone who had forgotten more about magic than most wizards would ever learn. Other professors were engaged in their own battles around the periphery of the hall. Professor McGonagall fought with the controlled ferocity of someone defending her students, her transfiguration magic turning furniture into protective barriers and dangerous projectiles with equal ease. Professor Flitwick darted between overturned tables, his small stature allowing him to avoid curses while launching precisely targeted spells at his opponents. And there, near the head table, Professor Lupin was locked in combat with a particularly tall Death Eater, whose mask bore the distinctive markings Harry recognized from his research into Voldemort's followers. Remus moved with fluid grace, his defensive spells creating barriers of silver light that absorbed dark curses before shattering into harmless sparkles. "Death Eaters," Hermione whispered, her voice barely audible above the sounds of magical combat. "They're Death Eaters inside Hogwarts." Harry felt a cold fury building in his chest as he watched the scene unfold. These were Voldemort's followers, the same kind of people who had murdered his parents and terrorized the magical world during the war. They had violated the sanctuary of Hogwarts, threatened the safety of students and teachers who had done nothing to deserve their hatred. "How did they get inside?" Ron asked, his freckled face pale with shock. "The castle's supposed to be protected by wards and charms that keep dark wizards out." "Someone helped them," Harry said grimly, his analytical mind already working through the implications. Someone with access to the castle's defenses, someone who could create a weakness for them to exploit. As they watched, one of the Death Eaters fighting Dumbledore broke away from the main battle and began moving toward a group of younger students who had been caught in the Great Hall when the attack began. The children, mostly first and second years, were huddled behind an overturned bench that provided minimal protection from the dark magic being thrown around the hall. "He's going after the students," Hermione said, her voice tight with horror. Harry didn't think, didn't plan, didn't consider the consequences of revealing his advanced training. He simply acted, drawing his wand and casting the most powerful shield charm he could manage between the Death Eater and the terrified children. "Protego Maxima!" The barrier that sprang up was far more powerful than anything an 11-year-old should have been able to produce. A shimmering wall of silver energy that absorbed the Death Eater's curse and reflected it back with enough force to send the masked figure stumbling backward. For a moment, the entire hall seemed to pause as combatants and spectators alike processed what had just happened. Then chaos resumed with renewed intensity as the Death Eaters realized they were facing more opposition than expected. "Potter!" The Death Eater Harry had blocked snarled his name with unmistakable hatred, raising his wand to cast what was clearly intended to be a killing curse. "The Dark Lord sends his regards." Harry felt time slow around him as he recognized the green light beginning to form at the tip of his opponent's wand. He had trained for this moment with Remus, had practiced the advanced defensive techniques that few adult wizards ever mastered, but facing the killing curse in actual combat was different from any theoretical preparation. "Avada Kedavra!" the Death Eater screamed. Harry's response was pure instinct, drawing on months of intensive training and the desperate need to protect not just himself, but everyone around him. "Protego Diabolica!" The advanced shield spell was far beyond what any student should have known, let alone been able to cast effectively. But Harry's magic, fueled by righteous anger and the absolute necessity of survival, responded to his will with unprecedented power. The killing curse struck his shield and simply vanished, absorbed by magical defenses that had been designed to protect against the darkest magic imaginable. For a moment, Harry and the Death Eater stared at each other in mutual shock, both realizing that this battle had just escalated far beyond what either had expected. "Impossible," the Death Eater breathed. "No child could cast magic like that." "You'd be surprised what children can accomplish when properly motivated," Harry replied, his voice carrying a coldness that made him sound far older than his 11 years. The Death Eater raised his wand again, but before he could cast another curse, Professor Lupin appeared at his side, having broken free from his own battle to protect his former ward. "Stupefy!" Remus's stunning spell caught the Death Eater in the chest, dropping him to the floor in an unconscious heap. "Harry," Remus said urgently, his eyes wide with a mixture of pride and concern. "Are you hurt? How did you know to cast that particular shield?" Before Harry could answer, Professor Dumbledore's voice cut through the noise of the ongoing battle. "Enough!" The headmaster's magic filled the great hall with golden light that seemed to push back the darkness the Death Eaters had brought with them. "You have violated the sanctuary of this school and threatened children under my protection. Leave now, or face the full consequences of your actions." The remaining Death Eaters, clearly outmatched and apparently having achieved whatever their primary objective had been, began retreating toward the hall's main entrance. But their leader, a tall figure whose mask bore more elaborate decorations than the others, paused to deliver what was clearly intended as a final message. "This is just the beginning, Potter," he called out, his voice carrying clearly across the damaged hall. The Dark Lord's reach extends further than you imagine, and his patience has limits. Enjoy your time at this school while you can." Then they were gone, disappearing into the night with the same sudden efficiency they had used to arrive, leaving behind a great hall full of overturned furniture, scorch marks on the walls, and the acrid smell of dark magic. "Is everyone all right?" Professor McGonagall called out, her voice steady despite the obvious strain of the battle. "Any injuries that require immediate attention?" Harry looked around at the aftermath of the attack, taking in the frightened faces of his fellow students and the grim expressions of the professors who had just fought to protect them. Several people were nursing minor injuries, and the hall itself would require extensive repairs, but it appeared that no one had been seriously hurt. "Harry," Hermione said softly, moving to stand beside him with an expression of awe and confusion. "What you did just then, that shield spell, I've never seen anything like it. Where did you learn magic like that?" It was the question Harry had been dreading, the inevitable consequence of revealing his advanced abilities in front of witnesses. He could feel the weight of attention settling on him as students and professors alike began to process what they had witnessed. Harry began, then stopped, unsure how to explain without revealing far too much about his true background and training. "Mr. Potter," Professor Dumbledore's voice was gentle but unmistakably commanding as the headmaster approached their group. "I believe we need to have a conversation about your magical education and the sources of your rather advanced defensive knowledge." Before Harry could respond, Professor Lupin stepped forward, his expression carefully controlled, despite what Harry could see was considerable inner turmoil. "Perhaps," Remus said carefully, "this would be better discussed in private, away from curious ears and in an environment where Mr. Potter can speak freely about his experiences." Dumbledore's blue eyes shifted between Harry and Remus, and Harry could practically see the headmaster's brilliant mind working through the implications of what he had observed during the battle. "Indeed," Dumbledore said finally. "Mr. Potter, Professor Lupin, please accompany me to my office once we have ensured all students are safely returned to their dormitories. I believe there are several matters we need to discuss." The next hour passed in a blur of activity as professors and prefects worked to account for all students and assess the damage from the Death Eater attack. Harry found himself surrounded by curious and concerned classmates, all of whom wanted to know how he had managed to cast such powerful magic and why the attackers had seemed to target him specifically. "I can't believe you just stood there and faced down a Death Eater," Dean Thomas said with obvious admiration. "Most adults would have run screaming in the other direction." "How did you know that shield spell?" Seamus Finnegan asked. "I mean, that wasn't anything from our defense textbooks, was it?" "And why did that Death Eater know your name?" Neville Longbottom's question was quieter than the others, but it carried a weight that made everyone else fall silent. "Why did he say the Dark Lord sent regards specifically to you?" Harry felt the familiar pressure of secrets weighing down on him, made worse by the genuine concern and curiosity of his friends. These people cared about him, had accepted him into their community, and deserved honest answers to their questions. But honesty would require revealing truths that could endanger not just himself, but everyone he'd learned to love. "I don't know why they targeted me specifically," he said finally, which was true enough, even if it wasn't the complete truth. "As for the magic, sometimes desperate situations bring out abilities you didn't know you had." It wasn't a satisfying answer, and Harry could see that his friends weren't entirely convinced. But before anyone could press for more details, Professor McGonagall appeared to escort the Gryffindor students back to their tower. "Mr. Potter," she said, quietly as they prepared to leave the Great Hall, "Professor Dumbledore would like to see you in his office in 1 hour. The password is chocolate frogs." Harry nodded, his stomach already churning with anxiety about the conversation that awaited him. He had known this moment would come eventually, had prepared for it with Remus over months of careful planning, but actually facing Dumbledore's questions after revealing so much of his true abilities, felt overwhelming. The Gryffindor common room was buzzing with excited and frightened conversation when Harry finally reached it, students sharing their experiences of the attack and speculating about what it might mean for their safety at Hogwarts. Harry made his way to his dormitory as quickly as possible, hoping to avoid more questions he couldn't answer honestly. But Ron and Hermione followed him up the stairs, clearly determined to have a private conversation about what they had witnessed. "Harry," Hermione said, once they were alone in the first-year boys' dormitory, "we need to talk about what happened tonight." "What about it?" Harry asked, though he knew exactly what she meant. "That magic you used, those spells you cast, they weren't anything a first-year student should know," Ron said bluntly. "I mean, my brothers are in their 6th and 7th years, and I don't think they could have done what you did tonight. And the way you moved, the way you reacted to the danger, it was like you'd been in magical combat before," Hermione added. "Harry, where did you really learn magic? And please don't tell us it was from books or accidental magic, because what we saw tonight was far beyond anything those sources could provide." Harry sat down heavily on his bed, suddenly feeling every one of his 11 years, plus the weight of all the secrets he'd been carrying. These were his friends, people who had stood by him and followed him into danger without hesitation. They deserved better than the half-truths and careful omissions he'd been giving them. "It's complicated," he said finally, "and I'm not sure I can explain everything without putting people I care about in danger." "Try us," Ron said simply. "We've followed you into enough dangerous situations to prove we're trustworthy, haven't we?" "It's not about trust," Harry said quickly. "It's about protection. Sometimes not knowing things keeps you safer than knowing them would." "That's exactly the kind of thing adults say when they want to keep children in the dark," Hermione said, with obvious frustration. "Harry, we're your friends. We care about what happens to you. And after tonight, it's clear that staying ignorant isn't going to keep us safe anyway." Harry looked at his friends, seeing the concern and determination in their faces, and felt something inside him shift. They were right, of course. The attack tonight had demonstrated that his enemies already knew where he was, and weren't hesitant about putting other people in danger to get to him. Keeping Ron and Hermione ignorant of the real situation might actually put them at greater risk than telling them the truth. "All right," he said quietly, "but you have to promise me that what I tell you stays between us. Some of this information could be dangerous for other people if it got out." "We promise," they said simultaneously, settling onto Ron's bed to listen with the serious attention the moment deserved. Harry took a deep breath and began to tell them the real story of his years away from the wizarding world, carefully editing the details to protect Remus, while explaining how he had received advanced magical training from someone who had known his parents and wanted to prepare him for the dangers he might face. He told them about discovering the truth about Sirius's innocence, about the investigation that had led to Peter Pettigrew's capture and confession, about the complex political situation that surrounded his famous name and the expectations that came with it. He didn't mention Remus by name or reveal the details of their family relationship, but he tried to give his friends enough information to understand why he was more advanced than a typical student and why Death Eaters might consider him a specific threat. "So you've been training with someone who knew your parents," Hermione said when he finished, her analytical mind already working through the implications. "Someone who taught you advanced defensive magic because they knew you might face dangers that other children wouldn't?" "That's right. And before you ask, I can't tell you who it is because they've taken considerable risks to help me, and revealing their identity could put them in danger from people who wouldn't approve of their methods." "Fair enough," Ron said, though Harry could see curiosity burning in his eyes. "But Harry, why didn't you tell us this before? We would have understood." "Because I wanted to have normal friendships," Harry said honestly. "I wanted to be just Harry, a student trying to fit in and make friends, not Harry Potter, the famous orphan with the dramatic backstory and the advanced magical training." "You are just Harry," Hermione said firmly. "Everything else is just background information. It doesn't change who you are or how we feel about you." "Really? Really?" Ron confirmed. "Though I have to admit, it explains a lot about why you always seem so much older than the rest of us, and why you never seem properly impressed by magic that should amaze someone raised by muggles." Their conversation was interrupted by a knock on the dormitory door, followed by Professor McGonagall's voice calling Harry's name. "Mr. Potter, Professor Dumbledore is ready to see you now." Harry felt his stomach clench with renewed anxiety, but he also felt lighter somehow, freed by the act of sharing at least some of his truth with people who cared about him. "Wish me luck," he said to his friends as he headed for the door. "You won't need luck," Hermione said confidently. "You'll need honesty and courage, and you have plenty of both." The walk to Dumbledore's office felt both too long and too short, giving Harry time to rehearse his explanations, while also building his anxiety about the conversation ahead. When he finally reached the stone gargoyle and spoke the password, he found Professor Lupin waiting for him at the base of the spiral staircase. "How are you feeling?" Remus asked gently, his concern evident despite the professional distance he was maintaining. "Nervous," Harry admitted. "But ready, I think. We always knew this conversation would happen eventually." "Indeed we did. Harry, whatever happens in there, whatever questions Dumbledore asks or conclusions he draws, remember that you are not alone. You have family who love you and will support you, regardless of how complicated things become." "I know. And Remus, thank you. For everything. Whatever happens next, I'm grateful for what you've given me." They climbed the spiral staircase together and entered the headmaster's office, where Dumbledore was waiting behind his desk with an expression that was both kindly and penetratingly intelligent. "Harry, Professor Lupin, please sit down," Dumbledore said, gesturing to the comfortable chairs arranged in front of his desk. "I believe we have quite a lot to discuss." As Harry settled into his chair and prepared to face whatever questions the headmaster might ask, he felt a strange sense of relief settling over him. The careful deceptions and partial truths that had defined his time at Hogwarts were finally coming to an end, replaced by the much simpler challenge of defending choices he believed in and protecting people he loved. The conversation that followed would change everything about his relationship with Dumbledore and his position at Hogwarts. But for the first time in months, Harry Potter felt ready to face whatever consequences might come from finally telling the truth about who he really was and what he had chosen to become. Outside the office windows, the storm that had reflected the magical battle in the Great Hall was finally beginning to clear, revealing stars that twinkled with promise for whatever dawn might bring. The Christmas morning light streaming through the tall windows of Grimmauld Place painted everything in shades of gold and silver, transforming the ancient Black family home into something magical, beyond even its considerable supernatural heritage. Harry Potter sat curled in one of the comfortable armchairs near the drawing-room fireplace, a steaming mug of hot chocolate warming his hands, and a genuine smile lighting his face as he watched Sirius attempt to untangle himself from what appeared to be several yards of enchanted wrapping paper that had taken on a life of its own. "I swear this wasn't supposed to happen," Sirius muttered, wrestling with a particularly aggressive ribbon that seemed determined to tie his left arm to the mantelpiece. The charm was meant to make the presents unwrap themselves, not turn the wrapping materials into some kind of magical restraint system. "Perhaps next time you should test your spells before applying them to Christmas presents," Remus suggested mildly from his position on the sofa, though his eyes twinkled with barely suppressed laughter. "Though I have to admit, this is remarkably entertaining to watch." Harry set down his mug and drew his wand, casting a simple finite spell that caused the rebellious wrapping paper to immediately return to its normal, non-sentient state. The sudden release sent Sirius stumbling backward into the Christmas tree, which fortunately was sturdy enough to support his weight without toppling over. "Show off," Sirius said with mock indignation, though his grin made it clear he was anything but annoyed by Harry's magical intervention. "When I was your age, we had to untangle ourselves from our own spell work the hard way." "When you were my age, you were probably the one creating the spell work that needed untangling," Harry replied, with the easy affection that had developed between them over the past month of shared holidays. It had been 6 weeks since the Death Eater attack at Hogwarts, 6 weeks since Harry's advanced magical abilities had been revealed to Dumbledore and half the school in the most dramatic fashion possible. The conversations that had followed that night had been difficult, but ultimately liberating, allowing Harry to finally stop pretending to be less than he was while establishing new ground rules for his relationship with the headmaster. Dumbledore had been surprised, but not entirely shocked to learn that Professor Lupin had been Harry's guardian during his missing years, and while the headmaster had expressed concerns about the deception, he had also acknowledged that Remus had provided exactly the kind of education and protection that Harry had needed. More importantly, he had accepted that Harry was no longer the helpless child who needed constant supervision and control, but rather a capable young wizard who deserved to have a voice in decisions about his own life. The revelation of Harry's true abilities had also changed his relationships with his fellow students, though not in the negative ways he had feared. Rather than being intimidated or resentful of his advanced skills, most of his classmates had been impressed and supportive, treating him as someone to learn from rather than someone to be suspicious of. Ron and Hermione, in particular, had embraced the truth about his background with the loyalty and understanding that had made them such valuable friends. "So, what's the plan for today?" Harry asked, as they settled into the comfortable rhythm of Christmas morning gift opening. "Besides avoiding any more experiments with animated wrapping paper, I mean." "Well," Sirius said, producing a carefully wrapped package from beneath the tree, "I thought we might start with presents, then move on to a proper Christmas breakfast. And after that, we have some visitors coming by who are eager to meet you properly." "Visitors?" "Some old friends from the Order days," Remus explained, accepting his own gift from Sirius with obvious pleasure. "People who knew your parents and have been wanting to reconnect with you now that the situation has stabilized somewhat." Harry felt a familiar flutter of nervousness at the prospect of meeting more people who had known James and Lily Potter, but it was tempered by excitement at the chance to learn more about his family's history and the community they had belonged to. "Don't worry," Sirius said, clearly reading Harry's expression. "These are good people, Harry. People who fought alongside your parents, who genuinely cared about them and want to honor their memory by getting to know their son. No one who's going to treat you like a celebrity or expect you to live up to impossible standards." The gift opening that followed was a revelation in the simple joy of family traditions. Harry had experienced Christmas mornings with the Dursleys, of course, but those had been exercises in disappointment and exclusion, watching Dudley receive mountains of expensive presents, while Harry was lucky to get a pair of Vernon's old socks. This was different. Thoughtful gifts chosen with care and given with love, each one representing genuine attention to Harry's interests and needs. From Sirius he received a beautiful set of advanced defense against the dark arts texts, including several volumes that were normally restricted to adult wizards. "Your magical education shouldn't be limited by your age," Sirius explained, "especially given the kind of threats you might face. These books will teach you things that most people never learn, but I trust you to use the knowledge responsibly." From Remus, he received a hand-carved wooden box that opened to reveal an intricate collection of magical instruments, a compass that pointed toward whatever you most needed to find, a mirror that showed the true intentions of anyone reflected in it, and a small crystal that glowed with warm light when held by someone who was genuinely safe to trust. Practical tools for someone who needs to navigate a complex and sometimes dangerous world, Remus said softly. Your father would have appreciated the craftsmanship, and your mother would have approved of their protective purposes. But it was the third gift that moved Harry most deeply, a photo album that Sirius and Remus had assembled together, filled with pictures of his parents from their Hogwarts years, through Harry's infancy. Unlike the formal posed photographs he'd seen before, these were candid moments. James and Lily laughing at something off camera, the marauders planning some elaborate prank, baby Harry taking his first steps while his parents watched with obvious pride and joy. "We wanted you to have more than just stories," Sirius explained, as Harry turned the pages with reverent care. "We wanted you to see them as they really were. Young people who loved life, and each other, and you. People who were happy, even in the midst of a war, because they had found what mattered most." Harry spent several long minutes studying the photographs, memorizing details he'd never had the chance to observe before. His mother's habit of tucking her hair behind her ear when she was concentrating. His father's tendency to gesture animatedly when he was excited about something. The way they looked at each other with such obvious affection and understanding. "Thank you," he said finally, his voice thick with emotion. This is the most precious thing anyone has ever given me." "Your parents would be so proud of who you've become," Remus said gently. "Not because of your magical abilities or your fame, but because of your character. You're kind and brave and thoughtful, exactly the sort of person they hoped you would grow up to be." The morning continued with Christmas breakfast prepared by Creature, who had grudgingly accepted Sirius's reforms to the household and was gradually warming to Harry's presence. The meal was a masterpiece of traditional holiday cooking. Eggs Benedict with perfectly poached eggs, crispy bacon, fresh fruit, and pastries that were still warm from the oven. "I could get used to this," Harry said contentedly, as he helped himself to a second helping of everything. "Though I suppose I should be careful not to become completely spoiled by house elf cooking." "A little spoiling never hurt anyone," Sirius said firmly. "Especially someone who spent their formative years being treated badly by people who should have been caring for them. You deserve to be pampered occasionally, Harry." Their peaceful breakfast was interrupted by the sound of the doorbell, followed by Creature's announcement that their expected guests had arrived. Harry felt his nerves spike as he prepared to meet more people from his parents' past, but Sirius's reassuring presence and Remus's encouraging smile helped steady his confidence. The visitors turned out to be exactly as welcoming as Sirius had promised. Kingsley Shacklebolt, the Aura, who had helped investigate Peter Pettigrew's confession, greeted Harry with the easy warmth of someone who judged people by their character rather than their reputation. Nymphadora Tonks, Andromeda's daughter and Sirius's cousin, charmed Harry immediately with her ability to change her appearance at will and her irreverent sense of humor. "So you're the famous Harry Potter," Tonks said, morphing her hair from pink to bright green as she spoke. "I have to say, you're much more normal than I expected. No giant ego or insufferable arrogance at all." "Should I be offended by that assessment?" Harry asked with amusement. "Definitely not. Trust me, normal is a compliment in our family. The Black family tree is full of people who are decidedly abnormal in very unpleasant ways." The conversation that followed was natural and comfortable, with the visitors sharing stories about the war years and their memories of James and Lily Potter. But unlike previous encounters Harry had had with people who had known his parents, this felt less like interrogation and more like genuine friendship, relationships being built rather than obligations being fulfilled. "Your mother hexed me once," Kingsley admitted with a chuckle. "I made some thoughtless comment about muggle-born wizards during an order meeting, and she let me have it with a bat-bogey hex that left me looking ridiculous for 3 days. But afterward, she sat me down and explained exactly why my comment had been hurtful and ignorant. It was one of the most educational conversations I ever had." "That sounds like Lily," Remus said fondly. "She never let injustice slide, but she also believed in helping people learn from their mistakes rather than simply punishing them." "What about my father?" Harry asked. "What do you remember about him?" "James was the kind of person who made everyone around him feel braver," Tonks said thoughtfully. "Not because he was reckless or cavalier about danger, but because he had this absolute conviction that doing the right thing was worth any personal cost. When he believed in something, He committed to it completely. He also had the worst sense of humour imaginable, Kingsley added with mock seriousness. Terrible puns, elaborate pranks that took weeks to set up, jokes that only he found funny. It was simultaneously endearing and insufferable. Harry found himself laughing at these descriptions, feeling his understanding of his parents deepen and become more nuanced with each new story. They weren't the idealized martyrs of his imagination, but real people with quirks and flaws and complicated personalities that made them more lovable rather than less. As the afternoon wore on, the conversation gradually shifted to more serious topics. The current state of the magical world, the implications of Peter Pettigrew's confession, and the ongoing concerns about Voldemort's potential return to power. "There have been troubling signs," Kingsley said quietly, his professional demeanour replacing the earlier, casual friendliness. "Disappearances that don't fit normal patterns, magical disturbances in areas where Voldemort's followers once operated, whispers about recruitment activities among the more extremist pureblood families." "Do you think he's actually returned?" Harry asked, feeling a chill despite the warmth of the drawing-room fire. "Not yet," Kingsley said carefully. "But the evidence suggests that his followers are preparing for something, organizing and gathering resources in ways that indicate they expect their master to return eventually. Which means," Sirius said grimly, "that Harry needs to be prepared for threats that go beyond simple revenge attacks by individual Death Eaters." "I am prepared," Harry said with quiet confidence. "Maybe not for everything that could happen, but certainly more prepared than I would have been if I'd remained ignorant of the magical world and my place in it." "Your training has been impressive," Tonks agreed. "Word has gotten around about what happened at Hogwarts, and most people are reassured to know that Harry Potter can defend himself effectively. But Harry, advanced magical abilities alone won't be enough if Voldemort does return. You'll need allies, resources, and most importantly, the wisdom to know when to fight and when to seek help. That's why we're here," Remus said, his voice carrying the weight of absolute commitment. "Not just as friends of your parents or people who care about your welfare, but as your chosen family. Whatever challenges arise, you won't face them alone." "None of us will," Sirius added firmly. "We've all learned hard lessons about what happens when good people try to fight evil in isolation. This time, we stick together and support each other through whatever comes." The conversation was interrupted by Creature's announcement that dinner was ready, and they moved to the dining room where the house elf had prepared a feast that rivaled anything Harry had experienced at Hogwarts. The formal dining room had been transformed under Sirius's direction, with the dark, oppressive decorations of his ancestors replaced by warm colours and comfortable furnishings that invited relaxation and fellowship. As they shared the meal, Harry found himself thinking about how different this Christmas was from any he had experienced before. Not just because of the quality of the food or the generosity of the gifts, but because of the sense of belonging he felt with these people who had chosen to include him in their lives. "What are you thinking about?" Remus asked gently, noticing Harry's thoughtful expression. "Just how lucky I am," Harry said honestly. "A year ago, I was hiding in a cupboard and dreaming about having people who cared about me. Now I have more family and friends than I ever imagined possible." "We're the lucky ones," Sirius said firmly, "getting the chance to know James and Lily's son, to see what an extraordinary person you've become, to be part of your life going forward. That's the real gift here, Harry." After dinner, they returned to the drawing room, where Creature had prepared coffee and dessert. The conversation turned to lighter topics: plans for the remainder of the Christmas holidays, speculation about Harry's upcoming classes at Hogwarts, and amusing stories about the various magical mishaps that seemed to follow the extended Black family wherever they went. "So what happens when you go back to school?" Tonks asked, as the evening began to wind down. "Are you planning to continue pretending you're just a normal student, or has that ship pretty much sailed after your heroics in the Great Hall?" "I think the pretense was always going to be temporary," Harry said thoughtfully. Professor Dumbledore and I have reached an understanding about my education and my role at Hogwarts. I'll continue with regular classes, but I'll also have opportunities to pursue more advanced studies and training. The goal is to give me the best possible preparation for whatever challenges I might face, while still allowing me to have as normal a school experience as possible. And your friends, how are they handling the revelations about your background? Better than I expected, Harry said with obvious relief. Ron and Hermione have been incredibly supportive and understanding. They don't treat me any differently, except that they've stopped being surprised when I know things I shouldn't technically know. Good friends are invaluable, Kingsley said seriously, especially when your life involves the kind of complications that come with being Harry Potter. Hold on to those relationships, Harry. They'll serve you well in the years ahead. As the evening came to an end and their guests prepared to leave, Harry felt a deep sense of contentment settling over him. The day had been everything he could have hoped for: warm, loving, filled with laughter and good food, and the kind of casual affection that made a house feel like home. "Thank you," he said, as Kingsley and Tonks prepared to disapparate from the front hall, "for coming today, for sharing your memories, for making me feel like I belong to something larger than just myself." "You do belong," Tonks said firmly, giving him a quick hug that smelled of bubble gum and adventure. "To this family, to this community, to the long tradition of people who fight for what's right, even when it's dangerous or difficult." "And remember," Kingsley added, shaking Harry's hand with the respect he might show an adult colleague, "you have allies throughout the magical world, people who believe in you and will support you when the time comes to make difficult choices." After their guests left, Harry, Sirius, and Remus settled back into the drawing room for what had become their favorite part of any day spent together: quiet conversation by the fireplace, sharing thoughts and feelings without the need for performance or careful editing. "How are you really doing, Harry?" Sirius asked, as they watched the flames dance in the grate. "With everything that's happened, all the changes and revelations and new responsibilities, how are you handling it all?" Harry considered the question seriously before answering. "I think I'm doing well," he said finally. "Better than I expected, honestly. There are moments when I feel overwhelmed by expectations or worried about the future. But mostly I feel grateful. Grateful for the chances I've been given. Grateful for the people in my life. Grateful for the opportunity to become someone I can be proud of." "Your parents would be so proud," Remus said softly, echoing his earlier words but with even more conviction. "Not just of your magical abilities or your courage, but of your character. You've faced extraordinary challenges with grace and wisdom, Harry. You've become exactly the kind of person they hoped you would be." "I hope so," Harry said. "I think about them every day, about what they would want for me, what advice they would give if they could. I try to make choices they would approve of, to become someone worthy of their sacrifice." "You already are," Sirius said firmly. "But Harry, I want you to remember that you're not responsible for living up to anyone else's legacy. You're responsible for creating your own. Your parents loved you and died protecting you, but that doesn't mean you owe them some specific version of who you should become. They would want you to be happy, to choose your own path, to build a life that brings you joy and fulfillment. What if my path leads to dangerous places? What if the choices I need to make put people I care about at risk? Then we'll face those dangers together," Remus said without hesitation. "Harry, one of the hardest lessons I learned during the First War was that trying to protect people by excluding them from danger often puts them at greater risk than including them would. Your parents understood that. They fought alongside their friends, rather than trying to shield them, and they were stronger for it. Besides," Sirius added with a mischievous grin that reminded Harry strongly of the young man in the photographs, "where's the fun in playing it safe? The best adventures always involve a little risk, and I have a feeling our adventures are just getting started." As the evening grew late, and they prepared to retire for the night, Harry found himself thinking about the year that had passed since his escape from Privet Drive. 12 months ago, he had been a frightened child with no knowledge of his heritage and no hope for a better future. Now he was part of a loving family, surrounded by friends who accepted him completely and preparing for challenges that he felt equipped to handle. "Harry," Remus said, as they climbed the stairs toward their respective bedrooms, "I want you to know that regardless of what happens in the future, regardless of what challenges arise or what choices you need to make, you will always have our love and support. That's what family means, and it's a promise that nothing can break." "I know," Harry said, and for the first time in his life, he truly believed it. "And I want you both to know that I love you too. Not because you knew my parents, or because you saved me from the Dursleys, but because of who you are and how you've chosen to be part of my life." That night, as Harry settled into his comfortable bed in the room that Sirius had decorated specifically for him, he felt a profound sense of peace. Outside his window, London glittered with the lights of millions of people living their own complicated lives. But inside Grimmauld Place, Harry Potter was exactly where he belonged. The future would bring challenges, certainly. Voldemort's return seemed increasingly likely, and with it would come dangers that would test everything Harry had learned about magic and courage and the power of love to overcome hatred. There would be difficult choices to make, risks to take, and probably losses to endure. But for now, surrounded by the warmth of a home he had helped create and the love of family he had chosen and been chosen by, Harry allowed himself to simply be happy. Tomorrow would take care of itself. But tonight was perfect. Exactly as it was. In the months and years ahead, when darkness threatened to overwhelm the magical world and Harry Potter found himself standing at the center of conflicts he had never asked for, but couldn't avoid, he would remember this Christmas night as the moment he truly understood what he was fighting to protect. Not just abstract concepts like justice or freedom, but specific, precious things. The laughter of friends who accepted him completely, the wisdom of mentors who had become fathers, the simple joy of belonging somewhere without reservation or condition. He would remember that he had found his way home, not to a place but to people, not to a destiny but to love. And that knowledge would give him the strength to face whatever challenges lay ahead, secure in the certainty that no matter how dark the world became, he would never again be alone. The story that had begun with a frightened child fleeing abuse in the middle of a November night had become something beautiful. A tale of chosen family, hard-won wisdom, and the transformative power of love to heal even the deepest wounds. Harry Potter had found his place in the world, and the world was better for having him in it. The flat above the leaky cauldron was nothing like the cupboard under the stairs at Privet Drive, though it wasn't much larger. What it lacked in space, however, it made up for in warmth. A small fire crackled in the grate, casting dancing shadows across walls lined with more books than Harry had ever seen in one place. The air smelled of tea and old parchment, and something indefinably magical that made Harry's chest feel lighter with every breath. Remus had wrapped him in a thick woolen blanket that scratched against his skin, but felt like the most luxurious thing he'd ever touched. The warmth was almost overwhelming after 8 years of sleeping in a drafty cupboard, and Harry found himself fighting to stay awake as the heat seeped into his bones. "Better?" Remus asked, settling into the chair across from him with 2 steaming mugs. The concern in his voice was so genuine that Harry had to blink back fresh tears. "Much better," Harry managed, accepting the mug gratefully. The liquid inside was hot chocolate, real hot chocolate with tiny marshmallows floating on top, nothing like the watery cocoa powder the Dursleys occasionally gave Dudley as a treat. The first sip was like drinking liquid happiness. Remus watched him drink with an expression Harry couldn't quite identify. There was sadness there, certainly, but also something that might have been wonder, as if he couldn't quite believe Harry was really there, really safe. really his responsibility now. "We need to talk about your injuries," Remus said gently. "Some of those bruises look quite serious, and I'd like to make sure nothing is broken or badly damaged." Harry instinctively pulled the blanket tighter around himself. He wasn't used to anyone caring about his physical condition beyond making sure he could still perform his assigned chores. "I'm fine," he said automatically, the response worn smooth by years of practice. "Harry," Remus's voice was patient but firm, "you don't have to pretend with me. I can see that you've been hurt, and I want to help. That's what family does." Family. The word hit Harry like a physical blow, and he found himself staring at Remus with wide eyes. "We're not family," he said quietly. "You barely know me. I knew your father from the time we were 11 until the day he died," Remus replied, and there was something almost fierce in his voice now. "James Potter was my brother in every way that mattered. That makes you my nephew, blood or no blood, and I take care of my family." The certainty in his voice was unlike anything Harry had ever experienced. The Dursleys had always made it clear that he was an unwanted burden, a charity case they'd been forced to take in. But Remus spoke as if caring for Harry was the most natural thing in the world, as if there was never any question about what he would do. "Tell me about him," Harry said suddenly. "About my dad. Please." Remus's expression softened, and he leaned back in his chair with the air of a man settling in for a long story. "Where do I begin? James Potter was extraordinary. Not because he was particularly talented, though he was, or because he was incredibly brave, though he certainly was that too. He was extraordinary because he had this incredible capacity for love and loyalty that drew people to him, like moths to a flame." Harry hung on every word, desperate to learn everything he could about the father he'd never known. "When I first met James, he was 11 years old and absolutely insufferable," Remus continued with a small smile. "Cocky and showing off, convinced he was the most brilliant thing to ever walk through Hogwarts's doors. He had this habit of running his hand through his hair when he was nervous or excited, which made it stick up in all directions. You do the same thing, you know." Harry's hand flew to his hair, and he felt his cheeks burn with embarrassment. Remus chuckled. "Don't be embarrassed. It was one of James's most endearing qualities, actually. Lily used to say it made him look perpetually surprised by the world, which wasn't entirely wrong." "Lily was my mum?" "Your mother was Lily Evans Potter, and she was the most remarkable woman I ever had the privilege of knowing," Remus said, and his voice was full of warmth and affection. "Brilliant, fierce, kind, and absolutely terrifying when she was angry. She had red hair that caught the light like fire, and green eyes exactly like yours. She could reduce a grown man to stammering apologies with a single look, but she also had the most infectious laugh I'd ever heard." Harry thought about the letters, about the joy that had practically radiated from his mother's words as she wrote about her baby. "She loved me." "Harry," Remus leaned forward, his voice intense, "your mother loved you more than life itself. We all did. You were this perfect little baby with enormous green eyes and hair that defied gravity just like your father's. James used to carry you around Godric's Hollow for hours, showing you the garden and the village and telling you stories about everything you saw. He was convinced you understood every word." The image was so beautiful it made Harry's chest ache. "What kinds of stories?" "Oh, all sorts. Stories about magic, about Hogwarts, about the adventures he'd had with his friends. He told you about Quidditch matches and pranks gone wrong, and the time Sirius accidentally turned his hair bright pink for a week." Remus's smile was soft with memory. "But mostly he told you about how much he loved you, how proud he was to be your father, how excited he was to watch you grow up and discover magic for yourself." "Sirius Black was really your friend?" Harry asked, remembering what Remus had said in the playground. "But everyone says he's a murderer." Remus's expression darkened. Everyone says a lot of things about a lot of people, Harry. That doesn't make them true." He was quiet for a moment, clearly weighing his words. Sirius Black was James's best friend, closer than a brother. He would have died before betraying your parents. The fact that he's sitting in Azkaban prison for their murder is one of the greatest injustices I've ever witnessed. But if he didn't do it, who did? That, Remus said grimly, is a very good question. One that should have been asked 12 years ago, during a trial that never happened. Harry filed this information away for later consideration. There was clearly more to the story, more that Remus wasn't ready to share. But Harry could be patient. He'd waited 8 years to learn anything true about his parents. He could wait a little longer for the complete story. "Tell me more about my dad," he said instead. "What was he like when you were at school?" Remus's expression lightened again. James was the kind of person who made friends easily, but kept them forever. He was generous to a fault, always willing to share whatever he had with anyone who needed it. He was also completely incapable of backing down from a fight, especially if he thought someone was being treated unfairly. Was he good at magic? "Brilliant," Remus said without hesitation. "Absolutely brilliant. Transfiguration was his specialty, but he excelled at everything he touched. He had this intuitive understanding of how magic worked that was quite rare." "You seem to have inherited that gift." Harry looked confused. "I don't know any magic." "Don't you?" Remus raised an eyebrow. "How did you get out of the Dursleys' house tonight?" "Those locks didn't open themselves." Heat flooded Harry's cheeks. "That was an accident. Sometimes strange things happen around me, but I can't control them." "Accidental magic is perfectly normal for children from magical families," Remus explained gently. "What's unusual is the strength of yours. Most children can't perform wandless magic with the kind of precision and intent you displayed tonight. That takes considerable power and natural ability." The idea that he might actually be good at magic, that he might have inherited something positive from his parents, was almost too wonderful to believe. Harry had spent 8 years being told he was worthless and abnormal. The possibility that his strangeness might actually be a gift was revolutionary. "Could you teach me?" he asked hesitantly. "About magic, I mean. About how to control it properly?" "Harry," Remus said, and his voice was warm with affection, "I would be honored to teach you everything I know. Your parents would have wanted you to understand your heritage, to embrace the magical world they loved so much." They talked deep into the night, Remus sharing story after story about James and Lily and their friends. He told Harry about their time at Hogwarts, about the house system and the classes, and the magical creatures that lived in the Forbidden Forest. He described Quidditch matches where James had been the star player, pranks that had become legendary throughout the school, and quiet moments when the friends had simply enjoyed each other's company. But the stories Harry treasured most were the small, intimate details about his parents as people. How James had been terrified of spiders but would never admit it. How Lily had sung Muggle songs while she studied, much to her dorm mates' amusement. How they'd fallen in love slowly, over the course of years, fighting and making up and gradually realizing they were perfect for each other. "Your father proposed to your mother in the astronomy tower at Hogwarts," Remus told him, as the fire burned low in the grate. He'd been planning it for months, trying to work up the courage. When he finally did it, he was so nervous he dropped the ring twice and had to use magic to fish it out from between the floorboards. "What did she say?" "She laughed," Remus said with a smile. "Laughed until she cried, and then said yes, and kissed him right there under the stars. It was the happiest I'd ever seen either of them." Harry tried to imagine his parents as teenagers, young and in love and full of hopes for the future. It was almost impossible to reconcile that image with the tragedy of their deaths, with the 8 years of lies and abuse that had followed. "They would have been good parents," he said quietly. "They were good parents," Remus corrected. "In the short time they had with you, they were wonderful parents. They read to you every night, took turns walking with you when you were fussy, celebrated every small milestone like it was the most important thing that had ever happened. Your first smile, your first laugh, the first time you reached for a toy. James documented everything in letters and photographs. What happened to the photographs? Remus hesitated. I don't know. When you were placed with the Dursleys, your parents' belongings were distributed. Some things went to various friends, some were stored in Gringotts vaults, and some simply disappeared. I never thought to ask what happened to the family photographs. The loss hit Harry like a physical blow. Not only had the Dursleys hidden his parents' letters, but somewhere there were photographs of his family that he'd never seen, memories captured in images that might be lost forever. I'm sorry, Remus said gently, clearly seeing Harry's distress. I should have fought harder to keep track of those things, should have made sure you had access to them. It's not your fault, Harry said automatically, though part of him wondered why none of his parents' friends had checked on him over the years. If they'd loved his parents so much, why had they been content to leave him with relatives who clearly despised him? As if reading his thoughts, Remus's expression grew pained. You're wondering why no one came for you sooner, he said quietly. Why we left you with people who treated you so badly. Harry nodded, not trusting his voice. The truth is complicated, Remus said slowly. After your parents died, there was chaos in the magical world. Voldemort was gone, but his followers were still dangerous, still looking for ways to complete his work. Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts and the leader of our resistance movement, insisted that you needed to be hidden away, protected by powerful magic that could only be maintained by placing you with your mother's relatives. Aunt Petunia? The protection was supposed to work because Lily died to save you, and that sacrifice created a powerful magical bond. As long as you lived with someone who shared her blood, you would be safe from Voldemort's remaining followers. Remus's voice was bitter now. What none of us realized was that Dumbledore never bothered to check how you were being treated. He simply assumed that blood relation meant love and care. But you could have visited, couldn't you? You could have seen how they were treating me? Remus was quiet for a long moment. I could have, he said finally. I should have. The truth is, Harry, I was a coward. After your parents died, after Sirius was arrested, after Peter. He stopped, shook his head. After I lost everyone I cared about in the span of a few days, I retreated from the world. I told myself you were safe, that you were being cared for, that Dumbledore knew what he was doing. I told myself a lot of things to avoid facing the truth. What truth? That I was afraid, Remus said simply. Afraid of getting close to you, and losing you too. Afraid of caring for someone and having them taken away. It was easier to disappear, to live on the margins of the magical world, than to risk having my heart broken again. The honesty in his voice was startling. Harry had never heard an adult admit to being wrong about something so important, had never experienced the kind of vulnerability Remus was showing him. But you came for me tonight, Harry pointed out. I've been living rough for the past few months, staying in different places, trying to avoid the Ministry's attention during Sirius's escape, Remus explained. I was in Little Whinging purely by coincidence, sleeping rough in the park because I had nowhere else to go. When I saw you running through the night in your pajamas, obviously hurt and terrified, I knew immediately who you were. And I knew I couldn't make the same mistake twice. What mistake? Letting fear keep me from doing what was right, Remus said firmly. Your father saved my life more times than I can count, not just physically but emotionally. He gave me friendship when I thought I was too dangerous to have friends. He gave me acceptance when I thought I was a monster. The very least I can do is give his son the love and protection he deserves. They sat in comfortable silence for a while, the fire crackling softly in the grate. Harry's eyelids were growing heavy, but he didn't want to sleep. He was afraid that if he closed his eyes, he might wake up back in the cupboard under the stairs, that this whole wonderful night might turn out to be nothing more than a dream. "Remus," he said quietly. "Yes." "What you said about being dangerous. What did you mean?" Remus went very still. For a moment, Harry thought he wasn't going to answer. Then, slowly, he began to speak. "There are things about me that make me different from other wizards, Harry. Things that some people would consider monstrous. I've spent most of my adult life hiding what I am, living on the fringes of society, because I'm afraid of how people would react if they knew the truth." "What kind of truth?" Remus looked directly at him, and Harry could see the vulnerability in his scarred features. "I'm a werewolf, Harry. Once a month, when the moon is full, I transform into a dangerous creature with no human consciousness or control. It's why I've lived alone for so many years, why I've never had a permanent home or steady employment. It's why I was afraid to get close to you." The words hung in the air between them like a confession. Harry stared at Remus, processing this information. A werewolf. The man who had rescued him, who had wrapped him in blankets and given him hot chocolate and told him wonderful stories about his parents, was a creature from fairy tales and nightmares. And Harry found that he didn't care at all. "Does it hurt?" he asked quietly. Remus blinked, clearly not the reaction he'd been expecting. "The transformation. Yes, it's quite painful. But Harry, you need to understand what this means. I'm dangerous. I could hurt you without meaning to." "You won't," Harry said with complete certainty. "You're not dangerous to me. You saved me." "How can you be so sure?" Harry thought about it for a moment. "Because you're you," he said finally. "You're the person who knew my parents and loved them. You're the person who wrapped me in a blanket and made me hot chocolate and told me stories about my family. You're the person who admitted you were wrong and promised to do better. The fact that you turn into a wolf sometimes doesn't change any of that." Remus stared at him for a long moment, and Harry could see tears gathering in his eyes. "You're very much like your father," he said hoarsely. "James had the same ability to see past the surface to who people really were. He never cared that I was a werewolf, never treated me like I was less than human. It's one of the reasons I loved him so much." "Tell me about that," Harry said, settling deeper into his blanket. "Tell me about how he found out and what he did." So Remus told him. He told Harry about the careful lies he'd maintained during his first year at Hogwarts, the monthly disappearances he'd blamed on a sick mother. He told him about how James, Sirius, and Peter had gradually pieced together the truth, and how, instead of rejecting him, they'd decided to become animagi, so they could keep him company during his transformations. "Animagi?" Harry asked, unfamiliar with the term. "Wizards who can transform into animals at will," Remus explained. "It's extremely advanced magic, usually taught at the university level. But your father and his friends taught themselves in secret during their school years, just so I wouldn't have to be alone one night a month." The story was so beautiful, it made Harry's chest ache. He tried to imagine having friends who would undertake years of dangerous magical study just to provide comfort during his worst moments. It was the kind of loyalty and love he'd read about in books, but never experienced himself. What animals did they become? "James was a stag," Remus said with a smile. "A magnificent red stag with a full rack of antlers. We called him Prongs because of them. Sirius was a large black dog, Padfoot, and Peter was a rat named Wormtail." "And they would stay with you when you transformed?" "Every month for 3 years," Remus confirmed. "Rain or shine, during exams and holidays, and even when they were angry with me about something trivial. They never missed a transformation if they could help it. Those were some of the happiest nights of my life, strange as that sounds." Harry could picture it. 4 teenage boys running through the Hogwarts grounds, under the full moon, bound together by friendship so strong it transcended the boundaries between human and animal. It was exactly the kind of story he wanted to hear about his father, proof that James Potter had been the kind of person worth admiring. "I want to learn to do that," Harry said suddenly. "I want to become an animagus like my dad." Remus looked surprised. "That's very advanced magic, Harry. Most adult wizards never master the transformation." "But you could teach me, couldn't you? Eventually." "Perhaps," Remus said carefully. "When you're older, when you've mastered the basics of magic. It's not something to be attempted lightly." They talked until the fire burned down to embers, and Harry's eyes began to droop, despite his best efforts to stay awake. Remus noticed his exhaustion, and gently suggested it might be time for sleep. "There's a small bedroom through that door," he said, pointing to the back of the flat. "It's not much, but the bed is clean and warm. Tomorrow we can discuss more permanent arrangements." Harry stood up reluctantly, still clutching the blanket around his shoulders. He paused at the doorway to the bedroom and looked back at Remus, who was banking the fire for the night. "Remus." "Yes." "Thank you," Harry said simply. "For everything. For finding me. For taking care of me. For telling me about my parents. For making me feel like I actually belong somewhere." Remus straightened and looked at him with an expression so full of affection, it took Harry's breath away. "You do belong, Harry. You belong with family, with people who love you and want what's best for you. You should never have had to live any other way." "Will you tell me more stories tomorrow? About my mum and dad?" "I'll tell you every story I can remember," Remus promised. "And when we run out of stories, we'll start making new ones." Harry smiled, really smiled, for what felt like the first time in his life. "Good night, Remus." "Good night, Harry. Sleep well." The bedroom was small but comfortable, with a real bed covered in soft quilts and a window that looked out over Diagon Alley. Harry could see the magical street below, still bustling with late-night activity, witches and wizards going about their business in a world he was only just beginning to understand. He climbed into the bed, still wearing his torn pajamas, and pulled the covers up to his chin. The mattress was soft, and the pillows were fluffy, nothing like the thin blanket and flat pillow he'd had in the cupboard. But more than the physical comfort was the emotional security of knowing he was safe, knowing he was wanted, knowing he was finally where he belonged. For the first time in 8 years, Harry Potter fell asleep feeling loved. Outside his window, the magical world continued its ancient rhythms, unaware that James and Lily Potter's son had finally come home. But somewhere in the space between sleep and dreams, Harry thought he could hear his father's voice singing a lullaby about flying and magic, and the son he'd loved more than life itself. And in the sitting room, Remus Lupin sat staring into the dying fire, making plans for the future and promises to 2 dear friends who would never know how sorry he was for failing their son, and how determined he was to make it right. Harry woke to the smell of bacon and eggs, a scent so foreign to his experience that for a moment he thought he was still dreaming. In the cupboard under the stairs, breakfast had consisted of whatever scraps the Dursleys left behind, usually cold toast or the dregs of Dudley's cereal. The idea that someone was actually cooking a proper breakfast, and that it might be for him, was almost too wonderful to believe. He sat up carefully, his body still tender from Vernon's beating the night before, and looked around the small bedroom. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating dust motes that danced in the air like tiny golden fairies. From beyond the door came the sound of someone moving around the kitchen, humming softly under their breath. Remus. It hadn't been a dream. Harry climbed out of bed and padded to the window, peering down at Diagon Alley in the morning light. The magical street was even more extraordinary in daylight than it had been in darkness. Witches and wizards hurried along the cobblestones, their robes billowing behind them as they went about their morning business. Shop signs creaked in the breeze, advertising everything from cauldrons to quills to something called fizzing whiz-bees. A snowy owl swooped between the buildings, carrying a letter tied to its leg. It was like stepping into one of the fairy tales Aunt Petunia had forbidden him to read. "Good morning," Remus said from the doorway, and Harry turned to see him carrying a tray laden with more food than Harry usually saw in a week. "I wasn't sure what you liked, so I made a bit of everything." The tray held scrambled eggs, crispy bacon, buttered toast, strawberry jam, orange juice, and tea. Steam rose from everything, and Harry's stomach growled loudly in response. He couldn't remember the last time he'd felt genuinely hungry rather than simply empty. "This is all for me?" he asked hesitantly. "Of course it's for you," Remus said gently, setting the tray down on the small table by the window. "Growing boys need proper nutrition, especially boys who've been denied it for far too long." Harry approached the food cautiously, half expecting it to disappear or for someone to snatch it away at the last moment. When nothing happened, when Remus simply stood there smiling encouragingly, Harry picked up the fork and took his first bite of eggs. They were perfect, fluffy and warm and seasoned with herbs he couldn't identify, nothing like the rubbery scrambled eggs Petunia occasionally made for Dudley. Harry ate with the single-minded focus of someone who'd never been certain where his next meal would come from, barely pausing to breathe between bites. "Slow down," Remus said softly, sitting in the chair across from him. "The food isn't going anywhere, and neither are you. There's no need to rush." Harry forced himself to eat more slowly, though every instinct screamed at him to consume everything as quickly as possible before someone decided he didn't deserve it. Old habits died hard, and 8 years of food insecurity wasn't something that could be overcome in a single morning. "Better?" Remus asked, when Harry had finished about half the eggs and was reaching for a piece of toast. "It's wonderful," Harry said honestly. "Thank you. I've never had breakfast like this before." Something dark flickered across Remus's expression, but he kept his voice light. "Well, you'll be having proper meals from now on, 3 times a day, plus snacks when you're hungry. That's how it should have been all along." They ate in comfortable silence for a while, Harry working his way through the incredible feast, while Remus sipped his tea and watched with obvious satisfaction. When Harry finally pushed his plate away, feeling fuller than he had in years, Remus leaned forward with a serious expression. "Harry, we need to talk about your situation," he said carefully. "About what happens next." The contentment Harry had been feeling evaporated instantly, replaced by familiar fear. "Are you going to send me back?" he asked in a small voice. "Never," Remus said firmly. "Harry, look at me. I will never send you back to people who hurt you. Ever. That's not what this conversation is about." Harry relaxed slightly, but tension still coiled in his shoulders. "The problem is that your disappearance from Privet Drive has certainly been noticed by now," Remus continued. "The Dursleys will have called the police, and when the police can't find you, they'll eventually contact someone in the magical world. There are people who believe you need to be kept hidden and protected, and they won't be happy to discover you've been living here with me." "People like Dumbledore?" "Exactly like Dumbledore." Remus's voice was grim. "Albus Dumbledore is a great man who's done tremendous good for the magical world. But he has some rather fixed ideas about what's best for you. He was the one who decided you should live with the Dursleys, and I don't think he'll be easily convinced that his decision was wrong." "But it was wrong," Harry said quietly. "They hated me. They hurt me. They told me lies about my parents and made me think I was worthless." "I know," Remus said, and his voice was full of quiet rage. "What they did to you was unforgivable. But convincing Dumbledore of that may be difficult. He tends to see the theoretical benefits of his plans without considering the human cost." Harry absorbed this information with the stoicism of a child who'd learned early that adults rarely had his best interests at heart. "So what do we do?" "We disappear," Remus said simply. "At least for a while. I have contacts in the magical world who can help us create new identities. People who owe me favors from the war against Voldemort. We'll stay hidden until we can figure out a more permanent solution. The idea of hiding, of living in constant fear of discovery, should have frightened Harry. Instead, he felt a thrill of excitement. It sounded like an adventure, like something from one of the books he'd stolen glimpses of in the school library. Where would we go? I have a few ideas, Remus said with a small smile. There are places in the magical world where questions aren't asked, where people value privacy above curiosity. We could rent a small cottage somewhere remote, somewhere safe. I could teach you magic properly, give you the education your parents would have wanted you to have. You'd really do that? Live in hiding just to keep me safe? Harry! Remus leaned forward, his voice intense. I failed your parents once by not checking on you, by not making sure you were safe and loved. I won't fail them again. Whatever it takes to keep you happy and healthy, that's what we'll do. The certainty in his voice was overwhelming. Harry had never had an adult put his needs first, had never experienced the security of knowing someone would fight for him. It was intoxicating and terrifying in equal measure. When would we leave? Today, Remus said. This morning, ideally. The longer we wait, the greater the chance someone will track us down. But first, there are some things we need to do. He stood up and walked to a battered trunk in the corner of the room, pulling out several items that made Harry's eyes widen. There were bottles filled with swirling, colorful potions, a collection of official-looking documents, and what appeared to be a small pile of gold coins. First, we need to do something about your appearance, Remus said, holding up a bottle of murky brown liquid. This is a mild appearance-altering potion. It will change your hair color and give you different colored eyes. Nothing permanent, but enough to make you less recognizable. Harry touched his messy black hair self-consciously. Will it hurt? Not at all. It might tingle a bit, but that's all. Remus uncorked the bottle and poured a small amount into a glass. Drink this down quickly, and then we'll see what you look like as a blonde. Harry took the glass and swallowed the potion in one gulp. It tasted like liquid chalk mixed with peppermint, but true to Remus's word, it didn't hurt. Instead, he felt a warm, tingling sensation spreading from his scalp down through his body. Look in the mirror, Remus said, pointing to a small looking glass on the wall. Harry gasped. His reflection showed a boy with sandy blonde hair and warm brown eyes, still recognizably him, but different enough that a casual observer might not make the connection to the famous Harry Potter. The lightning bolt scar on his forehead had faded to a thin white line that was barely visible. Amazing, he breathed, running his fingers through his transformed hair. How long will it last? About a month, possibly longer. Long enough for us to establish ourselves somewhere new. Remus was sorting through the documents now, pulling out what looked like birth certificates and school records. Your new name is Henry Lupus, and you're my nephew. Your parents died in a dragon-pox epidemic 3 years ago, and you've been living with distant relatives until now. Lupus? It means wolf in Latin, Remus said with a slight smile. I thought it was appropriate. My alias is Robert Lupus, your guardian and uncle. These documents will stand up to casual scrutiny, though they won't fool anyone who looks too closely. Harry studied his new identity papers with fascination. The forgery was incredibly detailed, complete with official stamps and signatures that looked entirely authentic. Where did you get these? I told you I had contacts, Remus said mysteriously. People who believe that sometimes hiding from the law is more moral than following it. During the war against Voldemort, there were many families who needed new identities to escape persecution. Some of us learned how to provide them. The idea that Remus had been involved in underground resistance work was thrilling. Harry tried to imagine him as a younger man, helping refugees and fighting dark wizards, and found the image fit perfectly with everything he'd learned about his character. What's next? Shopping, Remus said, and his tone was lighter now. Henry Lupus is going to need clothes that actually fit him, school supplies for his magical education, and a few other necessities. Fortunately, Robert Lupus has been saving his money for exactly this sort of emergency. They spent the next hour preparing for their expedition into Diagon Alley. Remus cast several subtle charms on Harry that he claimed would make him harder to recognize and remember, magical protections that would cause people's attention to slide away from him without them realizing it had happened. These are called Notice Me Not charms, he explained as he worked. They won't make you invisible, but they'll make you forgettable. Perfect for someone who needs to stay hidden in plain sight. Harry could feel the magic settling around him like a comfortable cloak, warm and reassuring. It was his first real experience with intentional magic being cast on him, and he found himself fascinated by the sensation. "How do you do that?" he asked. "Make magic happen on purpose, I mean. All the magic I've done has been accidents." "Practice," Remus said simply. "Lots and lots of practice. Magic responds to will and intent, but it also requires knowledge and discipline. Think of it like learning to read or write. First you learn the letters, then words, then sentences, and finally you can compose poetry or tell stories. Will you teach me? Really teach me, not just tell me about it?" "That's exactly what I intend to do," Remus promised. "Your parents would have started your magical education years ago. We have quite a bit of catching up to do." They left the flat through a back entrance that opened onto a narrow alley Harry hadn't noticed the night before. The morning air was crisp and clean, carrying scents of baking bread and brewing potions from the various shops. Harry found himself practically vibrating with excitement as they made their way toward the main street. Diagon Alley in the morning was a revelation. The shops that had been dark and mysterious in the night were now open and inviting, their windows displaying wonders that made Harry's imagination soar. Cauldrons in 17 different sizes, quills that wrote by themselves, telescopes that showed distant stars in broad daylight, books that fluttered their pages like wings. "Where do we start?" Harry asked, overwhelmed by the possibilities. "Clothes first," Remus said, practically. "Then books and supplies. We'll save the fun shopping for last." Madame Malkin's Robes for All Occasions was a cozy shop filled with measuring tapes that moved by themselves and mannequins that posed and preened when they thought no one was looking. Madame Malkin herself was a squat, smiling witch who took one look at Harry and immediately began fussing over his thin frame. "Goodness me, child, you're nothing but skin and bones," she said, directing him to stand on a footstool while the measuring tapes went to work. "Don't they feed you properly? Robert, is it? You need to put some meat on this boy's bones." "We're working on it," Remus said mildly, though Harry could see him making mental notes about everything Madame Malkin said. The measuring tapes were a marvel to watch, zipping around Harry's body with practiced efficiency, and somehow knowing exactly what they were doing without any human guidance. Within minutes, Madame Malkin was pulling bolts of fabric from shelves and directing her assistants to begin cutting and sewing. "Growing boy like this needs clothes with room to expand," she declared, pinning fabric here and there. "Good quality wool, nothing too fancy but well made, and some casual robes for everyday wear, plus a nice set for special occasions." Harry caught sight of himself in the shop's mirrors and barely recognized the reflection. The blonde hair and brown eyes were startling enough, but seeing himself in properly fitted clothes instead of Dudley's oversized cast-offs was like looking at a completely different person. "Do I look like a proper wizard now?" he asked Remus quietly. "You look like yourself," Remus replied warmly, "and that's exactly as it should be." Their next stop was Flourish and Blots, the magical bookstore that Harry had dreamed of visiting since he first learned it existed. The shop was enormous, with shelves that stretched from floor to ceiling and sections devoted to every magical subject imaginable. Books on charms and transfiguration, guides to magical creatures, histories of the wizarding world, and collections of fairy tales that featured real magic. "Where do we start?" Harry asked, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of knowledge surrounding them. "With the basics," Remus said. pulling books from various shelves with practiced ease. A good foundation in magical theory, basic spell work, some history so you understand the world you're entering. We'll add more advanced texts as your skills develop. They filled a basket with books, the Standard Book of Spells by Miranda Goshawk, A History of Magic by Bathilda Bagshot, Magical Theory by Adalbert Waffling, and dozens of others. Harry ran his fingers over the covers reverently, hardly believing these treasures would actually belong to him. "Can I read all of these?" he asked. "You can and you will," Remus confirmed. "Education is the most important gift I can give you, Harry. Your parents valued learning above almost everything else, and they would want you to have access to all the knowledge the magical world has to offer. At Ollivander's, the famous wand shop, they encountered their first real complication. The elderly wandmaker took one look at Harry, and his eyes went wide with recognition. "My goodness," Mr. Ollivander said softly. "Harry Potter. I wondered when I might see you again." Harry's heart sank. All their careful preparations, all the appearance-changing potions and forged documents, and they'd been recognized within minutes of entering the shop. But Remus stepped forward smoothly, his voice calm and measured. "I think you're mistaken, Mr. Ollivander. This is my nephew, Henry Lupus. Perhaps the resemblance to someone else has confused you." Mr. Ollivander studied Harry for a long moment, his pale eyes taking in every detail. Then, slowly, he nodded. "Of course." "How silly of me. Henry Lupus, you said? Well then, young Henry, let's find you a wand." The next hour was magical, in the most literal sense. Harry tried wand after wand, each one producing different effects when he gave it a tentative wave. One set the curtains on fire, another turned a vase into a rather indignant-looking chicken, and a third produced a shower of silver sparks that made him laugh with delight. "Tricky customer, aren't you?" Mr. Ollivander mused, pulling boxes from increasingly high shelves. "Very tricky indeed. But I think, yes, perhaps this one." The wand he handed Harry was made of holly and phoenix feather, 11 inches long and supple. The moment Harry's fingers closed around it, he felt a warm surge of power rush through his arm, and golden sparks shot from the tip to dance around the shop like tiny fireworks. "Excellent!" Mr. Ollivander clapped his hands together. "Holly and phoenix feather, 11 inches. An unusual combination, but it seems to suit you perfectly." As they left the shop, Harry clutched his new wand like the precious treasure it was. He'd never owned anything so perfectly his own before, anything that responded to his touch with such eager cooperation. "It feels warm," he told Remus wonderingly, "like it's alive." "In a sense it is," Remus explained. "Wands are more than just tools, Harry. They're partners. That wand chose you as much as you chose it, and with practice you'll learn to work together to create magic more powerful than either of you could manage alone." Their final stop was the apothecary, where they bought ingredients for basic potions and healing salves. The shop smelled of herbs and chemicals, with jars lining the walls that contained everything from dried beetle eyes to unicorn hair. Harry watched in fascination as the shopkeeper measured out their purchases with scales that somehow knew exactly how much was needed. "Potions will be an important part of your education," Remus explained as they browsed the shelves. "It's a precise art that requires patience and attention to detail, but the results can be incredibly useful. Healing potions, protective charms, even simple cleaning solutions." By the time they finished shopping, they had accumulated enough packages to fill a small cart. Clothes, books, supplies, a cauldron, and dozens of other items that Harry was still learning to identify. It was more than he'd ever owned in his entire life, and the generosity of it was almost overwhelming. "This must have cost a fortune," he said, as they loaded everything into an expanded trunk that was somehow bigger inside than outside. "Money well spent," Remus said firmly. "Besides, I've been saving for years. It's about time I had something worthwhile to spend it on." They returned to the flat to pack their belongings and prepare for their departure. Harry carefully folded his new clothes and arranged his books in neat stacks, marveling at the idea that all of this actually belonged to him. The wand he kept close at hand, unwilling to let it out of his reach for even a moment. "Where are we going?" he asked, as Remus cast packing charms on their trunks. "A small village in the Scottish Highlands," Remus replied. "There's a cottage available for rent, very isolated, very private. The local population is mostly magical folk who value their privacy and don't ask uncomfortable questions. Will there be other children? A few, though not many your age. But you'll have plenty of time to make friends once your education is more advanced." Remus paused in his packing and looked at Harry seriously. "This won't be easy, Harry. Living in hiding, always being careful about what we say and who we trust. Are you sure you want to do this?" Harry thought about it for exactly 3 seconds. The alternative was returning to Privet Drive, to the cupboard under the stairs and Vernon's fists, and a life of misery and lies. Compared to that, any amount of difficulty seemed manageable. "I'm sure," he said firmly. "I want to stay with you. I want to learn magic and hear more stories about my parents, and maybe someday figure out how to clear Sirius's name. I want to have a real family." "Then that's exactly what we'll do," Remus promised, and his smile was bright enough to light up the entire room. They left London just as the sun was setting, travelling by a method Remus called apparition, that involved spinning through space in a way that made Harry's stomach lurch unpleasantly. One moment they were standing in the alley behind the leaky cauldron, and the next they were on a hillside in Scotland, looking down at a small stone cottage surrounded by heather and wildflowers. The cottage was perfect, small but cosy, with a fireplace large enough to roast a pig, and windows that looked out over rolling hills that stretched to the horizon. There was a vegetable garden behind the house, a small barn that could be converted into a potions laboratory, and most importantly, no neighbours for miles in any direction. "Home," Remus said simply, setting their trunks down in the front room. Harry looked around at their new sanctuary, at the place where he would learn magic and grow up and become the person he was meant to be. It was nothing like the grand castle he'd sometimes dreamed of, nothing like the fairy tale palaces in storybooks. It was better. It was real, and it was theirs. And it was home. That night, as they sat by the fire eating a simple dinner of soup and bread, Harry asked the question that had been burning in his mind all day. "Remus, do you think my parents would be proud of me, of what we're doing?" Remus set down his bowl and looked at Harry with an expression of absolute certainty. "Harry, your parents fought against injustice and oppression their entire adult lives. They died protecting you from someone who wanted to use you for his own purposes. I think they would be incredibly proud that you had the courage to escape a bad situation and the wisdom to choose your own path. Even if it means hiding and breaking rules?" "Especially then," Remus said firmly. "Some rules exist to protect people, and those rules should be followed. But some rules exist to control people, to keep them from making choices that might threaten those in power. Your parents never hesitated to break the second kind of rule when it was the right thing to do." Harry smiled and settled deeper into his chair, his new wand resting across his knees and his stomach full of good food. Outside, the Scottish wind whistled through the heather, and somewhere in the distance an owl called to its mate. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new lessons, and new adventures. But tonight, for the first time in his life, Harry Potter was exactly where he belonged, safe, loved, and free to become whoever he chose to be. In the cottage that would become their sanctuary, 2 survivors of a terrible war began the long, joyful process of building a family from the wreckage of their pasts. And if sometimes the wind sounded like voices whispering approval, if sometimes the firelight seemed to flicker in patterns that looked almost like applause, neither of them mentioned it. Some magic, after all, was too precious to examine too closely. 3 weeks into their new life in the Scottish cottage, Harry discovered that magic was simultaneously the most wonderful and most frustrating thing he'd ever encountered. Under Remus's patient guidance, he'd mastered the basic theory behind spellcasting, memorized the proper wand movements for 17 different charms, and could recite the fundamental principles of magical transformation from memory. In practice, however, his results were decidedly mixed. "Wingardium Leviosa," Harry said carefully, pointing his holly wand at the feather Remus had placed on the kitchen table. He made the precise swish and flick motion they'd practiced dozens of times, focusing his will on making the feather float. The feather exploded into flames. "Interesting variation," Remus said mildly, waving his own wand to extinguish the burning plume. "You're putting far too much power behind the spell, Harry. Magic isn't about force, it's about finesse. Try again. But this time, imagine you're trying to coax the feather to fly, not command it." Harry sighed and pointed his wand at a fresh feather. The levitation charm was supposed to be one of the simplest spells in existence, something first-year students at Hogwarts learned in their very first lesson. Yet he'd been working on it for 3 days straight, and his attempts had resulted in feathers that burst into flames, turned to stone, multiplied into dozens of copies, and in one memorable instance, transformed into a small bird that had promptly flown out the window. "Wingardium Leviosa," he whispered, trying to pour gentleness into his voice and intention. This time the feather rose smoothly into the air, hovering about 6 inches above the table with a soft golden glow surrounding it. "Excellent!" Remus clapped his hands together. "Now hold it there for a count of 10, then let it settle gently back down." Harry concentrated fiercely, sweat beading on his forehead as he maintained the spell. The feather bobbed slightly in the air but remained aloft until he carefully released his magical grip and watched it drift back to the table. "I did it," he said, hardly believing it himself. "I actually did it properly." "You did indeed," Remus agreed, and his smile was warm with pride. "It's exactly what I expected from James Potter's son. You have tremendous natural power, Harry, but power without control is dangerous. Your father had the same issue when he was learning. He once tried to transfigure a matchstick into a needle and accidentally turned the entire desk into silver." The comparison to his father sent a warm glow through Harry's chest. Over the past 3 weeks, Remus had shared dozens of stories about James's magical education, and Harry treasured each one. It was comforting to know that even his brilliant father had struggled with basic spells when he was learning. "What's next?" Harry asked eagerly. "Next, we work on your defense against the dark arts," Remus said, his tone becoming more serious. "Given your unique circumstances, it's important that you learn to protect yourself as early as possible." Defense against the dark arts had quickly become Harry's favorite subject, not because it was easy, but because it felt vital in a way that levitation charms and color-changing spells didn't. Remus had started him with the theory behind magical protection, explaining how defensive magic worked, and why intent was even more important in defensive spells than in other branches of magic. "A shield charm isn't just about blocking an attack," Remus had explained during their first lesson. "It's about your absolute determination to protect yourself or others from harm. The strength of your shield depends entirely on how much you're willing to sacrifice to maintain it." They moved to the cottage's small back garden, where Remus had set up a practice area surrounded by protective wards. The afternoon sun was warm on Harry's face, and the Scottish Highlands stretched endlessly in all directions, making him feel both insignificant and free at the same time. "Today we're going to work on the shield charm," Remus said, taking his position about 20 feet away from Harry. "The incantation is Protego, and the wand movement is a sharp upward slash, like you're drawing a line in the air. The key is to visualize an invisible barrier springing up in front of you, strong enough to deflect whatever's coming your way." Harry nodded and raised his wand, trying to remember everything Remus had taught him about defensive magic. Intent was everything. He needed to want to protect himself, needed to believe absolutely that his magic could keep him safe. "I'm going to cast a very mild, stinging hex at you," Remus continued. "It won't really hurt, but it will be uncomfortable if it hits you. Ready?" "Ready," Harry said, though his heart was pounding with nervous excitement. "Protego!" Harry shouted, slashing his wand upward. "Petrificus Minor!" Remus cast at the same moment. A shimmering barrier of silver light appeared in front of Harry, and Remus's spell rebounded off it harmlessly, dissipating into sparkles that fell to the ground like magical snow. For a moment, the shield held steady and strong, clearly visible in the afternoon light. Then it exploded outward in a burst of energy that knocked Remus flat on his back. "Remus!" Harry dropped his wand and ran to where his guardian was lying in the heather, looking dazed but unharmed. "Are you okay?" "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to hurt you." Remus sat up slowly, brushing dirt and flowers from his robes. "I'm fine, Harry. Just winded." He looked at Harry with an expression of amazement mixed with concern. That was quite a shield charm. I put too much power into it again, didn't I?" "That's an understatement," Remus said, accepting Harry's hand to help him stand. "Most adult wizards can't produce a shield that strong, Harry. What you just did was closer to advanced battle magic than a simple defensive charm." Harry felt his cheeks burn with embarrassment. "I'm sorry. I was thinking about the Dursleys, about how they used to hurt me, and I just wanted to make sure nothing could ever get through to hurt me again." Understanding dawned in Remus's eyes. "Ah, yes, that would certainly give your magic extra power, Harry. Emotional connection to spells is important, but you need to learn to modulate that connection. Otherwise, you'll either exhaust yourself or accidentally harm someone you're trying to protect." They spent the rest of the afternoon working on control exercises, with Remus teaching Harry meditation techniques that would help him regulate his magical output. It was harder than any spell Harry had learned so far, requiring him to stay calm and focused even when his emotions were running high. "Magic responds to everything you're feeling," Remus explained, as they sat cross-legged in the garden, eyes closed and breathing deeply. "Fear, anger, joy, love, even boredom. Learning to cast spells while managing your emotions is one of the most important skills a wizard can develop." "How do you do it?" Harry asked, opening his eyes to look at his teacher. "Stay so calm all the time, I mean." Remus was quiet for a long moment. "Practice," he said finally, "and the knowledge that losing control can have terrible consequences. When you're a werewolf, Harry, emotional regulation isn't just about magic. It's about survival, for yourself and everyone around you." That evening, as they prepared dinner together in the cottage's cozy kitchen, Remus pulled an old, battered piece of parchment from his robes and spread it carefully on the table. "I think it's time to show you this," he said, his voice soft with memory. Harry leaned forward to examine the parchment, which appeared to be blank, except for elegant script across the top that read, "Messrs. Mooney, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs, purveyors of aids to magical mischief-makers, are proud to present the Marauder's map." "What is it?" Harry asked, though something about the parchment seemed familiar, as if he'd seen it in dreams he couldn't quite remember. "Watch," Remus said, touching his wand to the parchment. "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good." Instantly, the blank parchment began to fill with lines and shapes, revealing an incredibly detailed map of what Harry recognized as Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Every corridor, every classroom, every secret passage was meticulously drawn, and tiny moving dots throughout the castle showed the locations and names of everyone inside. Harry stared in wonder. "This is incredible. How does it work?" "Your father, Sirius, Peter, and I created it during our school years," Remus explained, his voice warm with pride and nostalgia. "It took us nearly 3 years to complete, and it required some of the most advanced magic we'd ever attempted. The map shows not just the physical layout of Hogwarts, but the location of every person within the castle grounds." Even people who are hiding? Even people who are hiding. The map can see through invisibility cloaks, polyjuice potion, and most other forms of concealment. It was designed by 4 teenage boys who were very serious about not getting caught during their midnight adventures. Harry studied the moving dots, fascinated by their steady progress through the castle corridors. He could see students moving between dormitories and common rooms, teachers patrolling the halls, and even the castle's ghosts drifting through walls. Why are you showing me this now? Because you're James Potter's son, and this map is part of your inheritance, Remus said simply. But more than that, I want you to understand what your father and his friends were capable of. Creating something like this requires not just magical skill, but innovation, creativity, and the kind of collaborative genius that comes from absolute trust between friends. Tell me how they did it, Harry said eagerly. Tell me everything. So Remus did. He told Harry about the months of research required to understand the castle's magical signature, about the complex charms needed to create a living map that could track movement in real time. He explained how James had contributed the advanced transfiguration work, how Sirius had handled the more dangerous experimental magic, how Peter had provided the methodical research that held everything together, and how Remus himself had developed the concealment charms that kept the map hidden from the teachers. It wasn't just about pranks and rule-breaking, Remus said, as he traced the familiar corridors with his finger. Though there was certainly plenty of that. It was about pushing the boundaries of what magic could do, about creating something that had never existed before, simply because we wanted to know if it was possible. Could I learn to do magic like this someday? Harry, you're already doing magic that most adults can't manage, Remus said with a smile. With proper training and a few more years of experience, I have no doubt you could create magical items that would make the Marauder's map look simple. The idea was both thrilling and intimidating. Harry had never thought of himself as particularly clever or creative, but Remus seemed to believe he had the potential for greatness. It was a responsibility he wasn't sure he was ready for. I solemnly swear I'm up to no good, Harry said, touching his wand to a corner of the map. To his delight, new passages appeared, secret routes through the castle that hadn't been visible before. Excellent, Remus said approvingly. The map recognizes you as James's son. It will show you everything it showed us, including the passages we kept secret even from each other. They spent the next hour exploring the map together, with Remus pointing out significant locations and sharing stories about the adventures that had taken place in various corridors and classrooms. Harry learned about midnight trips to the kitchens, elaborate pranks that had taken weeks to plan and execute, and narrow escapes from teachers who never quite managed to catch the marauders in the act. Here's where your father first asked your mother to Hogsmeade, Remus said, pointing to a spot near the Gryffindor common room. She turned him down, of course. It was only the 4th time he'd asked, and she had standards. How many times did he have to ask? 17, Remus said with a chuckle. James Potter was nothing if not persistent, though to be fair, he was also quite obnoxious during his first few attempts. It wasn't until he learned some humility and stopped showing off quite so much that Lily began to see his better qualities. Harry traced the route from the common room to the Great Hall, imagining his teenage father walking these corridors, full of confidence and mischief and dreams for the future. It was strange to think that James had once been Harry's age, struggling with the same lessons and worrying about the same things all children worried about. Remus, Harry said quietly, do you ever wish things had been different? That Voldemort had never existed? That my parents were still alive? Every day, Remus replied without hesitation. But wishing doesn't change what happened, Harry. All we can do is try to honor their memory by living the kind of lives they would have been proud of. Do you think they would be proud of us? Living in hiding, breaking the law, keeping me away from Dumbledore? I think they would be proud that you escaped a situation where you were being hurt, Remus said firmly. I think they would be proud that you're learning magic and asking questions and growing into the kind of person who cares about right and wrong. As for the rest of it, well, your parents never had much respect for rules that didn't make sense. After dinner, they returned to the back garden for Harry's evening training session. This had become their routine. Mornings for theoretical study and spell practice, afternoons for more advanced magic and defense work, evenings for physical conditioning and dueling practice. "Tonight we're going to work on something different," Remus said, conjuring a series of floating targets that bobbed gently in the evening air. "Rapid casting. In a real magical confrontation, you won't have time to carefully consider each spell or perfect your wand movements. You'll need to cast quickly, accurately, and instinctively." He demonstrated by firing a series of stunning spells at the targets in rapid succession, his wand moving in a smooth, economical pattern that dropped 3 targets in less than 2 seconds. "The key is to trust your muscle memory and let your magic flow naturally. Don't think about each spell individually. Think about your overall goal, and let your training guide your actions." Harry nodded and raised his wand, focusing on the nearest target. "Stupefy!" The spell flew wide, missing the target entirely and scorching a patch of heather about 6 feet to the left. "Again," Remus said patiently. "Less thinking, more instinct. Stupefy, impedimenta, petrificus totalis." 2 of the 3 spells found their marks, dropping targets with satisfying thuds. The third went high, causing a distant sheep to bleat indignantly as the spell sailed over its head. "Better," Remus said. "Now try to engage multiple targets without pausing between spells." They trained until full darkness fell over the highlands, with Harry gradually improving his speed and accuracy. By the end of the session, he could hit 4 out of 5 targets consistently, though his rapid casting still lacked the fluid grace that made Remus's spellwork look effortless. "Excellent progress," Remus said, as they gathered up the practice equipment. "You're developing the kind of combat instincts that take most people years to master." "Is that because I'm in danger? Because Voldemort might come back someday?" Remus paused in his cleanup and looked at Harry seriously. "Partly, yes. But also because you have natural talent, and because your father's blood runs in your veins. James Potter was one of the finest duellers of his generation, Harry. He could hold his own against opponents who had decades more experience than he did. Will you teach me everything he knew?" "I'll teach you everything I can," Remus promised, "though I should warn you that some of the magic your father mastered was quite dangerous. Advanced battle spells, experimental transfiguration, the kind of magic that can kill as easily as it can protect." The idea should have frightened Harry, but instead he felt a thrill of anticipation. He was tired of being helpless, tired of being the victim that others had to rescue or protect. If there was a chance he might someday face the kind of dangers that had killed his parents, he wanted to be ready. That night, as Harry lay in his bed reading Advanced Magical Theory by candlelight, he heard voices drifting through his open window. Remus was outside, speaking quietly with someone Harry couldn't see. "The boy's progress is remarkable," an unfamiliar voice was saying. "Far beyond what we expected for someone his age." "Harry has always been exceptional," Remus replied, and Harry could hear the pride in his voice. "But exceptional power comes with exceptional risks. If Dumbledore discovers what we're doing—" "Let us worry about Dumbledore," the stranger said. "Your job is to train the boy and keep him safe. Our job is to make sure you have the resources and protection to do it. And if the Ministry comes looking, they won't find anything they shouldn't. We've made sure of that." Harry strained to hear more, but the voices were growing fainter as the speakers moved away from the cottage. He considered getting up to look out the window, but something told him this was a conversation he wasn't meant to overhear. Instead, he returned to his book, though his mind kept wandering to questions about who Remus's mysterious contacts might be and what kind of protection they were providing. It was clear that their life in the cottage was more complicated than it appeared on the surface. that there were people working behind the scenes to keep them safe and hidden. The next morning brought a surprise that temporarily drove all other thoughts from Harry's mind. He woke to find Remus in the kitchen, carefully examining what looked like an official letter bearing the Hogwarts coat of arms. "What's that?" Harry asked, accepting the cup of tea Remus offered him. "Your Hogwarts letter," Remus said quietly. "It arrived by owl this morning, addressed to Henry Lupus at this cottage. It seems our false identities aren't quite as secure as we thought." Harry felt his stomach drop. If Hogwarts could find them, how long would it be before Dumbledore or the Ministry tracked them down as well? "What does it say?" "The usual. You've been accepted to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Term begins September 1st. Here's your supply list." Remus set the letter aside and looked at Harry carefully. "The question is what we do about it. I don't have to go, do I?" The thought of leaving their safe cottage, of being separated from Remus and thrust into a school where his every move would be watched and controlled, was terrifying. "Not if you don't want to," Remus assured him, "though I should point out that refusing to attend Hogwarts will likely draw even more attention to us. In the magical world, every child receives magical education somewhere. A boy who simply disappears from the system entirely would be noticed." Harry thought about this as he ate his breakfast, weighing the risks and benefits of various choices. On one hand, staying hidden with Remus was safe and comfortable, and his magical education was progressing beautifully. On the other hand, he was curious about Hogwarts, about the castle his parents had loved, and the friends they'd made there. "What do you think I should do?" he asked finally. "I think," Remus said slowly, "that we might be able to find a way for you to attend Hogwarts while still maintaining our security. It would require some careful planning and probably a few more creative interpretations of school regulations, but it could be done." "How?" "Well, Henry Lupus would attend Hogwarts as a perfectly normal student, while his uncle Robert Lupus might find employment at the school in some capacity. Defense against the dark arts teacher, perhaps, or assistant librarian, or even groundskeeper if necessary. As long as we're together, I can continue your real education while you get the social experience of school." The idea was intriguing. Harry had been wondering what it would be like to have friends his own age, to participate in classes and house competitions, and all the normal activities of wizarding childhood. Would it be safe? Safer than you might think, actually. Hogwarts has excellent protective wards, and being hidden in plain sight among hundreds of other students might be better camouflage than living in an isolated cottage. Plus, there are advantages to keeping your enemies close, where you can watch what they're doing. Enemies? People who might want to control your choices or use you for their own purposes, Remus clarified. "I'm not saying Dumbledore is evil, Harry, but he does have a tendency to treat people like chess pieces rather than individuals with their own rights and desires." Harry nodded, understanding the distinction. It wasn't that Dumbledore wanted to hurt him, but that the headmaster might make decisions about Harry's life without considering what Harry himself wanted. "If we go to Hogwarts, can we still practice the advanced magic you've been teaching me?" "Absolutely. In fact, being at Hogwarts will give us access to resources we don't have here. The library contains books on magical theory that exist nowhere else, and the Room of Requirement could provide us with a perfect practice space." "The Room of Requirement?" "A magical room that becomes whatever you need it to be," Remus explained. "Your father and his friends discovered it during their 6th year, though they weren't the first and certainly won't be the last. It's one of Hogwarts's best-kept secrets." By the end of breakfast, Harry had made his decision. The risks of attending Hogwarts were real, but so were the opportunities. And if Remus could find a way to be there with him, providing protection and continued advanced training, it might be the perfect solution to their long-term problems. "Let's do it," he said firmly. "Let's go to Hogwarts." Remus smiled, and Harry could see excitement building in his eyes. "Then we have quite a bit of planning to do. Robert Lupus will need to apply for a teaching position, and we'll need to develop a very careful story about Henry Lupus's background and education. They spent the rest of the morning crafting their new identities for Hogwarts, creating a plausible history for Harry's fictional persona, and developing strategies for maintaining their cover while still allowing Harry to excel academically. "Remember," Remus said as they worked on the details, "Henry Lupus is a talented but not exceptional student, bright enough to do well in his classes, but not so brilliant that he draws unwanted attention. Save the advanced magic for our private lessons. What about defense against the dark arts? If you're teaching that class, won't people expect your nephew to be particularly good at it?" "A fair point," Remus conceded. "We'll allow Henry to excel in defense, but we'll attribute it to extra tutoring from his uncle rather than natural genius." As they refined their plans, Harry felt a familiar thrill of anticipation building in his chest. Hogwarts represented adventure, challenge, and the chance to walk in his parents' footsteps while still maintaining the independence he'd fought so hard to achieve. The cottage in the Highlands had been a perfect sanctuary, but it was time for the next phase of their journey. Time to test their skills against the wider wizarding world, to see if they could maintain their carefully constructed identities under the scrutiny of teachers and classmates and the ever-watchful eyes of Albus Dumbledore. That evening, as they sat by the fire making final preparations for their transition back into magical society, Harry asked the question that had been nagging at him all day. "Remus, when we get to Hogwarts, will we still be family? Really family, I mean, not just the pretend kind for our cover story." Remus looked at him with an expression of such fierce affection that Harry felt his chest tighten with emotion. "Harry," he said softly, "blood doesn't make family. Love makes family. Choice makes family. We chose each other that night in the playground, and nothing that happens at Hogwarts or anywhere else will ever change that. You are my family, truly and completely, and you always will be." Harry smiled and settled deeper into his chair, watching the flames dance in the fireplace and thinking about all the adventures that lay ahead. Tomorrow they would begin preparing for Hogwarts, for the challenges and opportunities that awaited them there. But tonight, in their cosy cottage, surrounded by Scottish heather and protected by their own careful magic, they were simply family. A man who'd found purpose in protecting his best friend's son, and a boy who'd discovered what it meant to be truly loved. Outside, the wind whispered through the Highlands, carrying with it the promise of change and the certainty that whatever came next, they would face it together. The breakthrough came on a rainy Thursday morning in late July, when Harry was practicing advanced shield charms in the cottage's converted barn, and Remus was deep in research at the kitchen table. What started as routine investigation into magical law procedures had become something far more significant when Remus discovered a discrepancy that changed everything they thought they knew about Sirius Black's case. "Harry," Remus called, his voice tight with excitement and disbelief. "Harry, you need to see this immediately." Harry abandoned his practice dummy, which was still smoking slightly from an overpowered protean charm, and hurried back to the cottage. He found Remus surrounded by stacks of legal documents, old newspapers, and what appeared to be official ministry records that Harry was fairly certain they weren't supposed to have access to. "What is it?" Harry asked, settling into the chair across from his guardian. Over the past month, he'd grown accustomed to Remus's research sessions, but he'd never seen him look quite so stunned. "I've been investigating Sirius's arrest and imprisonment," Remus said slowly, as if he could barely believe what he was about to say. "Looking for inconsistencies in the official story, hoping to find something that might help prove his innocence. What I found is far worse than I expected." He pushed a yellowed copy of the Daily Prophet across the table, dated November 2nd, 1981. The headline screamed, "Potter Betrayer Captured," above a photograph of a man with long black hair and wild eyes, laughing maniacally as magical restraints held him in place. "I've seen this before," Harry said quietly. The image of Sirius Black had appeared in newspapers and wanted posters throughout his childhood, though the Dursleys had always changed the subject when he'd asked questions about the man who'd supposedly betrayed his parents. "Look at the article itself," Remus said urgently. "Not the headline, not the photograph. Read what it actually says about his arrest and trial." Harry scanned the article carefully, his reading skills much improved after months of intensive magical education. The story described Sirius's capture after a confrontation with Peter Pettigrew that had left Peter dead and 12 Muggles killed in the explosion that followed. It mentioned his imprisonment in Azkaban and his status as Voldemort's most trusted lieutenant. "I don't understand," Harry said. "What am I supposed to see?" "What you're supposed to see," Remus said grimly, "is what isn't there. Harry, there's no mention of a trial in this article, or in any article from that time's period. Sirius Black was apparently sent to Azkaban without ever being formally charged, without legal representation, without any of the due process that magical law requires." The implications hit Harry like a physical blow. "They just locked him up, without a trial?" "It appears so. And that's not the only irregularity." Remus shuffled through his papers and pulled out what looked like an official ministry document. "This is a record of Peter Pettigrew's death, filed the day after Sirius's arrest. According to this report, Peter's body was never recovered from the scene. They found only a finger, which was deemed sufficient evidence to declare him dead and award him an Order of Merlin posthumously." Harry stared at the document, his mind racing. "Only a finger? That's all they found?" "Only a finger," Remus confirmed. "Now, I grant you that the explosion was apparently quite severe, and it's certainly possible that there wasn't much left of poor Peter. But Harry, doesn't something about this seem strange to you?" "Everything about it seems strange," Harry said. "If Sirius was really Voldemort's spy, why would he confront Peter in the middle of a Muggle street where everyone could see? Why not just kill him quietly and disappear?" "Exactly the questions that should have been asked during a trial that never happened," Remus said. "And there's more. I've been corresponding with some of my old contacts from the war, people who worked with the Order of the Phoenix and knew all the major players. Several of them have confirmed something I'd begun to suspect." "What?" "Peter Pettigrew was an unregistered animagus," Remus said quietly. "He could transform into a rat, Harry. A small, unremarkable rat that could easily escape notice in the chaos following an explosion." The pieces clicked together in Harry's mind with startling clarity. "He faked his death. Peter betrayed my parents to Voldemort. Then when Sirius came looking for him, he set off an explosion, left behind a finger, and transformed into a rat to escape." "That's exactly what I believe happened," Remus confirmed. "And Sirius has been rotting in Azkaban for 12 years, for a crime he not only didn't commit, but was actually the victim of." Harry felt a surge of anger so intense it made his magical core flare with power. Every piece of metal in the kitchen began to vibrate, and the windows rattled in their frames as his accidental magic responded to his emotional state. "Easy," Remus said gently, reaching across the table to touch Harry's hand. "I know you're angry. I'm angry too. But we need to channel that anger into something productive." Harry took several deep breaths, using the meditation techniques Remus had taught him to regain control of his magic. The rattling subsided, and the cottage returned to its normal, peaceful state. "What can we do?" Harry asked. "How do we prove Peter is alive and clear Sirius's name?" "That's where things become complicated," Remus said. "The magical legal system doesn't like admitting mistakes, especially mistakes this significant. Simply presenting evidence that Peter might be alive won't be enough. We need to either produce Peter himself or find irrefutable proof that he survived the explosion. Where would he be? If he's been alive all this time, where has he been hiding?" Remus was quiet for a long moment, clearly weighing how much to tell Harry. Finally, he sighed and pulled out another document, this one bearing the seal of the Department for Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. "I have a theory about that," he said. "Harry, do you remember me telling you that Peter's animagus form was a rat?" "Yes." "Well, rats live for 2 to 3 years in the wild, perhaps 4 years with excellent care. But magical animals, including animagi in their transformed state, can live much longer. A wizard who spent most of his time in animal form could theoretically extend his lifespan significantly." Harry thought about this. So Peter could have been living as a rat for the past 12 years. It's possible. But even more than that, I think he might have been living as a pet rat. Think about it, Harry. What better way to hide in plain sight than to become part of a wizarding family's household? He'd have food, shelter, protection, and access to information about the magical world. "That's horrible," Harry said, imagining the violation of trust involved in such deception. Some family has been caring for him, thinking he was just a pet, while he was actually a murderer hiding in their home. "It gets worse," Remus said grimly. "I've been researching rat purchases in Diagon Alley going back 12 years, looking for any unusual sales around the time of Peter's supposed death, and I found something interesting." He produced a receipt from Magical Menagerie, dated just 3 days after the explosion, that supposedly killed Peter Pettigrew. The purchase was for 1 grey rat, male, approximately 1 year old, sold to one Molly Weasley. "The Weasley family," Harry said, recognition dawning. "I've heard of them. They're supposed to be one of the most respected pure-blood families in Britain." "They are indeed. Arthur Weasley works for the Ministry. Molly is a pillar of the magical community, and they have 7 children, including several who are currently attending Hogwarts. They're exactly the sort of family that would never be suspected of harboring a fugitive, because the idea would be absurd." "But they don't know," Harry said quickly. "They think they're just caring for a pet." "Almost certainly. The Weasleys are good people, Harry. They would never knowingly shelter someone who had betrayed their friends to Voldemort. But they might very well adopt a seemingly harmless rat from a pet shop, never suspecting its true identity." Harry stared at the receipt, his mind spinning with implications. If Peter Pettigrew was indeed living with the Weasley family, it would explain how he'd remained hidden for so long while still staying connected to the wizarding world. As a pet rat, he'd have access to all their family conversations, their mail, their connections to the Ministry, and Hogwarts. "This is just a theory," he said slowly. "We don't know for certain that their rat is Peter." "No, we don't," Remus agreed, "but there are ways to find out. The question is whether we're prepared for the consequences of being right." "What do you mean?" "I mean that if Peter Pettigrew is indeed living with the Weasley family, proving it will destroy their lives," Remus said quietly. "They'll be publicly humiliated, subjected to intense scrutiny from the Ministry and the media. Their children will be ostracized at school, their reputation will be ruined, and they'll have to live with the knowledge that they unknowingly harbored the man who betrayed Harry Potter's parents." The weight of this potential consequence settled over Harry like a heavy blanket. The idea of causing innocent people to suffer, especially children, was deeply troubling. But the alternative was allowing Sirius to remain imprisoned for a crime he didn't commit. "We have to do it anyway," Harry said finally. "Don't we? We can't leave Sirius in prison just to protect the Weasleys' reputation." "I believe we do," Remus agreed, "but we need to be very careful about how we proceed. If we're wrong, if their rat is just a rat, we'll have made dangerous enemies for no reason. And if we're right, we need to make sure Peter can't escape again." They spent the rest of the morning planning their investigation, mapping out strategies for confirming Peter's identity without alerting him to their suspicions. The Marauders' map would be crucial to their efforts, as it could definitively identify Peter regardless of his current form. "The challenge is getting close enough to the Weasley family rat to test our theory," Remus said, studying the map as it displayed the current layout of the burrow, the Weasley family home. "We can't exactly knock on their door and ask to examine their pet. What about Diagon Alley? Harry suggested. The Weasley children must shop there for school supplies. If we happened to be there at the same time, and one of them brought their rat along— That's actually quite clever, Remus said approvingly. Casual contact in a public place, no direct approach to their home or family. We could use the map to identify the rat from a distance, and if it shows Peter's name instead of a pet name, we'd have our confirmation. When would we do this? Soon, Remus said. Before the start of term at Hogwarts. Most families do their school shopping in the last few weeks before September 1st, so we'd have multiple opportunities to encounter them. Harry nodded, feeling a mixture of excitement and nervousness about their plan. Part of him hoped they were wrong, that Peter Pettigrew was truly dead, and Sirius was guilty of the crimes he'd been accused of. It would be simpler, cleaner, less emotionally complicated. But a larger part of him desperately wanted them to be right, wanted the chance to free an innocent man and restore his godfather to the world. The idea of having a real family connection, someone who had loved his parents and could share memories the Dursleys had tried to destroy, was almost too precious to hope for. Remus, Harry said quietly. What was Sirius really like? Before everything happened. Remus's expression softened, and he leaned back in his chair with the look of someone preparing to share treasured memories. Sirius Black was the most loyal person I've ever known, he said simply. Fiercely protective of the people he cared about, absolutely fearless in the face of danger, and possessed of a sense of humor that could make you laugh even in the darkest circumstances. Tell me about him and my father. James and Sirius were like brothers from the moment they met on the Hogwarts Express, Remus said, his voice warm with memory. They sat together in their first-year compartment and immediately began planning pranks they could pull on their future professors. By the time they reached the castle, they'd sworn a blood oath to always have each other's backs. A real blood oath? Well, no, Remus chuckled. They were 11 and didn't know any actual blood magic. They pricked their thumbs with a quill tip and shook hands, declaring themselves brothers forever. But the sentiment was genuine, and they never broke that promise. Harry tried to imagine his father as an 11-year-old, young and excited, and forming the friendships that would define his life. It was a comforting image, proof that even people who became heroes started as ordinary children. What kinds of things did they do together? Everything, Remus said. They studied together, played Quidditch together, got into trouble together. When James became head boy in his 7th year, Sirius was so proud he actually cried, though he denied it for years afterward. And when James started dating your mother, Sirius appointed himself their relationship counselor, offering advice that was occasionally helpful and usually ridiculous. He approved of my mother? Sirius adored Lily, Remus confirmed. He used to say she was the only person who could keep James humble, and that your father was lucky to find someone who could see past his inflated ego to the decent person underneath. When your parents got married, Sirius's speech at the wedding made half the guests cry and the other half laugh until their sides ached. The image of his parents' wedding, of Sirius as best man celebrating their happiness, was so vivid and beautiful, it made Harry's chest ache with longing. These were the moments that should have shaped his childhood, the family connections that should have surrounded him with love and security. And when I was born? When you were born, Remus said softly. Sirius cried again. Real tears this time, no denying it. He held you for 3 hours straight, refusing to give you back to James, telling you stories about all the adventures you'd have together when you were older. He'd already bought you your first toy broomstick and was planning your first pranking lessons. Harry felt tears prick at the corners of his own eyes. The life he should have had, surrounded by parents and godparents and friends who loved him unconditionally, seemed almost unbearably precious in contrast to the isolation and abuse he'd actually experienced. He would have taken care of me if something happened to my parents? That was always the plan, Remus confirmed. Sirius was your designated guardian, the person James and Lily trusted most to raise you if they couldn't. The fact that he's been imprisoned while you were placed with relatives who hurt you is one of the greatest travesties I can imagine." They sat in comfortable silence for a while, Harry processing this new understanding of his family situation, while Remus organized his research materials. The cottage felt different somehow, charged with the possibility of justice and redemption, as if the walls themselves understood the importance of what they were planning. "There's something else you should know," Remus said eventually. "Something about why I believe so strongly in Sirius's innocence." "What?" "The night your parents died, I was supposed to be with them," Remus said quietly. "The plan was for me to help guard your family while they were in hiding. But at the last minute, I was sent on a mission for the Order of the Phoenix, a mission that turned out to be completely unnecessary. Someone wanted me away from Godric's Hollow that night." Harry felt a chill run down his spine. "You think someone was manipulating events?" "I think someone wanted to make sure the real betrayer wouldn't be discovered," Remus said grimly. "If I'd been there when Voldemort attacked, I might have survived to tell the truth about what happened. Instead, I was 50 miles away, tracking down a lead on Death Eater activity that turned out to be completely false." "Who sent you on the mission?" "That's what I've been trying to figure out. The order came through official channels, appeared to be legitimate, and seemed urgent at the time. It wasn't until years later that I began to suspect it was designed to remove me from the equation." Harry thought about this new revelation, adding it to the growing list of inconsistencies and suspicious circumstances surrounding his parents' death. The more they learned, the more it seemed like a carefully orchestrated conspiracy rather than the simple betrayal the wizarding world believed it to be. "Remus," he said slowly, "if Peter really is alive, and if he really has been living with the Weasley family for 12 years, he's had access to a lot of information about the Ministry, about Hogwarts, about the wizarding world in general." "That's occurred to me as well," Remus said darkly. "A rat in a Ministry employee's household would hear conversations about government business, policy decisions, personnel changes. He could have been feeding information to Voldemort's remaining followers this entire time." "Or preparing for Voldemort's return," Harry added, remembering the prophecy that had marked him as the Dark Lord's equal. "If Voldemort ever comes back, Peter would be perfectly positioned to help him." "All the more reason to expose him as quickly as possible," Remus said. "Every day he remains hidden is another day he can gather intelligence and plan mischief." They spent the afternoon refining their plan for approaching the Weasley family during their Diagon Alley shopping trip. Remus would apply glamour charms to make himself less recognizable, while Harry's appearance-altering potion was still in effect. They would position themselves strategically in the alley, using the Marauder's map to track the family's movements and identify the rat if it appeared. "What if we're right?" Harry asked, as they practiced the surveillance techniques they'd need. "What if the map shows Peter Pettigrew instead of some pet name? Then we document it thoroughly, gather additional evidence if possible, and approach someone in the Ministry who has the authority and integrity to investigate properly," Remus said. "This kind of revelation needs to be handled through official channels, or it will be dismissed as the ravings of a wanted man and his accomplice." "Who would we contact?" "Amelia Bones, most likely. She's the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, and she has a reputation for honesty and thoroughness. If anyone would be willing to investigate a wrongful imprisonment, it would be her. And if she doesn't believe us?" "Then we find another way," Remus said firmly. "Harry, I spent 12 years believing my best friend was a traitor who had betrayed the people I loved most. I'm not going to spend another 12 years knowing he's innocent and doing nothing about it." The conviction in his voice was absolute, and Harry felt a surge of admiration for the man who had become his guardian. Remus Lupin might be cautious and methodical, but when his principles were at stake, he was as brave and determined as anyone Harry could imagine. That evening, as they prepared their final plans for the Diagon Alley investigation, Harry asked the question that had been weighing on his mind all day. If we succeed, if we prove Sirius is innocent and get him released from Azkaban, what happens then? To us, I mean. To our family. Remus considered the question carefully. I suppose that depends on what Sirius wants, and what you want, he said finally. Sirius is your legal godfather, your designated guardian according to your parents' will. If he wants to resume that role, he has every right to do so. But you're my family too, Harry said quickly, the thought of losing Remus almost unbearable. You saved me, you taught me, you gave me everything I never had. I don't want to lose that. Harry, Remus's voice was gentle but certain, you're not going to lose me. Whatever happens with Sirius, whatever legal arrangements get made, you'll always be my family. We'll always be connected by love and choice and shared experience. You promise? I promise, Remus said solemnly. Besides, I rather suspect Sirius will need help readjusting to the world after 12 years in Azkaban. Taking care of you, giving you the education and stability you need, might be something we do together rather than separately. The idea of having both Remus and Sirius as family, of finally experiencing the kind of loving support system he'd always dreamed of, was almost too wonderful to contemplate. Harry tried not to hope too much, tried not to let himself imagine holidays and birthdays and ordinary moments shared with people who genuinely cared about his happiness. But hope was a stubborn thing, and despite his best efforts to remain cautious, Harry found himself dreaming of a future where he belonged somewhere, where he was wanted and protected and loved. 2 days later, they put their plan into action. Harry and Remus positioned themselves at strategic points throughout Diagon Alley, the Marauder's map hidden inside what appeared to be an ordinary shopping guide. They watched and waited as families bustled through the magical shopping district, loading up on school supplies and chattering excitedly about the upcoming term. The Weasley family was impossible to miss when they finally appeared. 7 children with flaming red hair, accompanied by parents who radiated warmth and kindness despite their obvious financial struggles. They moved through the alley like a small army, the younger children wide-eyed with excitement, while the older ones helped manage the shopping with practiced efficiency. And there, perched on the shoulder of the youngest boy, was a fat grey rat. Harry's heart hammered in his chest as Remus casually opened their fake shopping guide, revealing the Marauder's map underneath. They watched as the dots representing the Weasley family moved through flourish and blots, their names clearly visible on the magical parchment. Arthur Weasley, Molly Weasley, Bill Weasley, Charlie Weasley, Percy Weasley, Fred Weasley, George Weasley, Ron Weasley, and there a small dot moving with Ron Weasley, bearing a name that made both Harry and Remus freeze in shock and vindication. Peter Pettigrew. They'd found him. After 12 years of hiding, 12 years of allowing an innocent man to rot in prison while he lived in comfort and safety, Peter Pettigrew had finally been discovered. Harry looked across the crowded street to where Remus was standing, their eyes meeting in a moment of shared triumph and determination. They had the evidence they needed. Now came the much harder task of making sure justice was finally served. The hunt for Peter Pettigrew was over. The fight to free Sirius Black was about to begin. The revelation that Peter Pettigrew was indeed alive and hiding with the Weasley family should have been the end of their investigation. But Harry quickly learned that proving the truth and convincing others to act on it were entirely different challenges. In the 3 days following their discovery in Diagon Alley, Remus had sent carefully worded letters to no fewer than 7 different ministry officials, each one outlining their evidence and requesting an investigation into Sirius Black's imprisonment. The responses had been uniformly disappointing. "Listen to this one," Remus said grimly, reading from the latest reply over breakfast. "The Department of Magical Law Enforcement thanks you for your concern regarding the Black case. but wishes to remind you that Sirius Black was lawfully detained following his capture at the scene of multiple murders. Any attempts to spread false information regarding this matter may be subject to prosecution under the Wizarding Sedition Act of 1692. Harry nearly choked on his porridge. "They're threatening to arrest us for telling the truth?" "It appears so," Remus said, setting the letter aside with obvious frustration. "The Ministry has invested 12 years in maintaining the official version of events. Admitting they were wrong would require acknowledging that they imprisoned an innocent man without trial, that they failed to investigate obvious inconsistencies, and that they allowed the real traitor to escape justice. That's not the kind of mistake bureaucrats like to admit. What about Amelia Bones? You said she had a reputation for honesty." "She does, which makes her response particularly troubling," Remus said, pulling out another letter. "Director Bones acknowledges the irregularities in the Black case, but states that without concrete evidence of Peter Pettigrew's survival, she cannot justify reopening an investigation into what the public considers a closed matter. She suggests we contact her again if we can produce actual proof rather than theoretical speculation." Harry felt his temper flare, and the kitchen windows rattled slightly in response to his emotional state. "We have proof. We saw Peter on the Marauders map." "We saw a name on a magical map that few people know exists, and even fewer would consider reliable evidence," Remus corrected gently. "Remember, Harry, the Marauders map was created by 4 students as part of their pranking activities. From the Ministry's perspective, it would be like trying to use a joke shop novelty as evidence in a murder trial." The unfairness of it was staggering. They had discovered the truth, had located the man whose testimony could exonerate Sirius and expose 12 years of injustice. But the very people who should be most interested in pursuing that truth were the ones standing in their way. "So what do we do now?" Harry asked. "Give up? Let Sirius rot in Azkaban while Peter continues to live comfortably with a family that has no idea they're harboring a murderer?" "Absolutely not," Remus said firmly. "If the Ministry won't act on our evidence, we'll have to find another way to force their hand. We need allies, Harry. People with influence and credibility who can support our claims and pressure the authorities to take action." "What kind of allies?" "People who knew your parents, who fought alongside Sirius during the war, who have reason to doubt the official story. The magical world isn't just made up of Ministry bureaucrats, Harry. There are journalists, former Order members, influential families, even some members of the Wizengamot, who might be willing to listen if we approach them correctly." The cupboard under the stairs had always been Harry Potter's sanctuary of sorts, though sanctuary implied safety, and nothing about 4 Privet Drive could ever be called safe. Not for him, anyway. The cramped space, barely large enough for a grown man to crouch in, had served as his bedroom for nearly 11 years, its walls pressing close like the embrace he'd never received from the people who were supposed to care for him. On this particular July morning, 3 days before his 11th birthday, Harry found himself wedged deeper into the cupboard than usual, nursing a collection of fresh bruises that painted abstract art across his ribs in shades of purple and yellow. Vernon Dursley's latest rage had been triggered by something magnificently trivial, a neighbour's casual comment about Harry's unusual academic performance, despite his obvious disadvantages. The very suggestion that Harry might possess intelligence beyond what the Dursleys allowed him to display had sent his uncle into a fury that lasted well into the evening. But it was Vernon's attempt to shove Harry back into the cupboard with particular violence that had led to this moment of discovery. Harry's shoulder had struck the back wall with enough force to rattle his teeth, and something in the ancient wood had given way with a soft crack that seemed impossibly loud in the confined space. Harry pressed his palm against the wall where the impact had occurred, feeling along the rough wooden planks with the methodical patience of someone who had learned to notice details others missed. His fingers found it almost immediately, a section of wood that shifted slightly under pressure, revealing a hairline crack that ran vertically for about 6 inches. The crack hadn't been there yesterday. Harry was certain of that, because he'd memorized every inch of his prison over the years, every knot in the wood, every spider web in the corners, every stain on the thin mattress that served as his bed. Curiosity had always been Harry's greatest weakness and his most valuable asset. The Dursleys had tried to beat it out of him, to convince him that asking questions led only to pain, but some part of him had refused to surrender that essential aspect of his nature. Now, crouched in the dim light filtering through the cupboard's keyhole, Harry worked his fingers into the crack and pulled. The wood panel came away more easily than it should have, revealing a hidden compartment that definitely hadn't existed the day before. The space behind the false wall was small, perhaps the size of a shoebox, and it was filled with items that made Harry's breath catch in his throat. 2 envelopes lay at the bottom of the compartment, both sealed with deep red wax that seemed to glow faintly in the darkness. Beside them sat a small silver key, ornate and old-fashioned, and what appeared to be a rolled parchment tied with green ribbon. Harry's hands shook as he reached for the first envelope. The moment his fingers made contact with the wax seal, he felt a sharp prick, like a needle drawing blood. A single drop of crimson fell onto the seal, and the wax began to glow more brightly before dissolving completely, leaving the envelope unsealed. The parchment inside was thick and expensive, written in a familiar handwriting that Harry recognized from the few photographs the Dursleys hadn't managed to destroy. James Potter's writing was bold and confident, nothing like Harry's own careful script developed under the constant threat of criticism for any perceived imperfection. The letter was dated just 3 days before Harry's parents had died, and the salutation made Harry's vision blur with unexpected tears. My dearest son, if you are reading this, then Dumbledore's plans have proceeded exactly as I feared they would. By now you should be 11 years old, living with Petunia and Vernon, and preparing to enter Hogwarts under circumstances that were designed to make you grateful for any kindness shown to you by the wizarding world's supposed savior. I want you to know, Harry, that everything you have suffered was preventable. Every moment of pain, every night of hunger, every instance of cruelty you have endured was the direct result of Albus Dumbledore's calculated decision to place you in an environment he knew would break you down and build you up as a weapon for his use. Your mother and I never agreed to your placement with the Dursleys. In fact, we specifically forbade it in our wills, documents that Dumbledore sealed immediately after our deaths to prevent anyone from challenging his guardianship decisions. We arranged for you to live with Alice and Frank Longbottom, dear friends who would have loved you as their own son. When that became impossible due to their attack, our secondary choice was Minerva McGonagall, who had expressed genuine affection for you and would have provided both magical education and emotional support. Dumbledore overruled these arrangements, using emergency powers granted during wartime, powers that should have expired the moment Voldemort fell. Instead, he maintained his authority through legal manipulation and political pressure, ensuring that you would grow up isolated from the magical world, dependent on his guidance and grateful for any scraps of affection or information he chose to provide. The blood wards he claims protect you are a convenient fiction. Your mother's sacrifice already shields you from Voldemort's direct magical influence. The additional protections Dumbledore claims are necessary could have been maintained at any loving magical household. But a loving magical household would not serve his purposes. He needed you weak, controllable, and desperate for approval. What Dumbledore did not anticipate was your mother's own protective magic, far more sophisticated than his crude manipulations. The compartment you have discovered will only open when you are old enough to understand its contents and desperate enough to question the circumstances of your life. The blood wards that were supposed to keep you trapped have instead preserved evidence of his crimes. The key you have found will grant you access to a vault at Gringotts that Dumbledore does not know exists. A vault your mother created specifically to provide you with resources independent of his control. The goblins have been waiting for you, Harry. and they know the full extent of his financial manipulations. The money he has been withdrawing from your main vault, supposedly for your care and education, has never reached you. Instead, it has funded his political activities and personal projects while you suffered in poverty. But the money is the least of his crimes. He has been monitoring you constantly through various means, fully aware of your treatment at the hands of the Dursleys, and he has made the deliberate choice to allow your abuse to continue because it serves his greater plan. Every time you have shown signs of powerful magic, every time you have demonstrated intelligence or independence, reports have been filed and strategies have been adjusted to ensure your continued isolation and dependence. The second envelope contains your mother's own letter to you, along with documentation of Dumbledore's crimes that will be legally admissible in any magical court. There is also something else, something I pray you will never need to use, but that may prove necessary if Dumbledore attempts to silence you when you confront him with the truth. Your mother enchanted a howler, Harry, one that contains not just our words but our magical signatures, making it impossible to forge or dismiss as fiction. It will activate only when you are ready to use it, when you have found the courage to stand up in front of witnesses and demand justice for what has been done to you. The howler cannot be silenced or destroyed by any magic Dumbledore possesses, and it will force anyone who hears it to confront the truth of his actions. I know this is overwhelming, son. I know you must be frightened and confused and angry. You have every right to be. But you also have something Dumbledore never expected you to possess: the truth and the power to act on it. You are not the helpless weapon he tried to create. You are James and Lily Potter's son, and you have the strength to choose your own destiny. The parchment with the green ribbon contains instructions for contacting our allies, people who have been waiting years for proof of Dumbledore's manipulations. Some are goblins who value justice over politics. Others are members of magical families who lost loved ones to Dumbledore's greater good philosophy. They will help you, but only if you have the courage to help yourself first. Whatever you choose to do with this information, know that your mother and I love you beyond measure. We never wanted you to suffer. We never wanted you to grow up alone and afraid. Every moment of happiness you managed to find, despite Dumbledore's machinations, is a victory over his attempts to control your life. You are stronger than he ever imagined you could be, Harry. Use that strength. With all our love and faith in you, James Potter. The letter slipped from Harry's nerveless fingers as the full implications crashed over him like a freezing wave. Everything he had accepted as unfortunate but inevitable suddenly revealed itself as deliberate and calculated. The hunger that kept him weak and compliant, the isolation that left him grateful for any human connection, the ignorance that made him dependent on others for the most basic information about his own world, all of it had been orchestrated by the man he had been taught to see as his savior. Harry's hands trembled as he reached for the second envelope, this one sealed with green wax that dissolved at his touch, just as the first had done. Lily Potter's handwriting was more elegant than her husband's, flowing across the parchment with a grace that spoke of education and refinement. Things Harry had been systematically denied. "My precious boy," she had written. "If you are reading this, then you have survived 11 years of hell that should never have been your burden to bear. I am so proud of you for being strong enough to endure what no child should have to endure. But I am heartbroken that my death left you vulnerable to such cruelty. Dumbledore came to us in your final weeks of infancy with a plan he claimed would keep you safe. He spoke of blood wards and sacrifice magic, of the necessity of placing you with my sister to maintain protective charms that would shield you from Voldemort's followers. What he did not tell us, what we discovered through our own research and questioning, was that these protections were not dependent on Petunia's goodwill or even her presence. They could have been maintained anywhere you felt loved and secure. When we confronted him with our findings, When we demanded he explain why you could not live with the Longbottoms or McGonagall or any of the dozens of magical families who had offered to take you in, his mask slipped. For just a moment, we saw the cold calculation behind his grandfatherly facade. You were not a child to be protected in his mind, Harry. You were a resource to be managed, a weapon to be forged through precise application of hardship and isolation. We began making plans immediately. Your father was better with the confrontational aspects, gathering allies and evidence, while I focused on protective magic and contingency planning. This compartment is one result of that planning, warded to remain hidden until you were old enough to need it and desperate enough to search for answers. I have watched you in dreams, my darling boy, watched you grow up strong and kind despite everything they have put you through. You have your father's courage and my stubborn refusal to accept injustice, and you will need both in the days ahead. When you finally confront Dumbledore with proof of his crimes, he will try to convince you that everything was necessary, that your suffering served a greater purpose. Do not let him manipulate you with guilt or fear. The documentation I have gathered proves that safer alternatives existed for your care and protection. It shows the financial irregularities, the illegal monitoring, the deliberate isolation, all of it carefully planned and ruthlessly executed. More importantly, it provides you with legal standing to challenge his authority and demand accountability. But evidence alone will not be enough. Dumbledore's political power runs deep, and he has allies who will support him even in the face of overwhelming proof of his crimes. You will need to be strategic, to choose your moment and your audience carefully. The howler your father mentioned is designed to be used in a public setting, before witnesses who cannot be silenced or bribed. The Great Hall during your first night at Hogwarts would be ideal, if you have the courage for such a dramatic revelation. I know it seems impossible, the idea of standing up to such a powerful man before hundreds of people. But remember that you have advantages he does not expect. You know the truth while he believes you remain ignorant. You have allies he does not know about, while he assumes you are isolated. Most importantly, you have the moral authority of someone who has been wronged and refuses to accept that wrong in silence. Whatever path you choose, know that your father and I will be with you in spirit. We believe in you, Harry. We believe in your strength, your intelligence, and your fundamental goodness. Dumbledore tried to break you, but he only made you stronger. Use that strength to choose your own destiny. All my love, always. Mother Harry sat in the dim light of his cupboard for a long time after finishing his mother's letter, the words swimming in his vision as tears he had held back for years finally found their release. The pain in his chest had nothing to do with Vernon's fists, and everything to do with the magnitude of betrayal revealed in those carefully written pages. 11 years of suffering that could have been prevented. 11 years of hunger and fear and loneliness, all carefully orchestrated by the man the wizarding world trusted above all others. The realization should have broken him, but instead, Harry found himself filling with something he had rarely been allowed to feel. Righteous anger. The parchment tied with green ribbon contained exactly what his parents had promised, detailed instructions for contacting allies who had been waiting for proof of Dumbledore's crimes, names, addresses, specific phrases that would identify Harry as James and Lily Potter's son, and trigger protective protocols that had been established before his birth. The list included several high-ranking goblins at Gringotts, a few members of the Wizengamot who had opposed some of Dumbledore's wartime decisions, and surprisingly, Augusta Longbottom, whose son and daughter-in-law had been Harry's intended guardians. But it was the final item in the hidden compartment that made Harry's hands shake with anticipation and terror in equal measure. The howler looked innocuous enough, just a red envelope with his name written across the front in his father's bold handwriting. But when Harry touched it, he could feel the magical power thrumming within, a culmination of his parents' love and anger and determination to protect their son even from beyond death. The envelope grew warm under his touch, and words appeared across its surface in shimmering silver script. To be opened only when you are ready to demand justice before witnesses. Choose your moment carefully, my son. Once activated, there can be no turning back. Harry set the howler aside with reverent care and reached for the silver key his mother had mentioned. It was heavier than it looked, inscribed with runes that seemed to shift and change when he looked at them directly. According to Lily's notes, this key would grant him access to Vault 687 at Gringotts, a vault that contained not only gold but additional evidence of Dumbledore's financial crimes and copies of legal documents that had been sealed or destroyed. The weight of decision pressed down on Harry's shoulders as he carefully gathered the letters and evidence back into their hiding place. Tomorrow was his birthday, and he knew from overhead conversations between the Dursleys that someone would be coming to take him to buy school supplies for Hogwarts. Most likely, that someone would be working for Dumbledore, following a script designed to overwhelm Harry with wonder and gratitude while keeping him ignorant of his true circumstances. But now Harry knew the truth, and that knowledge changed everything. He could no longer play the role of the grateful, confused boy who accepted whatever scraps of information and kindness were offered to him. He could no longer pretend that his suffering was justified or necessary, or simply the unfortunate result of circumstances beyond anyone's control. The question was not whether he would act on this knowledge. The question was how, and when, and with what degree of public spectacle. His parents had given him tools for justice, but they had also given him the responsibility to use those tools wisely. Harry closed his eyes and imagined himself standing in the Great Hall at Hogwarts, surrounded by hundreds of students and teachers holding that red envelope, while Dumbledore sat at the head table in his flowing robes and ridiculous hat. The image should have terrified him. Instead, it filled him with a fierce anticipation that was entirely new to his emotional experience. For the first time in his life, Harry Potter had something more powerful than hope. He had purpose and evidence, and the unshakable certainty that justice delayed was justice denied. The cupboard under the stairs had always been his prison, but as Harry carefully sealed the hidden compartment and settled back onto his thin mattress, he realized it had also become the birthplace of his revolution. Tomorrow, his 11th birthday, would mark not just another year of survival, but the beginning of his transformation from victim to avenger. Dumbledore had created a weapon, just as he had intended. He simply had no idea that the weapon would be pointed directly at him. The arrival of the Ministry Task Force at Hogwarts came with all the ceremonial pomp and bureaucratic theatre that Cornelius Fudge could muster. But beneath the formal protocols and official procedures lay a desperate attempt to contain a political crisis that threatened to destroy careers and reshape the entire structure of magical governance in Britain. The Minister of Magic had spent a sleepless night, fielding urgent communications from political allies, international observers, and increasingly panicked advisors who understood that Harry Potter's revelations could topple governments as easily as they had destroyed Dumbledore's reputation. Harry watched the procession of ministry officials from his position at the window of Augusta Longbottom's guest quarters, noting the careful choreography of their arrival and the obvious tension in their movements. Fudge himself led the delegation, his lime-green bowler hat slightly askew, and his normally florid complexion pale with strain. Behind him came a collection of department heads, senior bureaucrats, and what appeared to be several auras whose presence suggested the ministry was prepared for the possibility of resistance or unrest. But it was the figure bringing up the rear of the official procession who commanded Harry's closest attention. Dolores Umbridge walked with the precise, measured steps of someone who understood that political survival depended on maintaining perfect control over every aspect of one's public presentation. Her pink cardigan and decorative bow seemed almost aggressively cheerful against the grey morning sky, but Harry had learned enough about political theatre during his weeks with the goblins to recognize a carefully constructed image designed to project harmless competence rather than threatening authority. The Ministry's strategy was becoming clear as Harry observed their deployment throughout the castle grounds. This was not primarily an investigation into criminal wrongdoing, despite the overwhelming evidence of Dumbledore's crimes. This was a damage control operation designed to minimize the political fallout while creating the appearance of thorough official response to legitimate concerns. A soft knock interrupted Harry's analysis of Ministry tactics, and he turned to find Hermione entering with an expression that mixed excitement with carefully controlled anger. She carried a thick folder of parchment that Harry immediately recognized as documentation related to the student organizational efforts that had been ongoing since the previous evening. "Harry," Hermione said without preamble, "we need to discuss what's happening with the Ministry investigation and why their approach suggests they're more interested in protecting the existing power structure than achieving actual justice for what was done to you." She moved to the table near the window and began spreading out copies of official communications that the student network had apparently intercepted or obtained through their various family connections within the magical bureaucracy. "These are internal Ministry memoranda discussing strategies for managing the political crisis created by your revelations," Hermione explained, with obvious disgust. "They're not talking about how to investigate Dumbledore's crimes or prevent similar abuses in the future. They're discussing how to limit the scope of any official inquiry and minimize damage to Ministry officials who were complicit in enabling the systematic neglect you experienced." Harry leaned forward to examine the documents Hermione had obtained, feeling his anger build as he read through communications that treated his 11 years of suffering as nothing more than an inconvenient political complication that needed to be managed rather than a serious crime that demanded justice. One memorandum in particular caught his attention, written by Cornelius Fudge himself and addressed to his senior advisors. "The Potter situation requires careful handling to prevent unnecessary destabilization of public confidence in established institutions. While certain administrative irregularities may have occurred, we must avoid creating the impression that fundamental reforms are necessary or that senior Ministry personnel were aware of any systematic problems." Harry looked up from the documents to meet Hermione's furious gaze. "They're planning to treat this as an isolated incident involving only Dumbledore, rather than acknowledging the institutional failures that enabled his crimes to continue for 11 years. "Exactly," Hermione confirmed. "And they're already preparing to offer you some kind of financial settlement and public apology that they hope will convince you to accept a limited investigation rather than demanding full accountability from everyone who was complicit in your abuse." The cynical calculation behind this approach was breathtaking in its arrogance, Harry realized. The Ministry officials apparently believed they could buy his silence and cooperation with money and symbolic gestures while preserving the very systems that had enabled his suffering to continue unchecked. "What does the student network think about this Ministry strategy?" Harry asked, curious about whether his fellow students understood the political dynamics at play. "They're furious," Hermione replied immediately. "We've spent the past day documenting not just Dumbledore's crimes, but the broader institutional failures that made those crimes possible. Students are demanding comprehensive reforms, not cosmetic changes designed to protect corrupt officials." She pulled out another set of documents, these ones bearing the signatures of hundreds of Hogwarts students from all 4 houses and multiple year levels. "We've prepared our own set of demands for the Ministry investigators, Harry. Comprehensive review of magical education policies, independent oversight of child welfare within schools, mandatory reporting requirements for faculty who observe signs of abuse, student representation on governing bodies, and full transparency in the investigation of all officials who enabled Dumbledore's crimes to continue." The scope and sophistication of the student demands were impressive, Harry noted, and they demonstrated a level of political maturity that the Ministry had clearly not anticipated when planning their damage control strategy. Their conversation was interrupted by another knock, this one announcing the arrival of Neville Longbottom, accompanied by several older students whose expressions suggested they bore news of significant developments in the ongoing crisis. "Harry," Neville said with growing confidence in his voice, We need to update you on what we've learned about the Ministry's investigation plans and why the student network thinks we need to take direct action to prevent a cover-up. He was accompanied by Susan Bones, whose family connections to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement had apparently provided valuable intelligence about official strategy and priorities. "My Aunt Amelia is trying to conduct a legitimate investigation," Susan reported with obvious frustration, "but she's being undermined by direct orders from Minister Fudge to limit the scope of her inquiry and avoid any findings that might implicate senior ministry officials in enabling Dumbledore's crimes." "What kind of limitations are being imposed?" Harry asked, though he suspected the answer would confirm his worst fears about the ministry's commitment to actual justice. "They've been told to focus exclusively on Dumbledore's actions and avoid investigating how ministry policies and oversight failures enabled those actions to continue unchecked," Susan explained. "They're also being pressured to accept financial restitution and administrative changes as sufficient remedies rather than pursuing criminal charges against anyone involved in the systematic neglect you experienced." The cynicism of this approach was staggering, Harry realized, but it was entirely consistent with everything he had learned about how political institutions protected themselves when faced with evidence of their own failures. "What kind of direct action is the student network considering?" Harry asked. "That's where things get interesting," said Luna Lovegood, who had drifted into their conversation with her characteristic ethereal expression that Harry was learning often concealed sharp practical intelligence. "The students are planning to refuse cooperation with any ministry investigation that doesn't meet our demands for comprehensive reform and full accountability." She pulled out what appeared to be a carefully organized list of specific actions the student body was prepared to take. "We're organizing a complete boycott of official interviews and testimony until the ministry agrees to expand the scope of their investigation to include all officials who enabled Dumbledore's crimes. We're also preparing to take our evidence directly to international magical authorities if the British ministry continues trying to limit accountability to Dumbledore alone." The strategic sophistication of the student response impressed Harry enormously, but it also raised concerns about potential retaliation from ministry officials who might feel threatened by such organized resistance to their authority. "Are the students prepared for the consequences of refusing cooperation with an official ministry investigation?" Harry asked. "We've been discussing that extensively," Neville replied, with a determination that reminded Harry powerfully of the courage that would eventually make his fellow Gryffindor legendary. The older students remember how the ministry treated people who challenged official narratives during and after the war with Voldemort. "We know they'll try to discredit us and paint us as ungrateful troublemakers who don't understand the complexities of governance and institutional management. But we also know that we have something they don't expect," Susan added with growing excitement. "Public support from families throughout the wizarding world who are demanding answers about their own children's experiences at Hogwarts and other magical schools." She produced a thick folder filled with what appeared to be correspondence from parents and other adult members of the magical community. "We've been contacted by over 200 families who want to share their own stories about institutional failures, administrative cover-ups, and systematic problems within magical education that they were told were isolated incidents or necessary policies." The political dynamics were shifting faster than Harry had anticipated, creating pressure for accountability from multiple directions simultaneously. The ministry's attempt to limit the investigation to Dumbledore alone was being undermined by organized student resistance and growing public demand for comprehensive institutional reform. Their planning session was interrupted by the arrival of ministry officials themselves, led by Dolores Umbridge, whose saccharine smile seemed even more artificial than usual as she surveyed the group of students who had clearly been engaged in serious organizational activities. "Mr. Potter," Umbridge said in her girlish voice that managed to sound both patronizing and threatening, "Minister Fudge has asked me to speak with you about the investigation procedures and to assure you that the ministry takes these allegations very seriously indeed." Harry studied Umbridge's face with the analytical precision he had learned during his goblin training, noting the careful calculation behind her seemingly innocent demeanor. This woman was dangerous in ways that Dumbledore had never been, because her motivations were purely institutional rather than personal. "Professor Umbridge," Harry replied with careful courtesy, "I appreciate the minister's concern, but I should mention that any investigation that doesn't address the systematic institutional failures that enabled Professor Dumbledore's crimes will be inadequate to achieve the justice that the situation demands." Umbridge's smile never wavered, but Harry caught a flicker of something harder in her eyes as she processed his response. "Mr. Potter, I'm sure you understand that investigations of this complexity require careful management to ensure that all relevant evidence is properly evaluated and that conclusions are based on facts rather than emotional reactions to unfortunate circumstances." The barely concealed condescension in her tone was clearly intended to remind Harry of his age and supposed lack of sophisticated understanding about political realities. But Harry had spent weeks learning about institutional manipulation from goblins who had been observing such tactics for centuries. "Professor Umbridge," Harry said with quiet intensity, "I have documentation proving that ministry officials were aware of my situation and chose to ignore clear evidence of abuse because intervention would have been politically inconvenient. Any investigation that doesn't address that institutional complicity will be seen as a cover-up rather than genuine accountability." The directness of Harry's challenge clearly surprised Umbridge, whose smile finally faltered as she realized that the grateful, confused child she had expected to encounter had been replaced by someone with sophisticated understanding of political dynamics and access to evidence that could destroy careers. "Mr. Potter, I think perhaps you don't fully understand the complexities involved in these matters," Umbridge said, with less sweetness in her voice. "The Ministry has procedures for handling sensitive investigations, and I'm sure that once you've had time to consider the situation more carefully, you'll appreciate the wisdom of working within established channels rather than making inflammatory public accusations." But Harry was no longer the manipulable child that Ministry officials expected to encounter. The weeks of education and preparation under Goblin guidance had given him not just knowledge, but confidence, and he used both as he faced down one of the Ministry's most accomplished political operators. "Professor Umbridge," Harry replied with calm authority, "I've had 11 years to consider my situation quite carefully. I understand that the Ministry would prefer to limit this investigation to Professor Dumbledore alone and avoid addressing the institutional failures that enabled his crimes to continue. But the student body has decided that such a limited approach would be inadequate, and we're prepared to take our evidence directly to international authorities if the British Ministry continues trying to minimize accountability." The mention of international involvement clearly alarmed Umbridge, whose political instincts would have immediately recognized the threat this represented to Ministry authority and British magical sovereignty over domestic institutional matters. "Mr. Potter, surely you don't want to create an international incident over what are fundamentally internal British magical community concerns?" Umbridge said, with barely concealed panic beneath her continued attempts at sweet reasonableness. "Professor Umbridge, what I want is justice for 11 years of systematic abuse and institutional neglect. If the British Ministry is committed to providing that justice through comprehensive investigation and meaningful reform, then we can work together productively. If the Ministry is only interested in protecting corrupt officials and minimizing political embarrassment, then we'll find other venues for achieving accountability." The confrontation was interrupted by the arrival of additional figures who immediately shifted the power dynamics in the room. Amelia Bones entered with the brisk efficiency that had made her one of the most respected figures in magical law enforcement, followed by several auras whose presence suggested official rather than merely diplomatic purposes. "Ms. Umbridge," Madame Bones said, with barely concealed irritation, "I need to speak with Mr. Potter about his testimony and evidence without interference from Ministry political personnel who might have conflicts of interest in this investigation." The tension between the two ministry officials was immediately apparent, and Harry realized that the bureaucratic infighting he had expected was already beginning as different departments struggled to control the narrative and protect their own interests. "Amelia," Umbridge said with strained sweetness, "I'm sure we can coordinate our approaches to ensure that Mr. Potter receives appropriate guidance about the complexities of these proceedings." "Miss Umbridge," Madam Bones replied with cutting precision, "Mr. Potter is the victim of systematic crimes that may have involved multiple government agencies and officials. He doesn't need guidance about how to minimize the political impact of his testimony. He needs protection from further institutional abuse and assurance that his evidence will be thoroughly investigated, regardless of where that investigation leads." The exchange was enlightening for Harry, as it revealed the fault lines within the ministry that his revelations had created. Officials like Amelia Bones, who genuinely cared about justice and accountability, were now in direct conflict with political operators like Umbridge, whose primary concern was protecting institutional authority and minimizing damage to established power structures. "Madam Bones," Harry said respectfully, "I have comprehensive documentation of crimes and institutional failures spanning 11 years. I'm prepared to provide full testimony and evidence, but only as part of an investigation that addresses all aspects of how these crimes were enabled and perpetuated by system-wide failures." He gestured toward the students who had gathered around him during the confrontation with Umbridge. "The student body has also prepared extensive testimony about related institutional problems that demonstrate this wasn't an isolated incident, but part of a broader pattern of abuse and negligence within magical education." Madam Bones nodded with obvious approval as she surveyed the organized student network that had formed around Harry's cause. "Mr. Potter, I can assure you that the Department of Magical Law Enforcement is committed to a thorough investigation that follows the evidence wherever it leads, regardless of political considerations or institutional embarrassment." She fixed Umbridge with a stare that could have melted steel. "Any attempts to interfere with that investigation or limit its scope will be met with appropriate legal consequences, regardless of the seniority or political connections of the individuals involved." As the ministry officials continued their bureaucratic maneuvering, Harry reflected on how completely the situation had evolved beyond what anyone had anticipated. His personal quest for justice had become a catalyst for comprehensive institutional reform that was reshaping the entire magical government's approach to accountability and oversight. The weapon Dumbledore had tried to create through systematic abuse had become something far more dangerous to corrupt authority. A young man with the knowledge, resources, and moral authority to demand that institutions live up to their stated values rather than protecting themselves through convenient lies and limited investigations. The revolution he had begun was now unstoppable, driven by forces that extended far beyond any individual's ability to control or contain them. The ancient office of the headmaster of Hogwarts had witnessed countless moments of triumph and tragedy throughout its centuries of existence, but never before had it served as the setting for the complete destruction of everything its most famous occupant had built over a lifetime of careful political maneuvering and mythological construction. Albus Dumbledore sat behind the massive desk that had once been the seat of his seemingly unassailable power, his usually vibrant blue eyes dulled with the recognition that his world was collapsing around him with mathematical precision. The past 48 hours had transformed the office from a sanctuary of accumulated wisdom and political authority into something resembling a war room under siege. Portraits of former headmasters lined the walls in unusual silence, their painted eyes reflecting various degrees of shock, disappointment, and growing condemnation as they processed the magnitude of what had been revealed about their successors' methods and priorities. Harry Potter stood before the great desk with the confidence of someone who had learned to recognize power in all its forms and was no longer intimidated by theatrical displays of authority or appeals to tradition. The weeks of education under Goblin guidance had given him not just knowledge, but the analytical tools to see through Dumbledore's remaining attempts at manipulation, and he intended to use every advantage he possessed in this final confrontation. Behind Harry stood a carefully chosen collection of witnesses whose presence served both practical and symbolic purposes. Augusta Longbottom occupied a place of honor as his chosen guardian, her formidable presence a reminder that Harry now enjoyed the protection of one of the wizarding world's most respected families. Professor McGonagall represented the faculty members who had found the courage to choose justice over institutional loyalty, while Hermione Granger embodied the student movement that had transformed a personal quest for accountability into a systematic challenge to corrupt authority. But it was the presence of Amelia Bones and her team of Auror investigators that gave this confrontation its official weight and legal significance. The head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement had spent the past day reviewing evidence that painted such a comprehensive picture of institutional abuse that even the ministry's political leadership could no longer deny the necessity of formal criminal proceedings. The silence stretched uncomfortably as Dumbledore struggled to find words adequate to address the magnitude of his situation. Gone was the grandfatherly warmth that had charmed generations of witches and wizards, replaced by something that looked remarkably like genuine fear as he contemplated the complete destruction of his carefully constructed legacy. "Professor Dumbledore," Amelia Bones said, with the formal precision that marked all her official communications, "you are here to respond to charges of systematic child abuse, financial fraud, obstruction of justice, and conspiracy to violate the civil rights of a minor under your legal guardianship. Before we proceed, I want to ensure that you understand the gravity of these proceedings and your right to legal representation." Dumbledore's response was barely audible, his voice lacking any trace of the commanding presence that had once made him the most feared and respected wizard in Britain. "I understand the charges, Amelia. I also understand that my actions over the past 11 years have created a situation where legal representation will be of limited value." He looked directly at Harry for the first time since the confrontation had begun, and Harry was surprised to see genuine remorse mixed with the fear and calculation in the old wizard's eyes. "Harry, my dear boy, I know that no apology can undo the suffering you have endured, but I want you to understand that everything I did was motivated by my belief that it was necessary to prepare you for the role destiny had chosen for you. The attempt at justification through appeals to destiny and greater good was exactly what Harry had expected, and he responded with the cold precision he had learned from his goblin allies. "Professor Dumbledore," Harry said with quiet authority, "Destiny didn't choose to lock me in a cupboard under the stairs. Destiny didn't choose to steal 50,000 galleons from my trust vault while I wore rags and ate scraps. Destiny didn't choose to suppress medical reports documenting my abuse while you told the world I was being properly cared for." Harry stepped closer to the desk, his young voice carrying a weight of moral authority that made everyone in the room understand why the Goblin Nation had chosen to ally themselves with his cause. "You made those choices, Professor Dumbledore. You orchestrated my suffering because you believed it would make me more compliant and easier to manipulate when the time came to use me as a weapon in your war against Voldemort." Dumbledore's composure finally cracked completely as he confronted the systematic nature of Harry's accusations and the impossibility of denying evidence that had been verified through multiple independent sources. His shoulders sagged visibly as the weight of his crimes settled upon him like a physical burden. "You're right, Harry," Dumbledore admitted, with a voice that seemed to age years in the course of a single sentence. "I convinced myself that your suffering was necessary, that creating a grateful and dependent child would serve the greater good when the final confrontation with Tom came. I told myself that the ends would justify the means, that saving the wizarding world from another dark age was worth the price of one boy's happiness and security. The confession was everything Harry had hoped to achieve, but hearing it spoken aloud by the man who had orchestrated 11 years of systematic abuse was more emotionally complex than he had anticipated. This wasn't the cruel satisfaction of revenge, but the deeper fulfillment that came from finally forcing someone to acknowledge the full scope of their crimes. "Professor Dumbledore," Augusta Longbottom interjected with ice in her voice, "you speak of the greater good as if your personal interpretation of necessity gave you the right to torture a child for over a decade. What gives any individual the authority to make such calculations with another person's life?" Dumbledore turned to face Augusta with obvious difficulty, recognizing that he was confronting someone whose moral authority was unquestionable and whose political influence could no longer be dismissed through bureaucratic maneuvering. "Augusta, you're absolutely correct to condemn my actions," Dumbledore said with painful honesty. "I allowed my fear of Tom's return and my guilt over past failures to cloud my judgment about what was acceptable in the name of protecting our world. I became so focused on preventing another war that I lost sight of the individual human cost of my strategies. But it was Professor McGonagall whose reaction proved most devastating to whatever remained of Dumbledore's composure. The woman who had served as his deputy for decades stepped forward, with tears streaming down her face and fury blazing in her eyes. "Albus," McGonagall said, with a voice that shook with emotion, "I brought you evidence of Harry's abuse for 11 years. 11 years of documentation, photographs, witness testimony, everything you needed to understand that your supposed protection was destroying the very child you claimed to be saving." She pulled out the leather-bound journal that contained her meticulous observations and threw it onto the desk with enough force to make several objects jump. "Every time I begged you to intervene, every time I showed you proof that Harry was suffering, you dismissed my concerns and told me to trust your superior wisdom about magical protections and destiny." McGonagall's voice grew stronger as she continued her condemnation. "You didn't make a series of difficult decisions based on incomplete information, Albus. You made a deliberate choice to prioritize your own strategic convenience over the welfare of a helpless child who had already lost everything that mattered to him. The systematic destruction of Dumbledore's remaining defenses continued as other witnesses stepped forward to contribute their own testimony to the growing catalogue of his crimes. House elves provided details about private conversations they had overheard, revealing the calculating nature of Dumbledore's decision-making process. Former Order of the Phoenix members shared correspondence that showed how donations intended to protect Harry had been diverted to fund political activities that had nothing to do with his welfare. But it was the arrival of an unexpected witness that provided the final devastating blow to any possibility of Dumbledore maintaining his innocence or claiming noble motivations for his actions. Severus Snape entered the office with the dramatic flair that characterized all his movements, but his usual sardonic expression had been replaced by something colder and more focused than Harry had ever seen. "Albus," Snape said without preamble, "I have spent years allowing my personal hatred of James Potter to blind me to what you were doing to his son. But I will not allow my own failures to prevent me from providing testimony about your true motivations and methods." Snape moved to stand beside Harry in a gesture of support that shocked everyone present, including Harry himself. The potions master's expression suggested that this alliance was as personally difficult for him as it was politically significant. "Professor Snape," Amelia Bones said with obvious interest, "what testimony can you provide about Professor Dumbledore's decision-making regarding Mr. Potter's care and protection?" Snape's response was delivered with the clinical precision he brought to his most complex potion recipes, each word chosen for maximum impact and accuracy. "Albus Dumbledore discussed his plans for Harry Potter with me on multiple occasions, always framing the boy's suffering as a necessary component of his preparation for confronting Voldemort. He spoke specifically about the psychological conditioning that would result from years of abuse and neglect, and how that conditioning would make Harry more willing to sacrifice himself when the prophecy demanded it. The clinical nature of Snape's testimony made Dumbledore's crimes seem even more monstrous, as it revealed the systematic psychological manipulation that had underlain every decision about Harry's placement and care. Did Professor Dumbledore ever express concern for Mr. Potter's immediate welfare, or consider alternative approaches that might have achieved the same protective goals without subjecting him to systematic abuse? Amelia Bones asked. Never, Snape replied without hesitation. Every conversation I had with him about Potter focused on how the boy's experiences could be shaped to serve Dumbledore's strategic objectives. The possibility of treating Potter as a child, deserving of love and protection, rather than as a weapon to be forged through suffering, was never seriously considered. Harry felt a complex mixture of vindication and sadness as he listened to Snape's testimony. The man's personal animosity had clearly contributed to the neglect Harry had experienced, but his willingness to provide evidence against Dumbledore suggested a capacity for moral growth that Harry found unexpectedly encouraging. The formal proceedings continued for several more hours as witness after witness contributed evidence to the comprehensive case against Dumbledore's methods and motivations. International observers from the International Confederation of Wizards documented everything for their own investigations into whether similar abuses had occurred in other magical communities. Representatives from Gringotts provided detailed financial analysis showing the sophisticated nature of Dumbledore's embezzlement schemes. But it was Dumbledore's final statement that provided the most complete picture of how a genuinely brilliant and originally well-intentioned wizard had transformed himself into someone capable of systematically abusing a child for over a decade. "I began with the best of intentions," Dumbledore said, with a voice that carried the weight of centuries. "I had witnessed the devastation that Tom Riddle could cause when he was young and charismatic and seemingly harmless. I was determined to prevent another such rise to power, no matter what sacrifices were required." He looked around the room at the faces of people who had once trusted and respected him, seeing only condemnation and disappointment reflected in their expressions. But somewhere in my determination to prevent another dark age, I lost sight of the individual human costs of my strategies. I began to see Harry not as a child deserving of love and protection, but as a strategic resource to be managed and shaped according to my understanding of what our world needed. Dumbledore's voice grew quieter as he approached the heart of his confession. I convinced myself that his suffering was temporary and necessary, that the benefits to the larger magical community justified the price one boy would pay. I created elaborate philosophical frameworks to rationalize decisions that I knew, in my deepest heart, were morally indefensible. The old wizard's final words carried a weight of self-condemnation that made even his harshest critics recognize the genuinely tragic nature of his fall from grace. I became the very thing I had spent my life fighting against, someone who believed that his superior wisdom gave him the right to sacrifice others for what he perceived to be the greater good. As the formal proceedings concluded, and Dumbledore was led away by Aurors who would escort him to a ministry-holding facility pending his trial, Harry felt a profound sense of completion mixed with unexpected sadness. The man who had orchestrated his suffering, as they walked through the corridors of Hogwarts toward an uncertain but hopeful future, Harry reflected on how completely his life had changed from the terrified child who had discovered his parents' letters in a hidden compartment beneath the stairs at Privet Drive. The weapon Dumbledore had tried to create through systematic abuse had become something far more dangerous to corrupt authority. A young man with the knowledge, resources, and moral authority to demand accountability from those who claimed to act in others' best interests. The revolution he had begun was now complete in its first phase, with justice achieved and truth revealed. But the harder work of building better institutions and creating systems that would prevent such abuses in the future was only just beginning. The age of unquestioned authority was ending, replaced by something more complex and demanding, but infinitely more just. A world where power would be held accountable by those it claimed to serve. The Great Hall of Hogwarts had been transformed once again, but this time the change reflected hope rather than revolution, renewal rather than destruction. 6 months had passed since the night Harry Potter had shattered Albus Dumbledore's carefully constructed mythology with a red envelope and irrefutable evidence, and the ancient chamber now served as the setting for a very different kind of ceremony than anyone might have imagined possible. Banners representing all 4 houses hung from the enchanted ceiling in perfect harmony, but they were joined by new symbols that reflected the institutional changes that had emerged from the ashes of Dumbledore's regime. The crest of the newly established Student Welfare Committee occupied a place of honor beside the traditional house emblems, while representatives of the International Educational Oversight Council sat at tables that had been added to accommodate the broader community now involved in magical education governance. Harry sat at what had once been the head table, though the hierarchical implications of that arrangement had been deliberately restructured to reflect the more collaborative approach to school administration that Professor McGonagall had implemented as the new headmistress. Instead of a single elevated position of authority, the leadership table now accommodated multiple perspectives: faculty representatives, student delegates, parent liaisons, and external oversight officials who ensured that the reforms implemented at Hogwarts would be maintained regardless of future political pressures. The past 6 months had been a whirlwind of testimony, trials, institutional restructuring, and personal healing that had challenged everyone involved to grow beyond what they had thought possible. Dumbledore's conviction on multiple charges of child abuse, financial fraud, and conspiracy had sent shockwaves through the entire magical world, but those shockwaves had ultimately created space for positive changes that would benefit generations of young witches and wizards. Hermione Granger sat beside Harry in her new role as the first elected student advocate, a position that had been created specifically to ensure that student perspectives would be formally represented in all major decisions affecting their education and welfare. Her transformation from brilliant but rule-following bookworm to sophisticated political organizer had been remarkable to witness, and Harry felt proud to have played a role in helping her discover her own capacity for leadership. On Harry's other side, Neville Longbottom occupied the chair reserved for the Student Safety Commissioner, another new position that reflected the school's commitment to preventing the kind of systematic abuse that had defined Harry's childhood. Neville's journey from frightened, uncertain boy to confident advocate for vulnerable students had been perhaps the most dramatic transformation of all, fueled by his understanding that his own family's suffering was connected to the same institutional failures that had enabled Harry's abuse. The ceremony they were gathered to witness represented the culmination of months of careful planning and negotiation between multiple stakeholders who had learned to work together despite their different perspectives and priorities. The Harry Potter Foundation for Magical Child Welfare was being formally established, with an endowment that would ensure its independence from political interference and its ability to advocate effectively for young people throughout the magical world. Augusta Longbottom rose from her position as Harry's guardian and legal advocate to address the assembled crowd with the dignity and moral authority that had made her such a formidable ally during the darkest moments of the institutional crisis that had reshaped magical Britain. "Ladies and gentlemen," Augusta began with a voice that carried clearly throughout the transformed Great Hall, "we gather today not to celebrate the destruction of what came before, but to dedicate ourselves to building something better from the lessons we have learned through tragedy and triumph." She gestured toward Harry with obvious pride and affection. Harry Potter could have chosen to retreat from public life after achieving justice for the crimes committed against him. He could have accepted financial compensation and private apologies and allowed the world to return to comfortable assumptions about institutional benevolence and individual powerlessness. Augusta's voice grew stronger as she continued. Instead, he chose to transform his personal quest for accountability into a systematic effort to protect other children from experiencing the suffering he endured. The foundation we established today represents not just his generosity, but his understanding that true healing comes through ensuring that others will not face the same institutional failures that defined his childhood. Harry felt a complex mixture of emotions as he listened to Augusta's speech and observed the faces of the people gathered to witness this moment of institutional transformation. Pride in what they had accomplished, certainly, but also a deeper satisfaction that came from knowing that his suffering had ultimately served a purpose beyond personal vindication. The foundation represented everything he had hoped to achieve when he first discovered his parents' letters in that hidden compartment beneath the stairs at Privet Drive. It would provide advocacy for abused magical children, oversight of educational institutions, resources for families struggling with bureaucratic indifference, and most importantly, a permanent institutional voice for those who might otherwise be silenced by powerful adults claiming to act in their best interests. Professor McGonagall rose to speak next, her transformation from reluctantly complicit deputy to passionate reform advocate serving as a powerful example of how institutions could change when individuals found the courage to prioritize justice over convenience. The reforms we have implemented at Hogwarts over the past 6 months represent more than policy changes, McGonagall declared with the same authority she had once used to maintain classroom discipline. They represent a fundamental shift in how we understand the relationship between those who hold power and those who are subject to that power. She gestured toward the mixed seating arrangements that had replaced the traditional hierarchical structure of school ceremonies. Students now sit alongside faculty, not as subordinates receiving instruction, but as partners in the educational process whose perspectives and experiences are valued equally with adult expertise and institutional authority. McGonagall's voice carried deep conviction as she outlined the specific changes that had emerged from the crisis. Mandatory reporting requirements ensure that signs of abuse or neglect cannot be ignored or rationalized away by adults who prioritize institutional reputation over child welfare. Independent oversight committees provide external review of disciplinary decisions and resource allocation. Student representation on governing bodies ensures that those most affected by educational policies have direct input into how those policies are developed and implemented. But perhaps most importantly, McGonagall continued, we have established the principle that institutional loyalty must never override moral obligations to the vulnerable people in our care. The tragedy of Albus Dumbledore's fall from grace serves as a permanent reminder that even the most respected leaders can become corrupted when they lose sight of the individual human costs of their decisions. The ceremony continued with statements from various representatives of the organizations and institutions that had committed to supporting the Foundation's work. Griphook spoke on behalf of the Goblin Nation, whose alliance with Harry had proven crucial during the darkest moments of his confrontation with institutional power. Representatives from magical schools throughout Europe pledged cooperation with oversight efforts and information sharing about best practices for student welfare. But it was the surprise appearance of several former members of Dumbledore's Order of the Phoenix that provided the most emotionally complex moment of the entire ceremony. These were people who had trusted and followed the fallen headmaster for decades, whose entire understanding of heroism and sacrifice had been shattered by learning the truth about his treatment of Harry. Kingsley Shacklebolt stepped forward as their spokesperson, his deep voice carrying the weight of hard-learned wisdom about the dangers of unquestioned loyalty to charismatic leaders. We came here today to apologize publicly for our failure to question Albus Dumbledore's decisions about Harry Potter's care and protection, Shacklebolt said with obvious difficulty. We allowed our gratitude for his leadership during dark times to blind us to clear evidence that he was making decisions based on political calculation rather than genuine concern for a child's welfare. The former Aura's voice grew stronger as he continued his statement. But more importantly, we came here to pledge our support for the institutional changes that will prevent such failures in the future. The Harry Potter Foundation represents everything we should have been advocating for during the years we spent following orders without demanding transparency or accountability. Harry felt moved by the genuine remorse and commitment to reform that he heard in Shacklebolt's words, but he also recognized the broader significance of having former Order members publicly acknowledge their complicity in the system that had enabled his abuse. Their willingness to support institutional oversight and transparency represented a crucial shift away from the cult of personality that had allowed Dumbledore to operate without effective challenge for so many years. As the formal speeches concluded and the assembled crowd prepared to witness the signing of the Foundation's charter, Harry reflected on how completely his life had changed since that July night when he had discovered his parents' hidden letters. The frightened, grateful child who had been expected to arrive at Hogwarts was gone forever, replaced by someone who understood that true strength came not from magical power or political connections, but from the courage to speak truth regardless of personal cost. Luna Lovegood approached the podium with her characteristic ethereal grace, but her words carried a practical wisdom that had proven invaluable during the months of institutional restructuring. The foundation we established today exists because Harry Potter chose to transform his pain into purpose, Luna said in her soft, musical voice. But its continued success will depend on all of us maintaining the courage to challenge authority when that authority fails to serve those it claims to protect. She turned to face Harry directly, her dreamy expression replaced by something more focused and determined. The revolution you began with a red envelope and a willingness to speak uncomfortable truths has shown us that institutional change is possible when ordinary people find extraordinary courage to demand accountability from those in power. Harry rose to sign the Foundation Charter with a sense of profound completion, mixed with excited anticipation for the work that lay ahead. The document represented more than legal formalities and financial commitments. It embodied a promise that future generations of magical children would grow up in a world where their welfare mattered more than adult convenience or institutional reputation. As he signed his name beside those of the other founding members, Harry thought about his parents and the sacrifice they had made to protect him from Voldemort's immediate threat. They could never have imagined that their son would need protection from the very people they had trusted to keep him safe. But their letters had ultimately provided him with everything necessary to achieve justice and create lasting change. The ceremony concluded with the establishment of the Foundation's first major initiative, a comprehensive review of magical educational institutions throughout Britain and Europe, designed to identify and address systematic problems before they could cause the kind of widespread harm that Dumbledore's regime had inflicted on countless students over the decades. Hermione took the lead in outlining the methodology that would guide these reviews. Her analytical intelligence now focused on creating systems that would prevent abuse rather than simply documenting it after the fact. Student survey protocols, faculty accountability measures, financial transparency requirements, and independent oversight mechanisms would ensure that no future headmaster or administrator could operate with the kind of unchecked authority that had enabled Dumbledore's crimes. As the crowd began to disperse, and participants moved to smaller gatherings for more detailed planning discussions, Harry found himself in conversation with several of his former classmates who had chosen to delay their traditional post-Hogwarts paths in order to contribute to the institutional reform efforts that had emerged from the crisis. Susan Bones had postponed her planned career in magical law enforcement to serve as the Foundation's first director of student advocacy, while Dean Thomas had discovered a talent for organizing community support networks that proved invaluable in helping other abuse survivors find resources and solidarity. "We've created something that will outlast all of us," Susan observed as they watched the various working groups form and begin their discussions of specific implementation strategies. "Even if future generations forget the details of what Dumbledore did to you, the systems we're building will continue protecting children who might otherwise fall through the cracks." Harry nodded, feeling satisfied that his personal quest for justice had evolved into something much larger and more enduring than individual vindication. The Foundation would continue advocating for vulnerable young people long after the particular circumstances of his own abuse had faded from public memory. But it was his conversation with Draco Malfoy that provided perhaps the most unexpected perspective on how the events of the past year had reshaped not just institutions, but individual understanding of power and responsibility. "Potter," Malfoy said with uncharacteristic directness, "I want you to know that watching you challenge Dumbledore's authority taught me something important about the difference between strength and cruelty, between leadership and manipulation." The Slytherin's usual arrogance had been replaced by something approaching genuine humility as he continued. "My family raised me to believe that power meant the ability to control others, and that strength meant never admitting weakness or uncertainty. But you showed me that real power comes from the courage to speak truth, even when that truth is inconvenient for those in authority." Harry studied Draco's face with interest, noting the obvious internal struggle between his upbringing and his growing understanding of more ethical approaches to influence and leadership. "What are you planning to do with that understanding?" Harry asked. Draco's response surprised him with its thoughtfulness and apparent sincerity. "I'm going to spend the next few years learning how to use my family's political connections to support institutional reform, rather than maintaining systems that benefit people like us at the expense of everyone else. Your foundation will need allies within traditional power structures if it's going to achieve lasting change." As evening approached and the formal ceremonies gave way to more intimate gatherings of friends and allies, Harry found himself walking through the corridors of Hogwarts with Augusta Longbottom, reflecting on how completely their relationship had transformed both their lives. "Harry," Augusta said with obvious affection, "I want you to understand that adopting you was not an act of charity or obligation. You brought purpose and meaning to my life at a time when I had begun to wonder whether the battles of my generation had accomplished anything lasting." She paused beside a window that looked out over the grounds where students were enjoying the freedom to organize and advocate for their own interests without fear of administrative retaliation. "Watching you find the courage to challenge institutional authority, despite everything you had suffered, reminded me that the fight for justice never ends. It simply passes from one generation to the next. You have shown all of us what it means to transform personal pain into public purpose." Harry felt overwhelmed by the depth of gratitude and love in Augusta's voice, emotions that were still somewhat foreign to him after 11 years of systematic emotional deprivation. But he was learning to accept and even reciprocate these feelings as he built the kind of family relationships that Dumbledore had tried to prevent him from experiencing. As they reached the quarters that Harry would occupy during his remaining time at Hogwarts before beginning his adult life as a reformer and advocate, he reflected on how completely his understanding of home and family had changed over the past year. The cupboard under the stairs at Privet Drive belonged to a different lifetime, replaced by spaces filled with people who valued his welfare more than their own convenience. The weapon Dumbledore had tried to create through systematic abuse and manipulation had become something far more dangerous to corrupt authority. A young man with the knowledge, resources, and moral authority to build institutions that would protect the vulnerable, rather than exploiting them for political purposes. The revolution Harry had begun with his goblin allies was now complete in its first phase, but the harder and more important work of maintaining those changes and extending them to other institutions and communities was only just beginning. As he settled into sleep in a bed that belonged to him rather than being grudgingly provided by people who resented his existence, Harry Potter smiled with the satisfaction of knowing that his suffering had ultimately served a purpose beyond personal vindication. The age of unquestioned authority was ending, replaced by something more complex and demanding, but infinitely more just. A world where power would be held accountable by those it claimed to serve, and where no child would ever again be sacrificed on the altar of some adult's interpretation of the greater good. The Foundation would continue its work long after Harry had moved on to other challenges and opportunities. The systems they had built would protect future generations from the kind of institutional abuse that had defined his childhood. Most importantly, the example they had set would inspire others to find the courage to speak truth to power, whenever and wherever such courage was needed. The boy who had discovered his parents' letters in a hidden compartment beneath the stairs had become exactly what Dumbledore had feared most. Someone who understood that real change came not from following orders or accepting convenient lies, but from demanding that institutions live up to their stated values rather than protecting themselves at the expense of those they claimed to serve. The revolution was complete, but its legacy would endure for generations to come. The clock on the mantelpiece in the Dursley living room had just struck midnight when Harry Potter made his decision. 3 days had passed since his discovery of his parents' letters, 3 days of careful planning and meticulous preparation that had transformed him from a confused, frightened child into someone with purpose and unshakable resolve. Tonight, on his 11th birthday, Harry would begin the process of reclaiming his life. The house around him was silent, except for Vernon's thunderous snoring from the master bedroom upstairs. Petunia's lighter breathing provided a counterpoint rhythm that Harry had memorized over years of lying awake in his cupboard, listening for any sign that his relatives might be stirring. But tonight was different. Tonight, Harry wasn't cowering in his prison, waiting for dawn. Tonight, he was leaving Privet Drive forever. The past 3 days had been a masterclass in acting that would have impressed even the most demanding drama teacher. Harry had maintained his usual demeanor of quiet compliance, accepting Vernon's increasingly creative punishments for imagined infractions, while secretly memorizing every detail of his parents' instructions. He had eaten his meager portions without complaint, while mentally cataloguing the supplies he would need for his escape. Most importantly, he had endured Aunt Petunia's casual cruelties without showing even a flicker of the rage that now burned constantly in his chest. But beneath the facade of helpless acceptance, Harry had been preparing. The silver key to his secret vault remained hidden in the loose floorboard he had carefully worked free in his cupboard, along with the precious letters that had changed everything. The howler waited in its own special hiding place, wrapped in one of his father's old shirts that Petunia had never bothered to throw away, probably because it gave her satisfaction to know Harry was sleeping on fabric that had once belonged to the sister she despised. The instructions his mother had provided were remarkably detailed, covering everything from the specific phrases that would identify him to the goblins to the safest routes through London in the early morning hours. Lily Potter had clearly inherited the brilliant strategic mind that had made her such a formidable witch, and she had used every ounce of that intelligence to prepare for this possibility. Harry slipped out of the cupboard with practiced silence, his bare feet making no sound on the worn carpet of the hallway. Over the years, he had learned to move through the house like a ghost, avoiding the creaky floorboards and loose doorknobs that might alert the Dursleys to his presence. Now those same skills served a different purpose as he crept toward the front door, carrying nothing but the clothes on his back and the evidence of Dumbledore's crimes. The night air hit his face like freedom itself as Harry stepped onto Privet Drive for what he hoped would be the last time. The streetlights cast long shadows between the identical houses, and somewhere in the distance a dog barked once before falling silent. Harry had expected to feel afraid, venturing alone into a world he barely understood, but instead he felt lighter than he had in years. Every step away from number 4 was a step toward the truth. According to his mother's notes, the night bus could be summoned from anywhere in the wizarding world by simply holding out a wand hand. Since Harry didn't have a wand yet, she had provided an alternative, a small bronze coin enchanted to serve the same purpose when pressed firmly between both palms while stating a clear intention to travel. The coin had been hidden in the secret compartment along with everything else, just another gift from parents who had tried to prepare for every possible contingency. Harry found a shadowy spot between 2 parked cars and pulled out the coin, its surface warm despite the cool night air. He pressed it between his palms exactly as his mother had instructed and spoke clearly into the darkness. "I need transportation to Diagon Alley. I am Harry James Potter, son of James and Lily Potter, and I claim sanctuary under ancient goblin law." The words felt strange in his mouth, formal and ritualistic, in a way that reminded him this was no ordinary request for help. According to the documentation his parents had left him, the phrase about goblin sanctuary was crucial. It would identify him, not just as another young wizard needing assistance, but as someone with legitimate claims against parties who had wronged him, someone entitled to protection under laws that predated the Ministry of Magic itself. The night bus materialized out of thin air with a tremendous bang that should have woken the entire neighborhood, but somehow didn't. The purple triple-decker bus looked like something from a fever dream, all mismatched windows and impossible angles that hurt to look at directly. A pimply young man in a conductor's uniform appeared at the bottom of the steps, his eyes widening as he took in Harry's appearance. "Welcome to the night bus, emergency transport for the stranded witch or wizard. My name is Stan Shunpike, and I will be your conductor this evening." The young man paused, his gaze focusing on Harry's forehead with uncomfortable intensity. "Blimey, you're Harry Potter, aren't you? The famous Harry Potter, right here on my bus." Harry had expected this reaction, had prepared for it during his 3 days of planning. The scar on his forehead made him instantly recognizable to anyone familiar with wizarding culture, and according to his parents' letters, his fame in their world was both extensive and largely fabricated. The story of his survival had been carefully crafted by Dumbledore to serve specific political purposes, casting the infant Harry as a symbol of hope while conveniently glossing over the circumstances that had led to his parents' deaths. "Yes," Harry said simply, climbing aboard the bus with more confidence than he felt. "I need to get to Diagon Alley as quickly as possible. It's urgent." The interior of the night bus was even more disorienting than the exterior, with beds and armchairs scattered at random angles throughout the swaying compartment. Harry chose a bed near the front, partially because it looked more stable than the alternatives, and partially because it would allow him to keep an eye on Stan Shunpike's reactions. If word of his midnight journey reached the wrong ears before he could implement his mother's plan, everything would be ruined. "Diagon Alley it is, then," Stan announced, signaling to the invisible driver with an enthusiasm that suggested celebrity passengers were rare on the night bus. "Hang on tight. This might get a bit bumpy." The bus lurched forward with enough force to throw Harry back against his pillow, and suddenly they were rocketing through the London streets at speeds that should have been impossible for such an unwieldy vehicle. Cars and lamp-posts whipped past the windows in blurs of colour and light, and more than once Harry was certain they were about to crash into oncoming traffic, only to somehow slip between vehicles with inches to spare. Stan spent the journey peppering Harry with questions about his life with the Muggles, clearly fishing for details he could share with friends later. Harry answered with carefully rehearsed responses that painted a picture of general unhappiness without revealing the specific abuses that might prompt unwanted intervention. The last thing he needed was for Stan to contact the authorities about a runaway child before Harry could reach the safety of goblin protection. As they approached central London, Harry felt his nervousness transform into something sharper and more focused. Everything depended on the next few hours going exactly according to his mother's plan. If the goblins refused to honor their ancient agreements, if the evidence wasn't sufficient to establish his claims, if Dumbledore had somehow anticipated this possibility and taken countermeasures, then Harry would find himself worse off than before, a runaway child with nowhere to go, and powerful enemies who now knew he possessed dangerous knowledge. But if the plan worked, if his parents had been as thorough and clever as their letters suggested, then by sunrise Harry would have allies and resources and the legal standing to challenge the man who had orchestrated 11 years of suffering. The gamble was enormous, but the alternative was returning to Privet Drive and pretending he didn't know the truth about his situation. That, Harry had decided, was no longer an option he could accept. The night bus shuddered to a halt outside the Leaky Cauldron with less fanfare than Harry had expected. Through the grimy windows, he could see the narrow, shabby pub that served as the gateway between the Muggle and magical worlds. At this hour, the establishment appeared closed, its windows dark and unwelcoming, but according to his mother's notes, the entrance to Diagon Alley remained accessible at all hours for those who knew the proper procedures. "That'll be 11 sickles," Stan announced, though his tone suggested he hoped Harry might prove as generous as he was famous. Harry hesitated for a moment, realizing he had no wizarding money to pay for the journey. But before he could explain his situation, Stan waved him away with a grin that was equal parts starstruck and calculating. "Don't worry about it, Harry Potter. Rides on the house for the boy who lived. Just remember who gave you excellent service when you're telling people about your adventures, eh?" Harry thanked Stan with genuine gratitude and stepped off the bus into the pre-dawn quiet of London. The leaky cauldron looked even more uninviting from street level, sandwiched between what appeared to be a bookshop and a record store in a way that suggested powerful concealment charms were at work. Most muggles probably walked past this spot dozens of times without ever noticing the pub's existence. The front door was locked, as Harry had expected, but his mother's instructions covered this contingency as well. He pressed his palm against a specific section of the weathered wood and spoke the password she had provided. "I seek passage in the name of Potter Honor and Ancient Debt." The door swung open silently, revealing a dimly lit interior that smelled of old wood and older secrets. Harry stepped inside, his footsteps echoing in the empty pub, and made his way toward the back wall where the entrance to Diagon Alley waited behind layers of magical concealment. The brick wall looked solid and impenetrable, but Harry had memorized the tapping sequence his mother had described in painstaking detail. 3 up, 2 across. Tap with the knuckle of the index finger while visualizing the Potter family crest. The bricks began to shift and rearrange themselves with grinding sounds that seemed impossibly loud in the silent pub, revealing the archway that led into the heart of magical Britain. Diagon Alley at 4 in the morning was a revelation that took Harry's breath away, despite everything else occupying his mind. The cobblestone street stretched before him like something from a fairy tale, lined with shops whose windows displayed wonders that defied every law of physics he had learned in his sporadic education. Cauldrons stirred themselves, books flapped their covers like wings, and somewhere in the distance an owl hooted with magnificent authority. But it was the white marble building at the far end of the alley that drew Harry's attention like a magnet. Gringotts Wizarding Bank rose above the surrounding shops with an architectural grandeur that spoke of ancient power and older loyalties. Even from this distance, Harry could see the bronze doors that marked the entrance to the goblin stronghold, and above those doors, the words that had been carved into the marble centuries ago. "Enter, stranger, but take heed of what awaits the sin of greed." The warning seemed particularly appropriate, given what Harry now knew about Dumbledore's financial manipulations. For 11 years, the headmaster had been helping himself to Potter gold while Harry suffered in poverty, funding political activities and personal projects with money that rightfully belonged to the boy he claimed to protect. The irony was not lost on Harry that Dumbledore's own greed might prove to be his downfall. The bronze doors of Gringotts stood open despite the early hour, revealing a marble hallway lit by crystal chandeliers that cast rainbow patterns on the polished floor. 2 goblins in scarlet and gold uniforms flanked the entrance, their dark eyes missing nothing as Harry approached. He had expected them to question his presence, but instead, the goblin on the left simply nodded and gestured toward the main banking hall. "Harry Potter," the goblin said, in a voice like gravel sliding down a mountainside. "You're expected. Griphook is waiting in consultation chamber 7. Please follow the red carpet." The fact that they were expecting him should have been surprising, but Harry's mother had mentioned that the goblins possessed their own methods of monitoring significant magical events. His use of the summoning coin, combined with the specific phrases he had spoken, had undoubtedly triggered alerts throughout their communication network. By the time he had arrived at Diagon Alley, word of his presence and intentions had already reached the appropriate parties. The consultation chamber was smaller than Harry had imagined, with walls lined in dark wood and dominated by a massive desk carved from a single piece of black marble. The goblin seated behind the desk was older than the guards at the entrance, his features sharper and his bearing suggesting considerable authority within the bank hierarchy. This, Harry realized, must be Griphook, the goblin his mother had specifically named as a potential ally. "Mr. Potter," Griphook said without preamble, his voice carrying the same gravelly quality as his colleagues, but with undertones that suggested both intelligence and barely contained anger. "We have been waiting for this conversation for 11 years. Please take a seat and show me what you have brought." Harry settled into the chair across from the massive desk and carefully withdrew the silver key from his pocket. The moment it appeared, Griphook's eyes sharpened with something that might have been satisfaction. The goblin extended one long-fingered hand, and Harry placed the key in his palm with a reverence that felt appropriate for the moment. "Vault 687, Griphook murmured, turning the key over in his hands with the expertise of someone who had handled thousands of similar artifacts. Created by Lily Evans Potter 3 days before her death, sealed with blood magic and goblin oaths that cannot be broken or circumvented. The vault has been waiting for your majority, Mr. Potter, or for circumstances desperate enough to justify early access." Harry leaned forward in his chair, his heart pounding with a mixture of anticipation and fear. This was the moment of truth, the point at which his mother's careful planning would either prove sufficient or reveal itself as the desperate hope of parents who had overestimated their ability to protect their son from beyond the grave. "My mother's letters mentioned that you have been aware of financial irregularities regarding my main vault," Harry said, choosing his words with the same care he had learned to use when speaking to the Dursleys about sensitive topics. She suggested that the goblins value justice over politics and might be willing to help me understand the extent of those irregularities. Griphook's smile was sharp enough to cut glass, revealing teeth that seemed designed for more than just eating. He reached into his desk and withdrew a leather portfolio, thick enough to contain hundreds of documents, placing it on the marble surface between them with ceremonial precision. "Mr. Potter, we have been documenting Albus Dumbledore's unauthorized access to your vault since the week after your parents' funeral. Every withdrawal, every transfer, every manipulation of your financial assets has been recorded in violation of goblin law and wizarding statute. We have been waiting for someone with the legal standing to bring charges against him, and until tonight, that someone did not exist." Harry's hands shook slightly as he reached for the portfolio, but his voice remained steady. "What exactly has he been doing?" The goblin's expression grew darker as he began outlining a pattern of theft and manipulation that exceeded even Harry's worst expectations based on his parents' letters. According to the meticulous records Gringotts had maintained, Dumbledore had been accessing Harry's vault regularly since 1981, withdrawing substantial sums that he claimed were necessary for Harry's care and protection. None of this money had ever reached Harry or the Dursleys. Instead, it had been used to fund Order of the Phoenix activities, to provide bribes and incentives to ministry officials whose support Dumbledore required for his political agenda, and to finance research projects that had no connection whatsoever to Harry's well-being or education. The total amount stolen exceeded 50,000 galleons, a fortune by any measure, and enough to have provided Harry with a comfortable lifestyle and excellent education anywhere in the magical world. But the financial theft was only the beginning of Dumbledore's crimes. The portfolio also contained evidence of the headmaster's interference with Harry's mail, his placement of monitoring charms on Privet Drive, and his systematic efforts to prevent other magical families from contacting Harry or offering alternative living arrangements. Several prominent wizarding families had attempted to provide Harry with better homes over the years, only to be turned away by Dumbledore's representatives with explanations about blood ward requirements that the goblins now confirmed were largely fictional. Most damning of all were the medical reports that Dumbledore had suppressed, reports from magical healers who had examined Harry during his early years and documented clear evidence of abuse and neglect. These reports should have triggered immediate intervention from the Department for Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures Child Welfare Division, but they had been buried in classified files that only Dumbledore could access. As Griphook laid out each piece of evidence with clinical precision, Harry felt his anger crystallizing into something harder and more focused than mere rage. This wasn't the impulsive fury of a child who had discovered he had been treated unfairly. This was the cold, calculating determination of someone who understood exactly how he had been wronged and was prepared to demand justice, regardless of the consequences. "What are my options?" Harry asked, when Griphook had finished his presentation. The goblin's smile returned, sharper than before. "Under goblin law, you can claim sanctuary within our halls until you reach your majority, at which point you will have full legal standing to pursue both civil and criminal charges against Dumbledore. We can provide you with legal representation, financial resources, and physical protection from any retaliation he might attempt. And in exchange?" Griphook's expression grew thoughtful. "Goblins have long memories, Mr. Potter, and we do not forget debts of honor. Your parents treated our people with respect and fairness during the war, defending goblin rights when other wizards viewed us merely as useful tools. They earned our loyalty, and by extension, so have you. We ask only that you remember our assistance when you have the power to influence wizarding policy regarding goblin affairs." Harry considered this carefully. The alliance Griphook was offering represented everything his parents had hoped for: protection, resources, and allies who could match Dumbledore's political influence with their own considerable power. But it also meant committing to a path of confrontation that would reshape his entire life, and possibly the entire wizarding world. The alternative was returning to Privet Drive, pretending ignorance of everything he had learned, and allowing Dumbledore to continue his manipulations until Harry came of age. That choice would preserve the status quo and avoid the chaos that would inevitably follow any public revelation of Dumbledore's crimes. It would also condemn Harry to 3 more years of suffering, while a man who had stolen from him and orchestrated his abuse continued to present himself as a hero and protector. When Harry looked at it that way, there was really no choice at all. "I accept your offer," he said firmly. "When do we begin?" Griphook's smile was positively predatory. "We begin immediately, Mr. Potter. There are preparations to make and allies to contact before your dramatic entrance to Hogwarts. By the time you face Dumbledore in the Great Hall, you will have everything you need to ensure that justice is not merely demanded, but achieved." As the first rays of dawn began filtering through the crystal windows of Gringotts, Harry Potter sat in Consultation Chamber 7 and began planning the end of Albus Dumbledore's carefully constructed world. The boy who had cowered in the cupboard under the stairs was gone forever, replaced by someone who understood the true value of power and was prepared to use it without hesitation or mercy. The Goblin Alliance was just the beginning. The Goblin-provided communication mirror felt warm against Harry's palm as he held it in the secure chamber, deep beneath Gringotts, 3 days after his escape from Privet Drive. The silvered surface rippled like water as Griphook activated the connection from his position behind the consultation desk, his long fingers weaving complex patterns that spoke of magic far older than anything taught at Hogwarts. On the other side of the mirror, chaos was unfolding at No. 4 Privet Drive, with precisely the drama Harry had anticipated. Through the scrying connection, he could see Arthur Weasley standing in the Dursleys' living room with 2 other ministry officials, their expressions ranging from confusion to barely controlled panic as they surveyed the empty house and tried to make sense of Harry's disappearance. Vernon Dursley paced back and forth like a caged animal, his face the color of overripe tomatoes as he gestured wildly toward the cupboard under the stairs. The man's voice carried clearly through the magical connection as he ranted about ungrateful freaks and midnight disappearances and the distinct possibility that he was about to be blamed for something that was definitely not his fault. "He was there when we went to bed," Vernon insisted, for what must have been the 1000th time. "Locked in his cupboard just like always. How were we supposed to know the little freak had learned to vanish into thin air?" Petunia stood beside her husband, with her arms crossed tightly over her chest, her resemblance to Harry's mother more pronounced when viewed through the dispassionate lens of the scrying mirror. There was something almost comical about her attempts to appear concerned for Harry's welfare, while simultaneously making it clear that his disappearance was both unexpected and deeply inconvenient for the family's carefully maintained routine. Arthur Weasley looked increasingly uncomfortable as the Dursleys continued their performance of bewildered innocence. Harry had met the man only through his parents' descriptions, but even from a distance, it was obvious that Arthur possessed the kind of fundamental decency that made him ill-suited for the role Dumbledore had assigned him. The ministry official was supposed to be conducting a routine check on Harry's welfare before escorting him to Diagon Alley for school shopping, not investigating what appeared to be a runaway situation with potentially serious magical implications. "Mr. Dursley," Arthur said with carefully controlled patience, "I need you to think very carefully about the last few days. Did Harry seem different in any way? Did he mention anything about leaving, or about contact from the wizarding world?" Vernon's laugh was harsh and bitter. The boy never said anything worth listening to, kept to himself, did his chores, stayed out of trouble mostly. If he was planning something, he certainly didn't share it with us. What Arthur and his companions couldn't see, but Harry could observe clearly through his enhanced magical perception, were the subtle signs that told a very different story. The loose floorboard in the cupboard that had been carefully replaced, but not quite perfectly aligned. The faint residue of magic around the areas where Harry had accessed his parents' hidden compartment. Most tellingly, the complete absence of any personal belongings, suggesting that Harry's departure had been planned rather than impulsive. From his position at the scrying mirror, Harry took a deep breath and activated the communication function Griphook had taught him. The goblin magic would allow him to speak directly to the people in the room, while remaining safely hidden in the depths of Gringotts. "Mr. Weasley," Harry's voice carried through the mirror with a clarity that made everyone in the Dursley living room freeze in surprise. "I'm quite safe, thank you for asking, but I think we need to have a conversation about why you're really there." Arthur spun around frantically, searching for the source of Harry's voice, while his ministry companions began casting detection spells with the practiced efficiency of trained aurors. But goblin magic was older and more sophisticated than ministry techniques, and their efforts produced nothing but confused readings that suggested powerful wards without revealing Harry's actual location. "Harry," Arthur called out, his voice cracking slightly with relief and continued bewilderment. "Where are you, son? Everyone's been terribly worried since you disappeared. Professor Dumbledore has half the Order searching for you. I'm somewhere safe, Mr. Weasley, with people who actually care about my welfare, rather than viewing me as a convenient political symbol." Harry paused, allowing his words to sink in before continuing. "But I'm curious about something. When exactly did Professor Dumbledore ask you to check on me?" Arthur exchanged glances with his companions, clearly uncertain how much information he should reveal. "Well, he asked me to stop by today to make sure everything was prepared for your Hogwarts shopping trip tomorrow. He wanted to ensure the Dursleys understood the arrangements, and that you were ready for the transition to magical education." "How thoughtful of him," Harry replied, his voice carrying just enough sarcasm to make Arthur wince. "And tell me, Mr. Weasley, how long has Professor Dumbledore been asking you to keep an eye on me?" The silence that followed was answer enough, but Arthur eventually cleared his throat and provided a more explicit response. "He's asked us to check on your situation periodically over the years. Nothing invasive, mind you, just making sure you were safe and well cared for." "Periodically," Harry repeated thoughtfully. "And what did you report back to him about my living conditions?" Arthur's face grew increasingly uncomfortable as he glanced around the Dursley living room, clearly seeing it with new eyes now that he was being forced to consider it as Harry's primary residence for the past 11 years. The cramped space, the bars that had been hastily removed from the bedroom window upstairs, the cupboard under the stairs with its tiny door and musty smell of confinement. The reports indicated that you were adequately housed and cared for, Arthur said slowly. Professor Dumbledore assured us that the blood protection wards required you to remain with your mother's relatives, and that any discomfort was a necessary price for your safety. Adequately housed, Harry mused. Mr. Weasley, would you consider that cupboard under the stairs adequate housing for a child? Arthur turned to look at the cupboard door, really seeing it for the first time. The space was barely large enough for storage, let alone human habitation, and the worn blanket visible through the partially open door told its own story about Harry's living conditions. The ministry official's face went pale as the implications began to sink in. Harry, Arthur whispered, his voice barely audible. You weren't really living in there, were you? For 11 years, Mr. Weasley. 11 years in a space smaller than most people use for storing their holiday decorations. Would you house your own children in such conditions? The question hung in the air like an indictment, and Harry could see the exact moment when Arthur Weasley realized he had been an unwitting participant in something far worse than he had ever imagined. The man's face cycled through confusion, horror, and finally a deep shame that made him sink into one of the Dursleys' uncomfortable chairs. I didn't know, Arthur said finally. Harry, I swear to you, I had no idea. The reports we received suggested you were living in a bedroom upstairs, that you were being treated appropriately, given the unusual circumstances. Who wrote those reports, Mr. Weasley? Arthur looked up sharply, his eyes focusing on something Harry couldn't see through the scrying connection. Professor Dumbledore provided most of the information personally. He said he had reliable sources monitoring your situation, and that intervention would only compromise the protective magic keeping you safe. And you never thought to verify those reports independently? The accusation in Harry's voice was gentle but unmistakable, and Arthur flinched as if he had been struck. In hindsight, it seemed criminally naive to have accepted Dumbledore's assurances without question, but Harry understood the psychology that had made such acceptance possible. Dumbledore was the most respected wizard in Britain, the defeater of Grindelwald, and the leader of the resistance against Voldemort. Questioning his judgment about Harry's care would have seemed not just inappropriate, but bordering on treasonous. I should have, Arthur admitted quietly. I should have insisted on seeing your living conditions myself. I failed you, Harry, and I'm sorrier than you can possibly know. The raw honesty in Arthur's voice gave Harry pause. This was the moment he had been preparing for during his 3 days of planning with the goblins, the opportunity to begin converting Dumbledore's allies by revealing the truth about Harry's treatment. But actually hearing the genuine remorse in Arthur Weasley's words made the task more emotionally complex than Harry had anticipated. Mr. Weasley, Harry said carefully, I don't blame you for trusting Professor Dumbledore's assurances, but I think you deserve to know the full extent of what's been happening here, and what Professor Dumbledore has known about it. What do you mean? Harry activated a second function of the communication mirror, one that would allow him to share visual evidence along with his words. Through the goblin magic, he projected images of the documentation his parents had hidden, the medical reports Dumbledore had suppressed, and the financial records showing the complete absence of any support reaching the Dursley household, despite regular withdrawals from Harry's vault. For the next 20 minutes, Harry systematically destroyed Arthur Weasley's faith in Albus Dumbledore with the same methodical precision Griphook had used on Harry himself. Each piece of evidence built upon the previous revelation, creating a picture of deliberate negligence and calculated manipulation that left no room for alternative interpretation. Arthur watched the evidence unfold with growing horror, occasionally asking questions that only confirmed the damning nature of Dumbledore's actions. When Harry showed him the suppressed medical reports documenting clear signs of abuse and malnutrition, Arthur actually staggered backward and had to grab the mantelpiece for support. "Sweet Merlin," Arthur breathed. "Harry, this is monstrous. These reports should have triggered immediate intervention from the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes. Why were they classified? According to the documentation, Professor Dumbledore invoked emergency wartime provisions to seal them as matters of national security. Harry's voice carried a coldness that made Arthur shiver, despite the warm summer air. He claimed that any investigation into my living conditions might compromise the blood wards and leave me vulnerable to Death Eater attack. But that's completely absurd. The war ended when you were barely a year old, and most of the Death Eaters are either dead or in Azkaban. There was no legitimate security reason to suppress evidence of child abuse. No, Mr. Weasley, there wasn't. Which suggests that Professor Dumbledore had other reasons for wanting me to remain ignorant, isolated, and dependent on his guidance. Arthur sank back into his chair, the full implications of Harry's revelations beginning to sink in. If what you're showing me is accurate, then Albus Dumbledore has been deliberately orchestrating your suffering for over a decade while presenting himself as your protector. That's exactly what he's been doing, Harry confirmed. And you and your family have been unwitting participants in his scheme. Every time you checked on me and reported back that I seemed adequately cared for, you were providing him with cover for his negligence. The accusation was harsh but fair, and Arthur accepted it without protest. His shoulders sagged under the weight of his unwitting complicity, and when he spoke again, his voice carried the tone of a man who had been forced to confront the worst aspects of his own character. "What can I do to make this right?" Arthur asked simply. Harry had been hoping for exactly this response, but he still felt a flicker of satisfaction at how completely Arthur's loyalty had shifted in the course of a single conversation. Dumbledore's greatest weakness had always been his assumption that people would continue supporting him even after learning the truth about his methods. He had never considered the possibility that his allies might possess enough moral integrity to choose justice over political convenience. "First," Harry said, "I need you to contact your wife and explain the situation to her. She's been part of the monitoring network as well, hasn't she?" Arthur nodded reluctantly. "Molly has been included in some of the discussions about your welfare. Yes. She's always been concerned about you, actually. She's mentioned several times that she thought you seemed too thin and too quiet during the few occasions when you've been around other magical children. Then she deserves to know the truth. And Mr. Weasley, I need you to understand that this conversation is just the beginning. In a few weeks, when I return to Hogwarts, I'm going to be confronting Professor Dumbledore publicly about his treatment of me. When that happens, you and your family will need to choose which side of the conflict you want to support." Arthur looked up sharply, his expression shifting from guilt to concern. "Harry, confronting Dumbledore directly could be extremely dangerous. He has enormous political power, and if you're wrong about any of this evidence, I'm not wrong, Mr. Weasley. The goblins have been documenting his crimes for 11 years, and everything can be verified through independent magical analysis. But you're right about the danger. That's why I need allies who understand what's at stake and are willing to stand up for what's right, regardless of the political consequences." The two ministry officials who had accompanied Arthur began shifting uncomfortably, clearly uncomfortable with the direction the conversation was taking. Harry could see them exchanging glances and suspected they were preparing to report back to their supervisors about the unexpected turn of events. That was fine. Harry wanted word of his revelations to spread through the ministry bureaucracy. The more people who knew about Dumbledore's crimes before Harry's public confrontation, the harder it would be for the headmaster to control the narrative afterward. "Mr. Weasley," Harry continued, "I'm going to ask you to do something that may seem impossible given everything you've believed about Professor Dumbledore. I want you to go home, discuss this situation with your family, and then make contact with me through channels that don't involve him. Can you do that?" Arthur was quiet for a long moment, his face cycling through a complex array of emotions as he processed the magnitude of what Harry was asking. Choosing to support Harry over Dumbledore wouldn't just mean betraying the man who had been the Weasley family's patron for years. It would mean accepting that Arthur himself had been complicit in the systematic abuse of a child, and that everything he thought he knew about the wizarding world's most respected leader was a carefully constructed lie. But when Arthur finally spoke, his voice carried the quiet determination that had made him a valuable member of the Order of the Phoenix, despite his lack of political ambition or personal power. "Yes," Arthur said simply, "I can do that. And Harry, for what it's worth, you have my word that the Weasley family will stand with you when the time comes to demand justice." Harry felt a surge of satisfaction that had nothing to do with personal vindication, and everything to do with the knowledge that Arthur Weasley was exactly the kind of person the wizarding world needed more of. Fundamentally decent, willing to admit mistakes, and possessed of enough moral courage to choose the difficult right over the easy wrong. "Thank you, Mr. Weasley. You'll be contacted within the next few days with instructions for establishing secure communication. In the meantime, I need you to keep this conversation confidential until you've had a chance to discuss it with your family." "Of course," Arthur agreed immediately. "Harry, can I ask where you're staying? We don't need to know the specific location, but Molly will want some assurance that you're safe and being properly cared for." "I'm under the protection of people who have their own grievances against Professor Dumbledore," Harry replied carefully. "People who have been waiting years for someone with the legal standing to challenge his authority. I'm safer now than I've been at any point since my parents died." Arthur nodded, seeming to accept the vague reassurance despite his obvious desire for more specific information. "All right. We'll be in touch soon then. And Harry, I'm truly sorry for my part in what you've endured. I promise we'll do better going forward." The communication connection dissolved as Harry deactivated the mirror, leaving him alone in the secure chamber with Griphook and the satisfaction of a plan successfully implemented. The first phase of his campaign against Dumbledore was complete. He had converted one of the headmaster's most trusted allies and established a potential support network within the Order of the Phoenix itself. Griphook observed Harry's expression with the calculating interest of a predator evaluating potential prey. The goblin's sharp features revealed nothing of his own thoughts, but Harry had learned to read the subtle signs of approval in his new ally's body language. "That was well done," Griphook remarked. "Arthur Weasley is known among goblins as one of the few ministry officials who treats our people with genuine respect. His support will carry considerable weight with others who might be hesitant to challenge Dumbledore's authority. How many others do you think will be willing to listen to the truth?" Griphook's smile was sharp enough to cut glass. "More than Dumbledore realizes, but fewer than justice demands. The wizarding world has been comfortable in its illusions about Albus Dumbledore for too long. Breaking through that comfort will require more than evidence and logical argument." "It will require theatre," Harry said, understanding immediately where Griphook's thoughts were heading. "Precisely. Your parents understood this when they created the howler that waits for your use. Public revelation in a setting where denial becomes impossible and political maneuvering becomes irrelevant. The Great Hall during your first night at Hogwarts will provide exactly such a setting." Harry leaned back in his chair, mentally reviewing the plans they had developed over the past 3 days. The conversion of Arthur Weasley was just the opening move in a complex strategy designed to maximize the impact of Harry's eventual confrontation with Dumbledore. By the time Harry stood up in the Great Hall to deliver his parents' posthumous condemnation, he would have allies positioned throughout the wizarding world and evidence that could not be dismissed or suppressed. But success would require perfect timing and flawless execution. Dumbledore was not the kind of opponent who would go down easily, and the political ramifications of destroying his reputation would reshape the entire magical world. Harry was about to become the catalyst for changes that would affect thousands of lives, and the responsibility was both exhilarating and terrifying. "When do we make contact with the next family on the list?" Harry asked. "Tomorrow," Griphook replied. "Augusta Longbottom has been waiting 11 years to learn why her offer to adopt you was rejected without explanation. I suspect she will be very interested to discover the truth about Dumbledore's decision-making process." Harry nodded, already anticipating the conversation. Augusta Longbottom was known throughout the wizarding world as a formidable woman who did not suffer fools or accept convenient lies. If anyone could be counted on to demand accountability, regardless of political consequences, it was the grandmother of the boy who had also been marked by prophecy. The revolution was gathering momentum, one converted ally at a time. The Hogwarts Express stood at platform 9 3/4, like a scarlet monument to tradition, its brass fittings gleaming in the late morning sun as hundreds of students and their families prepared for the journey to Scotland. Steam billowed from the magnificent locomotive in great white clouds that smelled of coal and magic and the promise of adventure, while the platform itself buzzed with the controlled chaos of a community gathering that happened only once each year. Harry Potter stood at the edge of the crowd, no longer the confused, frightened boy who had stumbled through this same barrier 12 days ago in the company of a Weasley family, still ignorant of Dumbledore's true nature. The intervening weeks had transformed him in ways that went far beyond the obvious improvements to his physical appearance, though those changes were certainly dramatic enough to attract attention from anyone who had known him before. Gone were the oversized clothes that had hung on his malnourished frame like tattered flags. In their place, Harry wore perfectly tailored robes of deep midnight blue, cut in a style that managed to be both traditional and distinctly modern. The fabric was expensive enough to announce his wealth without being ostentatious, and the subtle protective enchantments woven into every thread were invisible to casual observation, but would stop most hostile magic short of an unforgivable curse. More significant than his improved wardrobe was the change in Harry's bearing and demeanor. Where once he had hunched his shoulders and kept his eyes downcast to avoid unwanted attention, now he stood straight and confident, his gaze alert and assessing as he surveyed the crowd around him. The haunted, desperate quality that had marked his childhood had been replaced by something harder and more purposeful, the look of someone who understood exactly what he wanted and possessed both the resources and the determination to achieve it. The past 2 weeks had been a whirlwind of education, preparation, and careful alliance building under the guidance of his goblin protectors. Griphook and his colleagues had provided Harry with everything from intensive tutoring in magical theory to detailed briefings on the political landscape he was about to enter. More importantly, they had helped him understand the true scope of his own power and influence, both magical and financial, that Dumbledore had worked so hard to keep hidden. The Harry Potter who boarded the Hogwarts Express that morning was no longer the weapon Dumbledore had tried to forge through systematic abuse and isolation. He was something far more dangerous, a young man with legitimate grievances, irrefutable evidence, and the political sophistication to use both effectively. Harry's first target was already in sight, sitting alone in a compartment near the front of the train with a stack of books that towered precariously on the seat beside her. Hermione Granger was exactly as his research had described her, brilliant, idealistic, and possessed of an almost pathological need to understand the world through facts and logical analysis. According to the intelligence Griphook had gathered, she was also someone who valued justice above social convenience, making her the perfect ally for what Harry had planned. The compartment door slid open with a soft whisper as Harry stepped inside, immediately noting the way Hermione's eyes widened with recognition and something that might have been awe. She had obviously been expecting to meet the famous Harry Potter at some point during her first year at Hogwarts, but clearly hadn't anticipated the encounter happening quite so soon or under such informal circumstances. "You're Harry Potter," she said, without preamble, her voice carrying the kind of breathless excitement that suggested she had been preparing for this moment since receiving her Hogwarts letter. "I've read about you in several books, including Modern Magical History, The Rise and Fall of the Dark Arts, and Great Wizarding Events of the 20th Century. Harry settled into the seat across from her with the easy confidence he had learned during his time with the goblins, noting the way her eyes tracked his movements with scientific precision. She was cataloguing everything about him, from his expensive robes to his improved posture to the subtle signs of magical education that most people would never notice. Hermione Granger, Harry realized, was going to be either his most valuable ally or his most dangerous opponent, depending entirely on how the next few minutes unfolded. "Miss Granger," Harry said, with a slight smile that didn't quite reach his eyes, "I was hoping we might have a chance to talk. I understand you're quite brilliant, and I have some information that I think someone with your particular talents might find very interesting." The flattery was calculated, but not insincere. According to every report Harry had received, Hermione's intelligence was genuinely exceptional, and her moral compass seemed to point consistently toward justice and truth. Those qualities made her exactly the kind of person who would be horrified by what Dumbledore had done and motivated to help expose his crimes. "What kind of information?" Hermione asked, leaning forward with obvious curiosity. Her books were temporarily forgotten as she focused her full attention on Harry, clearly intrigued by his serious demeanor and the promise of intellectual stimulation. "Information about the circumstances of my childhood and about some very serious crimes that have been committed by people in positions of trust within our world." Harry paused, watching her reaction carefully. "I'm going to show you some documentation that will probably be disturbing, and definitely will challenge some assumptions you may have made about certain respected figures in wizarding society." Hermione's expression grew more serious as she processed Harry's words. "Are you talking about you-know-who? Because I've read about the war, and I know there are probably things in the history books that aren't completely accurate." "No," Harry interrupted gently. "I'm talking about what happened after Voldemort fell. I'm talking about deliberate, systematic abuse of a child by the man most people consider to be the greatest wizard of our age." The use of Voldemort's name without hesitation made Hermione blink in surprise, but it was Harry's accusation that truly captured her attention. Her eyes sharpened with the kind of focused intensity that suggested her formidable intellect was already beginning to work through the implications of what he was suggesting. "You're talking about Professor Dumbledore," she said slowly. "I am." Harry reached into his robes and withdrew a leather portfolio, similar to the one Griphook had shown him during their first meeting, though this version had been specifically prepared for sharing with potential allies. "Everything in here can be independently verified through magical analysis, Hermione. Bank records, medical reports, legal documents, correspondence between ministry officials. All of it tells the same story about what my life has been like for the past 11 years, and about who was responsible for making it that way." Hermione accepted the portfolio with the reverence she might have shown a rare magical artifact, her hands trembling slightly as she opened it and began to read. Harry watched her face cycle through confusion, disbelief, horror, and finally a cold fury that reminded him powerfully of his own reaction to learning the truth about his circumstances. The evidence was even more comprehensive than what Griphook had originally shown Harry, enhanced by 2 additional weeks of goblin investigation and document gathering. Financial records proved that substantial sums had been withdrawn from Harry's vault for his supposed care and education, none of which had ever reached him or the Dursleys. Medical reports documented clear signs of abuse and malnutrition that had been systematically ignored or suppressed. Most damning of all were the correspondence files that showed Dumbledore's deliberate rejection of multiple offers to provide Harry with better living arrangements. "This is monstrous," Hermione whispered, after she had read through perhaps a quarter of the documentation. These medical reports alone should have triggered immediate intervention from multiple government agencies. Why were they classified? According to the documentation, Professor Dumbledore claimed that any investigation into my living situation would compromise the blood protection wards that were supposedly keeping me safe from Death Eater retaliation. Harry's voice carried the same cold fury that had become his constant companion since learning the truth. He convinced everyone that my suffering was a necessary sacrifice for the greater good. "But that's complete rubbish," Hermione said, with uncharacteristic vehemence. "I've read about blood protection magic in 3 different books, and none of them suggest that the protective effects require the protected person to be abused or neglected. The magic is tied to love and sacrifice, not to suffering." Exactly. Harry leaned back in his seat, satisfied that Hermione was reaching the same conclusions he had during his own investigation. Professor Dumbledore didn't need me to suffer to maintain the blood wards. He wanted me to suffer because suffering would make me grateful for any kindness, dependent on his guidance, and unlikely to question his authority when I finally entered the wizarding world. Hermione continued reading through the evidence with the methodical thoroughness that would make her legendary among her classmates in the years to come. Occasionally she would pause to ask clarifying questions or to request additional information about specific documents, but for the most part, she simply absorbed the devastating catalogue of Dumbledore's crimes with growing outrage. "Harry," she said finally, setting the portfolio aside and looking him directly in the eyes, "this evidence is absolutely damning, but presenting it publicly is going to be incredibly dangerous. Professor Dumbledore has enormous political power, and he has allies throughout the Ministry and the Wizengamot. If you're wrong about any detail, or if there's any way for him to discredit the documentation, I'm not wrong, Hermione. The goblins have been documenting his crimes for 11 years, and every piece of evidence has been verified through multiple independent sources. But you're absolutely right about the danger. That's why I need allies who understand what's at stake and are willing to stand up for justice regardless of the political consequences. What are you planning to do?" Harry's smile was sharp enough to cut glass. "On our first night at Hogwarts, during the sorting ceremony, I'm going to stand up in the Great Hall and present this evidence to the entire school community. Students, teachers, ministry officials, everyone who matters in Wizarding Society will be there, and they'll all hear the truth about what Albus Dumbledore has done." Hermione stared at him in shock. "Harry, that's incredibly brave, but it's also incredibly risky. If Professor Dumbledore manages to discredit you or suppress the evidence, you'll have destroyed any chance of achieving justice through proper legal channels." "Hermione," Harry said gently, "there are no proper legal channels when the person you're accusing controls most of the legal system. Professor Dumbledore has been Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot, Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards, and Headmaster of the most prestigious magical school in Europe. He has allies everywhere, and they'll all close ranks to protect him unless the evidence is presented in a way that makes denial impossible. So you're going to force a public confrontation. I'm going to demand public accountability. There's a difference." Harry leaned forward, his voice taking on the same intensity that had convinced Arthur Weasley to abandon his loyalty to Dumbledore. "I have a howler from my father, Hermione. A howler that contains not just his words, but his magical signature, making it impossible to forge or dismiss as fiction. When I activate it in the Great Hall, everyone there will hear James Potter's posthumous condemnation of the man who orchestrated his son's abuse." The compartment fell silent, except for the rhythmic clicking of the train wheels on the tracks, as Hermione processed the full implications of what Harry was planning. Outside the window, the English countryside rolled past in shades of green and gold, peaceful and unchanging, in contrast to the revolutionary forces gathering momentum in their small corner of the magical world. "You'll need witnesses," Hermione said finally. "People who can verify the authenticity of the evidence and speak to the legitimacy of your claims. If this is just your word against Professor Dumbledore's, even with the howler, there will be people who claim you've been manipulated or deceived. I have witnesses. Arthur Weasley has already seen the evidence and pledged his family's support. Augusta Longbottom is reviewing the documentation that proves I was supposed to live with her family after my parents' deaths. Several high-ranking goblins are prepared to testify about the financial crimes, and there are others, people who have been waiting years for someone with the legal standing to challenge Dumbledore's authority." "What do you need from me?" The question was asked with the same quiet determination that would make Hermione Granger a legend in her own right, and Harry felt a surge of satisfaction at having successfully recruited someone of her caliber to his cause. I need you to help me ensure that the evidence survives any attempt at suppression or discrediting. Your reputation for academic excellence and intellectual honesty will carry weight with people who might otherwise be skeptical of my claims. More importantly, I need you to help me reach other students who deserve to know the truth about the man who will be educating them for the next 7 years. Hermione nodded slowly, her expression growing more resolved as she accepted the magnitude of what Harry was asking. "Count me in," she said simply. "What Professor Dumbledore has done is unconscionable, and if you have the courage to stand up to him publicly, then I have the courage to stand with you." The next several hours of the train journey passed in intensive planning as Harry and Hermione worked together to refine the strategy for approaching other potential allies among the student body. They identified key targets in each year and house, students whose family connections or personal integrity made them valuable additions to the growing coalition against Dumbledore's authority. Their first major success came when Neville Longbottom appeared in the doorway of their compartment, looking nervous and confused as he searched for somewhere to sit. Harry had been hoping for exactly this opportunity, and he gestured the round-faced boy inside with genuine warmth. "Neville, isn't it?" Harry said, as the other boy settled uncertainly into the seat beside Hermione. "I was hoping we might meet. I believe our families were quite close before my parents died." The mention of family connections immediately captured Neville's attention, though his expression remained cautious. Harry could see the effects of a childhood spent under Augusta Longbottom's well-intentioned but demanding care. The careful politeness that masked a deep insecurity about his own worth and abilities. "My Gran has mentioned your parents," Neville said quietly. "She always speaks very highly of them. She says they were among the bravest people she ever knew. Your grandmother is a remarkable woman, and your parents were heroes who deserved better than what happened to them." Harry paused, choosing his words carefully. "Neville, I have some information that I think you deserve to know. Information about why certain decisions were made after my parents died, and how those decisions affected both our families." "What kind of decisions?" Harry exchanged a glance with Hermione, who nodded encouragingly. With her help, he began explaining to Neville how James and Lily Potter had specifically requested that Harry be placed with the Longbottom family if anything happened to them, and how Dumbledore had overruled those wishes without consultation or explanation. Neville's reaction was everything Harry had hoped for and more. The quiet, uncertain boy transformed before their eyes as he learned that his family had been deemed worthy guardians for the famous Harry Potter, that his parents' heroism had earned them the trust and respect of their peers in ways he had never fully understood. "Gran never told me about any of this," Neville said with growing anger. "She always said she wished she could have done more to help you after your parents died, but she never mentioned that she had actually tried to adopt you. According to the documentation I've seen, your grandmother made repeated attempts to contact the relevant authorities about my guardianship. She was told each time that the matter had been settled and that further inquiries would not be welcome." Harry showed Neville copies of the correspondence between Augusta Longbottom and various ministry officials, letters that revealed a pattern of bureaucratic stonewalling that had prevented her from learning the true reasons for Harry's placement with the Dursleys. By the time the Hogwarts Express began its final approach to the castle, Harry had successfully recruited not just Hermione and Neville, but also Susan Bones, whose Aunt Amelia served as head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, and surprisingly, Draco Malfoy, whose reaction to learning about Dumbledore's financial crimes had been one of professional appreciation for the sophistication of the scheme. The Slytherin heir's support had come with conditions and caveats that Harry was still evaluating, but having a voice from within the most politically connected house at Hogwarts would be invaluable when the time came to weather the aftermath of his public revelations. As the train pulled into Hogsmeade Station and the students began gathering their belongings for the journey to the castle, Harry felt a sense of anticipation that had nothing to do with the traditional excitement of starting a new school year. In a few hours he would be sitting in the Great Hall surrounded by hundreds of witnesses, holding his father's howler and preparing to unleash a reckoning that would reshape the wizarding world. The boy who had cowered in the cupboard under the stairs was gone forever, replaced by someone who understood that true power came not from magical ability or political connections, but from the courage to demand accountability from those who claimed authority over others. Dumbledore had created a weapon through 11 years of systematic abuse and manipulation. He was about to discover that the weapon had a mind of its own. The Great Hall of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry had witnessed countless moments of triumph and tragedy over the centuries, but none quite like what was about to unfold on this September evening. The vast chamber stretched before the assembled students and faculty like a cathedral dedicated to learning, its enchanted ceiling reflecting a star-filled sky that seemed to promise infinite possibilities for those brave enough to reach for them. Harry Potter stood with the other first years at the entrance to the Great Hall, but unlike his nervous companions, he felt no uncertainty about his place in this world or his purpose in being here. The past month had transformed him from a confused, frightened child into someone with clear objectives and the resources to achieve them. Tonight would mark the beginning of the end for Albus Dumbledore's carefully constructed mythology. The 4 house tables stretched along the length of the hall, filled with returning students whose excited chatter created a warm buzz of anticipation that Harry found oddly comforting. These were the people who would witness his confrontation with Dumbledore, the audience whose reaction would determine whether his revelations sparked the revolution he intended or merely provided fodder for gossip and speculation. At the head of the hall, the staff table displayed the familiar figures that every wizarding child knew from chocolate frog cards and history books. Professor McGonagall sat rigid and stern in her emerald robes, her sharp eyes scanning the incoming students with professional assessment. Severus Snape lurked in his customary position at the far end of the table, his black robes making him appear like a particularly ominous shadow against the brighter colors worn by his colleagues. And in the center of it all, presiding over the gathering with benevolent authority, sat Albus Dumbledore himself. The headmaster wore robes of deep purple decorated with silver stars, his long white beard flowing over his chest like a waterfall of respectability. His blue eyes twinkled behind half-moon spectacles as he surveyed the assembled students with what appeared to be grandfatherly affection, completely unaware that his carefully cultivated image was about to be shattered by the very child he had spent 11 years manipulating. Professor McGonagall stepped forward with the sorting hat perched atop its traditional 3-legged stool, and the great hall fell silent in anticipation of the ceremony that would determine the fate of the newest additions to the Hogwarts community. The ancient hat looked no different than it had in countless previous years, its patched fabric and worn brim giving no hint of the consciousness that dwelled within. But as McGonagall placed the hat upon its stool and prepared to call the first name on her list, something unprecedented happened. The sorting hat began to sing, as was traditional, but instead of the usual cheerful verse about the 4 founders and their respective houses, the words that emerged carried a weight and urgency that sent whispers rippling through the assembled crowd. 1,000 years or near have I sat here, and every year I've sorted with care, placing young minds where they belong, guided by the founder's song. But tonight I must break tradition's hold, for there are truths that must be told, of corruption that has taken root in halls where justice should bear fruit. A child among you bears great pain, inflicted not by loss but by gain, of those who claimed to be his shield, while forcing him to kneel and yield. The records show what few have seen. The systematic, cold machine that ground a boy beneath its wheel, to make him into their ideal, financial crimes and hidden shame, all committed in virtue's name. While claiming protection was the goal, they slowly crushed a young boy's soul. Listen well to what comes next, for truth will not be further hexed. The evidence will be revealed, and justice finally will be healed. The great hall erupted into chaos as the Sorting Hat's unprecedented song concluded. Students at all 4 house tables began talking excitedly among themselves, While the faculty exchanged confused and alarmed glances, Professor McGonagall looked toward Dumbledore for guidance, but the headmaster's expression had shifted from benevolent warmth to something considerably more guarded. Harry felt a surge of satisfaction as he watched Dumbledore's reaction. The man was clearly struggling to maintain his composure while trying to understand how the Sorting Hat had gained access to information about Harry's situation. What Dumbledore didn't know, couldn't know, was that the Hat's consciousness was far older and more perceptive than most wizards realized, and that it had been silently observing and cataloguing irregularities in the school's administration for decades. More importantly, the goblins had made contact with the Hat through channels that predated Dumbledore's tenure as headmaster by several centuries. Griphook had explained that the founders of Hogwarts had included certain safeguards in the school's magical foundations, safeguards that could be activated when corruption threatened the institution's core mission. Tonight, those safeguards were coming into play for the first time in the school's history. Professor McGonagall attempted to restore order by calling for silence, but the effect was minimal. The students were too excited by this unprecedented break from tradition to settle down easily, and the faculty were clearly unsure how to respond to the Hat's dramatic departure from established protocol. That was when Dumbledore rose from his seat at the head table, his movements slow and deliberate as he prepared to address the gathering. Harry could see the political calculation in the old man's eyes as he searched for a way to minimize the damage from the Hat's revelations while maintaining his authority over the situation. "My dear students," Dumbledore began, his voice carrying the warm, grandfatherly tone that had charmed generations of witches and wizards. "It appears our Sorting Hat has chosen to share some rather dramatic poetry with us this evening. While I'm sure we all appreciate its artistic efforts, I believe we should focus on the traditional purpose of this ceremony and proceed with the sorting of our new students." But the Sorting Hat was far from finished. Before Professor McGonagall could call the first name on her list, the ancient artifact spoke again, its voice carrying clearly through the great hall, despite Dumbledore's attempt to dismiss its previous words. "I will not be silenced on this matter, Albus Dumbledore," the Hat declared with an authority that made several students gasp in surprise. "For too long I have watched you manipulate and deceive, using your position to serve your own agenda rather than the welfare of the children entrusted to your care. Tonight, the truth will be heard by all who have gathered in this hall." Harry felt the moment had come. Every eye in the great hall was focused on the drama unfolding between Dumbledore and the Sorting Hat, creating the perfect opportunity for him to step forward and claim the spotlight for his own revelations. He had rehearsed this moment countless times during his weeks of preparation with the goblins, but actually executing the plan still required every ounce of courage he possessed. "Professor Dumbledore," Harry called out, his young voice somehow carrying clearly through the vast hall, despite the ongoing murmur of confused conversations. "I believe the Sorting Hat is referring to me." The silence that followed was absolute and profound. Every person in the great hall turned to look at Harry Potter, the famous boy who lived, as he stepped away from the group of first years and walked with steady confidence toward the center of the hall. His expensive robes and improved bearing were immediately obvious to everyone present, marking him as someone very different from the grateful, confused child they had expected to see. Dumbledore's face went through a remarkable series of expressions as he watched Harry approach the sorting stool. Surprise, concern, calculation, and something that might have been fear all flickered across his features before settling into a mask of benevolent confusion that didn't quite reach his eyes. "My dear boy," Dumbledore said, with carefully controlled warmth, "I'm afraid I don't understand what you mean. Perhaps you're feeling overwhelmed by your first experience of Hogwarts. It can be quite a lot to take in, especially for someone who hasn't grown up in our world." But Harry was no longer the manipulable child Dumbledore had spent years creating. The weeks of education and preparation under Goblin guidance had given him not just knowledge, but confidence, and he used both as he faced down the most powerful wizard in Britain before an audience of hundreds. "I mean, Professor Dumbledore," That I am the child the Sorting Hat was singing about. Harry's voice carried a clarity and strength that belied his 11 years as he continued. The child who has been subjected to systematic abuse and neglect while you claimed to be protecting him. The child whose trust fund you have been looting for your own political purposes while he lived in poverty and ignorance. The Great Hall erupted again, but this time the chaos was different. This wasn't the excited chatter of students witnessing an unexpected break from tradition. This was the stunned silence and growing murmur of people trying to process an accusation so serious and unexpected that their minds struggled to accept it as real. "Harry," Dumbledore said, rising from his seat with movements that were no longer slow and deliberate, but sharp with urgency. "I think perhaps you've been confused by someone with ill intentions toward our community. Why don't you come up here so we can discuss this privately, away from all these curious ears?" "No, Professor Dumbledore." Harry's refusal was calm but implacable. "What you've done to me affects everyone in this hall, everyone who trusts you to protect and educate their children. They deserve to know the truth about the man they've placed their faith in." Harry reached into his robes and withdrew the red envelope that had been waiting for this moment since before his birth. The howler seemed to pulse with contained energy as he held it up for everyone to see, its scarlet surface gleaming in the candlelight of the Great Hall. "This is a howler from my father, James Potter, written 3 days before his death and enchanted with magic that makes it impossible to forge, alter, or destroy." Harry's voice grew stronger as he continued. "It contains his final words about the man he trusted to protect his son, and about what he discovered regarding your true intentions for my life." Dumbledore was moving now, stepping down from the raised platform of the head table with obvious intent to reach Harry before the howler could be activated. But the Sorting Hat's voice boomed through the Great Hall again, freezing everyone in place with its sudden command. "Let the boy speak, Albus Dumbledore. Let the truth be heard by all who gather in these halls. You have hidden behind political power and manufactured reputation for too long. Tonight, your victims will have their voice." Harry felt the power of the Hat's words wash over him like a protective ward, and he knew that whatever magic Dumbledore might attempt to use to silence him would fail. The ancient safeguards built into Hogwarts itself were awakening, responding to the corruption that had been allowed to fester within the school's administration. With steady hands, Harry broke the wax seal on the howler and stepped back as the envelope exploded into life. James Potter's voice filled the Great Hall with a volume and clarity that made it impossible for anyone to ignore or misunderstand his words. "Albus Dumbledore." James's voice thundered through the ancient hall. "You stand accused of crimes against my son that no decent person could forgive or forget. For 11 years you have orchestrated his suffering while claiming to be his protector. You have stolen from him, lied to him, and condemned him to a life of abuse and neglect for your own political purposes." The howler continued for several more minutes, systematically destroying Dumbledore's reputation with specific accusations and documented evidence that James Potter had somehow managed to gather in the final days of his life. Financial records were cited, medical reports were referenced, and legal documents were quoted with the precision of someone who had done his homework thoroughly before making such explosive accusations. But it was the emotional impact of hearing a dead man's voice condemning the actions of someone the wizarding world had trusted above all others that truly shattered the comfortable assumptions of everyone present. By the time the howler finished its devastating message and burst into flames, leaving only ashes scattered on the Great Hall floor, the assembled students and faculty sat in stunned silence. Dumbledore stood frozen at the edge of the head table's platform, his face pale and his usual composure completely shattered. For the first time in decades, Albus Dumbledore looked exactly like what he was, an old man who had been caught in lies he could no longer explain away. Harry looked around the Great Hall, noting the expressions of shock, horror, and growing anger on the faces surrounding him. These people had trusted Dumbledore with their children, their futures, their very lives in some cases. Learning that this trust had been systematically betrayed was clearly devastating for many of them. But Harry wasn't finished. The Howler had been designed to capture everyone's attention and establish the credibility of his accusations. Now came the harder task of providing evidence that would make denial impossible and political maneuvering irrelevant. "Professor Dumbledore," Harry said into the silence that followed his father's posthumous condemnation, "would you like to explain to everyone here why you've been withdrawing substantial sums from my trust vault for 11 years, while I lived in a cupboard under the stairs, wearing my cousin's cast-off clothing and eating scraps like an unwanted pet?" The question hung in the air like an indictment, and Harry could see Dumbledore struggling to find an answer that wouldn't make his situation even worse. The old man's political instincts were clearly warring with his recognition that traditional deflection tactics would be insufficient against the evidence Harry possessed. "My dear boy," Dumbledore began, but his voice lacked its usual warmth and authority. "I fear you've been given incomplete information by people who don't understand the complex magical protections that were necessary to keep you safe." Harry pulled out the goblin-prepared portfolio that contained irrefutable documentation of Dumbledore's crimes and held it up for everyone to see. The leather binding gleamed in the candlelight, its goblin-made construction immediately recognizable to anyone familiar with the meticulous record-keeping standards of Gringotts Bank. This portfolio contains 11 years of financial records, medical reports, correspondence between ministry officials, and legal documents that paint a very clear picture of your actions, Professor Dumbledore. Harry's voice remained steady as he continued. "It also contains testimony from multiple sources, including several members of your own Order of the Phoenix, who were shocked to learn the truth about how their donations and efforts were actually being used. The mention of the Order of the Phoenix sent another ripple of surprise through the Great Hall. Most people knew that Dumbledore had led the resistance against Voldemort, but few realized the extent of the organization he had built or the resources he had commanded. Learning that he had apparently used that organization for personal benefit rather than its stated mission of protecting innocent people was clearly devastating for those who had supported him. Harry looked directly at Dumbledore as he delivered his final accusation. "You created a weapon through systematic abuse and manipulation, Professor. You tried to break me down so you could build me back up according to your specifications. You wanted a grateful, dependent child who would follow your guidance without question and sacrifice himself for your greater good when the time came." Harry paused, allowing his words to sink in before continuing with quiet intensity. "What you created instead was someone who understands the difference between true protection and self-serving manipulation. Someone who refuses to be your weapon or anyone else's." The Great Hall remained silent as Harry concluded his devastating presentation, but it was the kind of silence that precedes an explosion rather than the quiet of acceptance. Students and faculty were processing what they had heard, comparing it to their own observations and experiences, and reaching conclusions that would reshape their understanding of the man they had trusted with their lives. The Sorting Hat spoke one final time, its voice carrying the weight of centuries of accumulated wisdom and observation. "The sorting will continue, but first let it be recorded that Harry James Potter has spoken truth in this hall tonight. Let it be recorded that those who claim authority must be held accountable for how they exercise that authority. Let it be recorded that the age of unquestioned trust in powerful leaders has ended." As the ancient hat fell silent, Harry felt a profound sense of completion. The first phase of his mission was accomplished. Dumbledore's crimes had been exposed before an audience that could not be silenced or bought. The revolution he had planned during his weeks with the goblins had begun. Now came the harder task of living with the consequences of his choices and building a better future from the wreckage of Dumbledore's carefully constructed lies. The aftermath of James Potter's howler created a silence in the Great Hall that felt almost physical in its intensity, as if the very air had become too thick to breathe. Harry stood in the center of the vast chamber, surrounded by hundreds of witnesses who were still processing what they had heard, their faces reflecting various stages of shock, disbelief, and dawning comprehension. The red envelope's ashes scattered at his feet seemed to glow with residual magic, the final remnant of his father's posthumous act of justice. Dumbledore remained frozen at the edge of the head table's platform, his usually serene expression replaced by something Harry had never expected to see on the great wizard's face. Genuine fear. Not the theatrical concern he had shown when trying to dismiss Harry's accusations, but the deep, primal terror of a man watching his carefully constructed world collapse around him in real time. The headmaster's blue eyes, which had always twinkled with what Harry now understood to be calculated benevolence, darted frantically around the great hall as if searching for an escape route or ally who might help him salvage the situation. But there was nowhere to run from the truth, and the evidence Harry possessed was far too comprehensive to be dismissed through political maneuvering or appeals to past reputation. Harry felt a profound sense of completion as he observed Dumbledore's distress, but it was not the cruel satisfaction of revenge. Instead, it was the deeper fulfillment that came from finally being able to speak truth to power, from using his voice to demand accountability from someone who had spent 11 years ensuring that Harry would never possess the knowledge or confidence to challenge his authority. The silence stretched on until Professor McGonagall rose slowly from her seat, her face pale beneath her emerald robes as she struggled to process the magnitude of what had just been revealed. As deputy headmistress, she held significant authority within the school hierarchy, but Harry could see that she was genuinely uncertain how to respond to such unprecedented circumstances. "Mr. Potter," McGonagall said finally, her voice carrying none of its usual stern authority, "these are extremely serious accusations you've made. I hope you understand the gravity of publicly challenging Professor Dumbledore's integrity before the entire school community." "I understand completely, Professor McGonagall." Harry's response was calm and measured, reflecting the weeks of preparation he had undergone with his goblin allies. "That's precisely why I chose this moment and this audience. Some truths are too important to be whispered in private meetings or buried in bureaucratic procedures." Harry reached into his robes again and withdrew the leather portfolio that contained the comprehensive documentation of Dumbledore's crimes. The goblin-made binding gleamed in the candlelight as he held it up for everyone to see, its very craftsmanship announcing the serious nature of its contents. "This portfolio contains 11 years of evidence that can be independently verified through magical analysis, Professor McGonagall. Financial records from Gringotts, showing unauthorized withdrawals from my trust vault. Medical reports documenting abuse and neglect that were deliberately suppressed. Correspondence between ministry officials proving that safer living arrangements were available, but rejected without explanation." McGonagall's eyes widened as she recognized the implications of what Harry was describing. As someone who had opposed Harry's placement with the Dursleys from the beginning, she would understand better than most how damning such documentation would be if it proved authentic. "May I examine this evidence?" McGonagall asked, her voice carefully controlled, despite the obvious turmoil she was experiencing. "Of course," Harry replied, walking toward the head table with confident strides. "But I should mention that copies of all this documentation have already been provided to the appropriate authorities at Gringotts, the Ministry of Magic, and the International Confederation of Wizards. Whatever happens here tonight, the investigation will continue." The mention of multiple investigative bodies sent another ripple of shock through the assembled crowd. Students and faculty alike realized that this was not simply a dramatic confrontation between a student and headmaster, but the opening salvo of what would likely become the most significant political scandal in the wizarding world for decades. Dumbledore finally found his voice as Harry approached the head table, though the words that emerged carried none of his usual warmth or authority. "Harry, my dear boy, I fear you've been terribly misled by people who don't understand the complex circumstances surrounding your protection. The decisions I made were all intended to keep you safe from forces that would have destroyed you given the opportunity." Harry stopped directly in front of the head table and looked up at Dumbledore with eyes that held far too much knowledge and pain for someone who had just turned 11. The transformation from the confused, grateful child Dumbledore had expected was so complete that several faculty members gasped audibly at the change. "Professor Dumbledore," Harry said with quiet intensity, "I spent 11 years believing that lie. 11 years accepting that my suffering was necessary, that the people who were supposed to protect me had no choice but to abandon me to abusers who treated me like an unwanted animal. But the evidence tells a very different story." Harry opened the portfolio and began removing documents with practiced efficiency, laying them out on the head table where everyone could see them. Each piece of parchment seemed to glow with its own light, the magical authentication seals clearly visible to anyone familiar with official wizarding documentation. "These financial records show that you've been withdrawing substantial amounts from my trust vault every month for 11 years, claiming the money was needed for my care and protection." Harry's voice remained steady as he continued his devastating presentation. "According to Gringotts, the total amount exceeds 50,000 galleons. Not a single nut of that money ever reached me or the Dursleys." The gasps from the assembled crowd were audible now, as students and faculty began to understand the scope of what Harry was alleging. 50,000 galleons represented a fortune by any standard, enough to provide a child with the finest care and education available in the wizarding world. "Where did the money go, Professor Dumbledore?" Harry asked, his young voice carrying an authority that seemed to fill the entire Great Hall. What was so important that it justified stealing from an orphaned child while he lived in poverty and ignorance? Dumbledore's face had gone completely pale, making his white beard appear almost luminous in contrast. Harry could see the older wizard's mind racing as he searched for an explanation that wouldn't make his situation even worse, but there was no politically acceptable answer to such a direct accusation. "The funds were used for activities related to your protection," Dumbledore said finally, his voice lacking any of its usual conviction. "Intelligence gathering, safe house maintenance, protective ward research. All necessary expenses to ensure your safety from those who would seek revenge for Voldemort's defeat." Harry pulled out another set of documents, these ones bearing the official seals of multiple government agencies. "These reports were filed by healers who examined me during my early childhood, Professor Dumbledore. They document clear signs of physical abuse, malnutrition, and psychological trauma. Each report was submitted to the appropriate authorities with recommendations for immediate intervention." Harry paused, allowing the implications to sink in before delivering his next devastating revelation. Every single report was classified as a matter of national security and sealed from public view. The healers who filed them were told that any further inquiries would result in charges of interfering with official ministry business. Professor McGonagall had moved closer to examine the documents Harry was displaying, and her face reflected growing horror as she read through the medical reports. As someone who had spent decades working with children, she would understand exactly what the clinical language was describing. "Albus," McGonagall said, her voice barely above a whisper, "these reports describe systematic abuse. How could you possibly justify suppressing evidence of child abuse for any reason?" The question hung in the air like an accusation, and Harry could see that McGonagall's loyalty to Dumbledore was beginning to crumble in the face of irrefutable evidence. Other faculty members were also moving closer to examine the documentation, their expressions reflecting various degrees of shock and growing anger. But Harry wasn't finished. The most damning evidence was yet to come, the documentation that would make it impossible for anyone to claim that Dumbledore's actions had been motivated by genuine concern for Harry's welfare. This correspondence shows that multiple wizarding families offered to provide me with alternative living arrangements over the years, Harry continued, producing a thick stack of letters bearing various family crests and official seals. The Longbottoms, the Boneses, even Professor McGonagall herself requested permission to take me in. All of these offers were rejected without explanation. Harry pulled out one particular letter and held it up for everyone to see. This letter is from Augusta Longbottom, written when I was 7 years old. She had received reports about my living conditions from a family friend and was offering to adopt me immediately. The response came not from any official adoption agency, but directly from your office, Professor Dumbledore. Harry began reading from the letter in a clear voice that carried throughout the silent Great Hall. Mrs. Longbottom, your concern for young Harry Potter's welfare is noted and appreciated. However, you must understand that his current living arrangements are essential for maintaining the blood protection wards that keep him safe from those who would seek revenge for the Dark Lord's defeat. Any change to these arrangements would leave the boy vulnerable to attack from forces you cannot imagine. I trust you will respect the necessity of these measures and refrain from further inquiries into this matter. The effect of reading Dumbledore's own words back to him was immediate and devastating. The headmaster's face went from pale to ashen as he realized that Harry possessed not just financial records and medical reports, but actual correspondence that revealed his decision-making process and priorities. Mrs. Longbottom never received a proper explanation for why her offer was rejected, Harry continued. She was simply told that the matter was closed and that further inquiries would not be welcome. This pattern was repeated with every family who tried to offer me a better home. Harry looked directly at Dumbledore as he delivered his next accusation. You didn't reject these offers because changing my living situation would compromise my protection, Professor Dumbledore. You rejected them because a child who was loved and supported and properly educated would be much harder to manipulate when the time came for you to use him for your own purposes. The silence that followed was broken by a sound that Harry hadn't expected. Slow, deliberate applause from the Slytherin table. Draco Malfoy had risen from his seat and was clapping with obvious appreciation for the thoroughness and effectiveness of Harry's presentation. Brilliant, Malfoy said with genuine admiration in his voice. Is absolutely brilliant. I've never seen someone destroy a political opponent so completely and publicly. Professor Dumbledore, you've been outmaneuvered by an 11-year-old child with better strategic planning than most adults I know. The Slytherin's response seemed to break some kind of spell that had been holding the rest of the Great Hall in shocked silence. Students at all 4 house tables began talking excitedly among themselves, their voices creating a growing buzz of conversation as they processed what they had witnessed. But it was Professor Snape's reaction that surprised Harry the most. The usually impassive potions master had risen from his seat and was staring at Dumbledore with an expression of barely controlled fury that made his usual classroom intimidation seem mild by comparison. Albus, Snape said, his voice carrying a dangerous edge that made several students flinch instinctively. You told me the boy was being properly cared for. You assured me that the reports about his living conditions were exaggerated by people who didn't understand the necessity of maintaining his protection. Harry could see the exact moment when Snape realized the full implications of what had been revealed. The potions master had clearly been given a sanitized version of Harry's situation, one that allowed him to rationalize his own lack of intervention while maintaining his loyalty to Dumbledore. You knew, Snape continued, his voice growing colder with each word. You knew exactly what was being done to him, and you allowed it to continue because it served your purposes. You used his suffering as a tool to shape him into the weapon you wanted him to become. The accusation from one of his own faculty members seemed to break whatever composure Dumbledore had been trying to maintain. The headmaster's shoulders sagged visibly as he looked around the Great Hall and saw the expressions of shock, horror, and growing condemnation on the faces surrounding him. I did what I believed was necessary, Dumbledore said finally, his voice barely audible in the vast chamber. The prophecy spoke of Harry's destiny, of the role he would need to play in ensuring Voldemort's final defeat. I tried to prepare him for that responsibility in the only way I knew how. Harry felt a surge of cold anger at Dumbledore's words. Even now, faced with irrefutable evidence of his crimes, the man was still trying to justify his actions through appeals to some greater good that existed only in his own mind. The prophecy, Harry said with cutting precision, spoke of a choice that would need to be made. It didn't specify that the choice had to be made by a broken, desperate child who had been deliberately kept ignorant of his own power and options. You tried to ensure that when the time came, I would have no choice but to follow your guidance. Harry pulled out the final document in his portfolio, one that bore magical seals so ancient and powerful that they seemed to pulse with their own light. This is my parents' will, Professor Dumbledore. The actual, unredacted version that was sealed in the Potter family vault at Gringotts immediately after their deaths. The mention of the will sent another ripple of surprise through the assembled crowd. Most people assumed that Harry's guardianship arrangements had been made according to his parents' wishes, but the implication that there was a sealed version of the will suggested otherwise. My parents specifically forbade my placement with the Dursleys, Harry continued, reading directly from the ancient parchment. They knew about Aunt Petunia's hatred of magic and her resentment toward my mother. They made detailed arrangements for my care that would have provided me with love, protection, and proper magical education from birth. Harry looked up from the will and fixed Dumbledore with a stare that seemed far too mature for his 11 years. You used your authority as Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot to seal this will and override my parents' explicit wishes. You made yourself my magical guardian without consent from me or anyone who actually cared about my welfare. The accusations were piling up now, each one supported by documentation that could not be dismissed or explained away through political maneuvering. Harry could see that some of the faculty members were beginning to look physically ill as they processed the full scope of what had been revealed. But Harry had one final revelation, the piece of evidence that would make it impossible for anyone to claim that Dumbledore's actions had been motivated by anything other than self-serving manipulation. This final document is perhaps the most damning of all, Harry said, producing a piece of parchment that seemed to radiate dark energy despite its innocent appearance. It's a memo from Professor Dumbledore to certain members of his inner circle, dated just 6 months after my parents' deaths. Harry began reading in a clear voice that carried throughout the silent Great Hall. The Potter boy's conditioning is proceeding according to plan. His isolation and dependence are developing exactly as anticipated. By the time he enters Hogwarts, he should be sufficiently grateful for any guidance or affection that he will follow instructions without question. The investment in maintaining his current circumstances continues to yield the desired psychological results. The effect of hearing Dumbledore's own words describing Harry's systematic abuse as conditioning and investment was immediate and explosive. Students at all 4 house tables erupted in outraged voices, while several faculty members rose from their seats with expressions of barely controlled fury. Professor McGonagall was staring at Dumbledore with a look of such profound betrayal that Harry almost felt sorry for the old wizard. Almost. But not quite. Whatever pain Dumbledore was experiencing now was nothing compared to what Harry had endured for 11 years under his supposed protection. "Albus," McGonagall said, her voice shaking with emotion. "How could you? How could you deliberately orchestrate the suffering of a child for any reason? This is monstrous beyond any justification you could possibly offer." Other voices joined the condemnation now, as faculty members who had trusted and respected Dumbledore for decades found themselves confronting the reality of what he had done. The political ramifications of these revelations would be enormous, but the personal betrayal felt by his colleagues was clearly even more devastating. Harry stood in the center of it all, feeling a profound sense of completion as he watched Dumbledore's carefully constructed world collapse around him. The man who had orchestrated 11 years of systematic abuse was finally being held accountable for his actions before an audience that could not be silenced or bought. The revolution Harry had planned during his weeks with the goblins had begun in earnest, and there would be no going back for any of them. As the chaos in the great hall continued to build, Harry felt a hand on his shoulder and turned to see Hermione Granger standing beside him, with tears streaming down her face. Behind her stood Neville Longbottom, his round face set in an expression of determined support, and surprisingly, several students from all 4 houses who had apparently decided that supporting Harry was more important than maintaining house loyalties. "You did it," Hermione whispered, her voice barely audible above the continuing uproar. "You actually did it. He can never hurt you again." Harry nodded, feeling the truth of her words, settling into his bones like a physical weight being lifted from his shoulders. Albus Dumbledore's power over him was broken forever, shattered by the simple act of speaking truth to an audience that refused to ignore what they had heard. The boy who had cowered in the cupboard under the stairs was gone, replaced by someone who understood that true strength came not from magical power or political connections, but from the courage to demand justice regardless of the consequences. The sorting would continue eventually, Harry supposed, but first the wizarding world would have to reckon with the reality that their greatest hero had feet of clay that ran all the way up to his neck. The Great Hall of Hogwarts had transformed from a place of ceremonial tradition into something resembling a battlefield, though the weapons being wielded were words rather than wands, and the casualties were long-held beliefs about truth, authority, and the nature of heroism itself. In the minutes following Harry's devastating presentation of evidence against Dumbledore, the ancient chamber had erupted into chaos that threatened to tear apart the very foundations of wizarding society. Students at all 4 house tables were no longer sitting in their traditional divisions, but had begun clustering around those who shared their reactions to the revelations. Some groups huddled together in shocked whispers, processing the magnitude of what they had witnessed, while others engaged in heated arguments about the implications of Harry's accusations. The neat categories of Gryffindor courage, Slytherin ambition, Ravenclaw wisdom, and Hufflepuff loyalty seemed inadequate to contain the complex emotions and moral calculations that were now driving their responses. At the Gryffindor table, older students like Percy Weasley sat in stunned silence, their faith in institutional authority shattered by learning that the man they had trusted above all others had systematically orchestrated the abuse of a fellow Gryffindor. The younger students looked to their house prefects for guidance, but found them just as lost and confused as everyone else in the hall. The situation at the Hufflepuff table was equally volatile, with students who had been taught to value fairness and loyalty struggling to reconcile those principles with what they had learned about Dumbledore's treatment of Harry. Several older Hufflepuffs had begun organizing what appeared to be an impromptu support network, discussing how to ensure that Harry would be protected from any retaliation that might follow his public accusations. But it was at the Slytherin table where the reaction was most complex and surprising. Rather than the schadenfreude that many might have expected from students whose house was traditionally associated with ambition and cunning, there was a palpable sense of professional respect for the thoroughness and effectiveness of Harry's campaign against Dumbledore. These were students who understood political maneuvering and strategic thinking, and they recognized mastery when they saw it. Draco Malfoy had become an unofficial spokesperson for this perspective, addressing anyone who would listen with genuine admiration for Harry's tactics. "Did you see how he controlled the timing and presentation of evidence?" Malfoy was saying to a mixed group of students from multiple houses. "He didn't just make accusations and hope people would believe him. He brought documentation, magical verification, multiple independent sources. This wasn't an emotional outburst. It was a planned campaign, executed with surgical precision." The Ravenclaw table reflected their house's reputation for intellectual curiosity, as students engaged in intense debates about the philosophical and legal implications of what they had witnessed. Some were already discussing the precedent this would set for challenging authority figures, while others focused on the broader questions about how institutions could be reformed to prevent such abuses of power in the future. Hermione Granger had positioned herself as something of a central figure in these discussions, having moved from her original seat to stand where students from all houses could hear her clear explanations of the evidence Harry had presented. Her reputation for academic excellence and intellectual honesty was already proving valuable in convincing skeptical students that the accusations against Dumbledore were based on verifiable facts rather than rumors or speculation. The financial records alone are damning enough to destroy his career, Hermione was explaining to a group of older students who had gathered around her. But when you combine them with the medical reports and the correspondence showing that he actively rejected safer living arrangements for Harry, the pattern becomes impossible to ignore or explain away. A seventh-year Ravenclaw named Anthony Goldstein raised his hand to ask a question that several others were clearly wondering about. But why would Professor Dumbledore do something so obviously wrong? He's supposed to be one of the greatest wizards who ever lived. What could he possibly gain from treating Harry Potter so badly? Hermione's answer reflected the weeks of discussion and analysis she had shared with Harry during their alliance-building efforts on the Hogwarts Express. According to the evidence, Professor Dumbledore believed that Harry would need to sacrifice himself to defeat Voldemort permanently. He thought that by keeping Harry isolated, dependent, and grateful for any kindness, he could ensure that Harry would make that sacrifice willingly when the time came. The explanation sent another wave of shocked murmurs through the assembled students. The idea that their beloved headmaster had been deliberately conditioning a child for martyrdom was almost too monstrous to accept. But the documentation Harry had presented made denial increasingly difficult. Meanwhile, the faculty table had become its own center of upheaval as professors struggled to come to terms with the collapse of their faith in Dumbledore's leadership. Professor McGonagall sat with her head in her hands, clearly devastated by the realization that her own compliance had enabled Harry's suffering to continue unchecked. As someone who had opposed Harry's placement with the Dursleys from the beginning, she was now forced to confront the fact that her failure to push harder for intervention had contributed to 11 years of systematic abuse. Professor Flitwick was engaged in an intense, whispered conversation with Professor Sprout, both of them reviewing notes they had apparently been taking during Harry's presentation. As heads of Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, respectively, they were likely considering the impact these revelations would have on their own students and on the broader Hogwarts community. But it was Professor Snape whose reaction was most dramatically visible. The usually controlled potions master was pacing behind the head table with barely contained fury, his black robes billowing dramatically as he processed the full implications of what had been revealed. Occasionally, he would stop to stare at Dumbledore with an expression of such intense anger that several students instinctively moved further away from the head table. "You told me the boy was adequately cared for," Snape said suddenly, his voice cutting through the chaos in the great hall with knife-like precision. "You assured me that reports of abuse were exaggerated by people who didn't understand the complexities of his protection." Dumbledore, who had been sitting in stunned silence since the conclusion of Harry's presentation, looked up to meet Snape's furious gaze. The headmaster's face showed every one of his many years as he struggled to find words that might salvage some remnant of the relationships he had built over decades of careful manipulation. "Severus," Dumbledore began, his voice lacking any of its usual warmth or authority. "You must understand that the decisions I made were based on information you didn't possess. The prophecy required certain preparations that would have been impossible to explain." "Don't," Snape interrupted, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper that somehow carried throughout the entire hall. "Don't you dare attempt to justify systematic child abuse by invoking prophecy or destiny or any other convenient mystical nonsense you've used to rationalize your crimes." The potions master's words seemed to break whatever composure Dumbledore had been trying to maintain. The old wizard's shoulders sagged visibly as he looked around the great hall and saw the expressions of horror, betrayal, and growing condemnation on the faces surrounding him. Harry watched this exchange with a mixture of satisfaction and something that might have been pity, even after everything Dumbledore had done to him. Seeing the old man's world collapse in such a public and devastating way was not entirely pleasant. But it was necessary, and Harry had learned during his weeks with the goblins that justice often required difficult choices and uncomfortable consequences. The chaos in the Great Hall was interrupted by the arrival of additional figures who had apparently been summoned by the unprecedented nature of what was unfolding. The great doors at the entrance to the hall opened to admit several individuals whose presence immediately commanded attention from everyone present. Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, strode into the hall with the purposeful gait of someone who had been called to address a serious situation. Behind her came Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic himself, looking harried and confused as he surveyed the chaotic scene before him. Several other ministry officials followed, their expressions suggesting they had been pulled away from other important business to deal with whatever crisis had developed at Hogwarts. But it was the final figure to enter the Great Hall who drew the most surprised reactions from students and faculty alike. Augusta Longbottom walked through the doors with the regal bearing that had made her a formidable presence in wizarding politics for decades, her vulture-topped hat and severe robes marking her as someone who did not suffer fools gladly or accept convenient lies about matters of importance. Minister Fudge, Madam Bones, Mrs. Longbottom, Dumbledore said, rising from his seat with obvious effort. I'm afraid you've arrived during rather unusual circumstances. We're experiencing some disruption to our traditional sorting ceremony. Cornelius, Augusta Longbottom said with a voice that could have cut glass. We received urgent communications from multiple sources indicating that serious criminal accusations had been made against you in a public setting. Given the gravity of the alleged crimes, we felt it was necessary to respond immediately. Harry felt a surge of satisfaction as he realized that his goblin allies had been monitoring the situation and had already begun the process of ensuring that official investigations would be launched before Dumbledore could attempt to suppress or discredit the evidence. The speed of the response suggested that the political ramifications of his revelations were already spreading far beyond the walls of Hogwarts. Madam Bones stepped forward with the professional demeanor that had made her one of the most respected figures in magical law enforcement. Professor Dumbledore, we understand that, Mr. Harry Potter has presented evidence of financial crimes, child abuse, and other serious allegations against you. We need to examine this evidence immediately and conduct preliminary interviews with relevant witnesses. The mention of official interviews and criminal investigations sent another wave of excited murmurs through the assembled students. This was no longer simply a dramatic confrontation between a student and headmaster. It was the beginning of what would likely become the most significant legal case in wizarding history. Harry stepped forward with the confidence he had learned during his weeks of preparation, holding the leather portfolio that contained all the documentation of Dumbledore's crimes. Madam Bones, Mrs. Longbottom, Minister Fudge, I have comprehensive evidence of Professor Dumbledore's actions over the past 11 years. Everything can be independently verified through magical analysis and cross-referenced with official records. Augusta Longbottom's eyes fixed on Harry with an intensity that reminded him powerfully of her grandson Neville, though where Neville's gaze often showed uncertainty, his grandmother's reflected absolute determination and no small amount of suppressed fury. Mr. Potter, Augusta said with carefully controlled emotion, I attempted to adopt you when you were 7 years old. My offer was rejected, without explanation or opportunity for appeal. I would very much like to understand why Professor Dumbledore felt that keeping you in an abusive situation was preferable to allowing you to join a loving, magical family. The question hung in the air like an accusation, and Harry could see that Dumbledore realized his political situation was rapidly becoming untenable. When Augusta Longbottom demanded answers about matters involving child welfare, even the most powerful wizards found it difficult to evade or deflect her inquiries. Mrs. Longbottom, Harry said respectfully, I have copies of all the correspondence related to your adoption attempts, including Professor Dumbledore's responses. The documentation shows a pattern of rejected offers from multiple families, all dismissed with vague references to blood protection requirements that independent magical analysis has proven to be largely fictional. Augusta's expression grew even more severe as she processed the implications of what Harry was saying. Young man, Are you telling me that Albus Dumbledore deliberately prevented you from being adopted by families who could have provided proper care and magical education? That's exactly what I'm telling you, Mrs. Longbottom. And I have the documented proof to support every accusation I've made. The next several hours passed in a blur of official interviews, evidence examination, and formal statements, as the ministry officials worked to understand the full scope of what had been revealed. Harry found himself at the center of it all, providing detailed explanations of the documentation, while answering questions from investigators who were clearly struggling to accept the magnitude of Dumbledore's betrayal. Throughout the process, students and faculty remained in the Great Hall as witnesses to what was arguably the most significant political upheaval in wizarding history. The traditional sorting ceremony had been completely abandoned in favor of watching their world reshape itself around the revelations of systematic abuse and institutional corruption. As the evening wore on, it became clear that the investigation would continue far beyond this single night. Dumbledore had been placed under house arrest pending formal charges, while teams of investigators began the process of examining 11 years' worth of financial records, medical reports, and correspondence that detailed his crimes. But for Harry, the most important moment came when Augusta Longbottom approached him privately during a break in the official proceedings. The formidable witch looked down at him with eyes that held tears she was too proud to shed publicly. "Mr. Potter," Augusta said quietly, "I want you to know that my offer to provide you with a home and family still stands. If you choose to accept it, I promise you will never again suffer from the neglect and abuse you experienced under Professor Dumbledore's supposed protection." Harry felt his own eyes growing moist as he processed the genuine care and concern in her voice. After 11 years of systematic emotional manipulation, experiencing authentic parental concern was almost overwhelming in its intensity. "Thank you, Mrs. Longbottom," Harry said with sincere gratitude. "I would be honored to be part of your family, if you'll have me." As the Great Hall gradually emptied, and students were finally escorted to their dormitories by house prefects, who were still processing what they had witnessed, Harry stood with his new allies and reflected on how completely his life had changed in the course of a single evening. The boy who had cowered in the cupboard under the stairs was gone forever, replaced by someone who understood that true power came from the courage to demand accountability from those in positions of authority. Dumbledore's carefully constructed world had collapsed under the weight of truth spoken before witnesses who could not be silenced or bought. The revolution Harry had planned during his weeks with the goblins was now an irreversible reality, and there would be no going back for any of them. But as he looked around the Great Hall one final time before leaving for what he assumed would be the last time as a Hogwarts student, Harry felt not triumph but a profound sense of completion. Justice had been served, truth had been revealed, and the systematic abuse of power that had defined his childhood was finally being held accountable. Tomorrow would bring new challenges as the wizarding world struggled to come to terms with the collapse of one of its greatest myths. But tonight, for the first time in his life, Harry Potter could sleep, knowing that no one would ever again have the power to orchestrate his suffering for their own purposes. The weapon Dumbledore had tried to create through systematic abuse and manipulation had become something far more dangerous. A young man with the knowledge, resources, and moral authority to demand that the world live up to its stated values, rather than accepting convenient lies about necessary sacrifices and greater goods. The age of unquestioned authority was over, and a new chapter in wizarding history was about to begin. The private chambers that Professor McGonagall maintained within Hogwarts Castle had always been a sanctuary of order and scholarly precision, their walls lined with transfiguration texts and careful notes accumulated over decades of teaching. But on this night, 3 hours after the most dramatic upheaval in the school's 1,000-year history, the space felt more like a confessional than a study, heavy with the weight of long-suppressed guilt and the devastating recognition of complicity in systematic abuse. Harry Potter sat in a comfortable armchair beside the fireplace, his expensive robes a stark contrast to the threadbare clothing he had worn for the first 11 years of his life. The transformation in his appearance was remarkable enough, but it was the change in his demeanor that truly marked the distance he had traveled from the frightened, grateful child that Dumbledore had expected to encounter at Hogwarts. Across from him, Professor McGonagall occupied her usual seat behind the desk that served as her command center for managing the complex logistics of deputy headmistress duties. But tonight, she looked smaller somehow, diminished by the magnitude of what she had learned about her own role in perpetuating Harry's suffering. Her usually impeccable appearance showed signs of strain, with several strands of hair escaping from her normally perfect bun, and her emerald robes wrinkled from hours of pacing and self-recrimination. The silence between them had stretched for several minutes, as McGonagall struggled to find words adequate to express the complexity of her emotions. Shame, guilt, anger, and a fierce protective instinct warred visibly across her features as she processed the full implications of what Harry had revealed in the Great Hall. "Mr. Potter," McGonagall said finally, her voice carrying none of its usual stern authority, "I owe you an apology that is so long overdue and so inadequate to the circumstances that I hardly know how to begin offering it." Harry studied her face with the analytical precision he had learned during his weeks with the goblins, noting the genuine distress and self-condemnation in her expression. Professor McGonagall had been one of the few adult figures in his life who had shown him any kindness during his brief encounters with the magical world, but he now understood that her kindness had been compromised by her failure to act on information that should have triggered immediate intervention. "Professor McGonagall," Harry replied with careful courtesy, "I don't hold you responsible for Professor Dumbledore's actions. You weren't the one making the decisions about my placement or care." "But I should have been," McGonagall interrupted, her voice growing stronger with self-recrimination. "I was there the night your parents died, Mr. Potter. I was the one who spent an entire day observing the Dursleys before you were placed with them, and I reported directly to Dumbledore that they were the worst sort of muggles imaginable." Harry leaned forward with interest, recognizing that McGonagall was about to provide testimony that would further cement the case against Dumbledore's decision-making. "What exactly did you observe about the Dursleys?" McGonagall's expression grew pained as she recalled memories that had clearly haunted her for years. "I watched Vernon Dursley kick a cat and berate his wife for the smallest imperfections in their garden. I observed Petunia Dursley speaking about your mother with such venom and hatred that I was physically sickened by the display. Most importantly, I witnessed both of them discussing magical people with disgust and contempt that left no doubt about how they would treat a magical child placed in their care." She paused, her hands trembling slightly as she continued. "I wrote a detailed report about my observations and submitted it to Dumbledore with a strong recommendation against placing you with the Dursleys. I suggested several alternative families who would have welcomed you with love and proper magical education." "What was Dumbledore's response to your report?" McGonagall's voice grew bitter as she recalled the conversation that had shaped the trajectory of Harry's childhood. "He dismissed my concerns as emotional overreaction and insisted that the blood protection wards required your placement with your mother's relatives. When I pressed him for more specific information about these protections, he told me that the magical theory was too complex for me to understand, and that I should trust his expertise in such matters." Harry felt a familiar surge of cold anger at yet another example of Dumbledore's manipulation, but he kept his voice carefully controlled as he responded. "Did you believe his explanation about the blood wards?" McGonagall was quiet for a long moment before answering with painful honesty. "I wanted to believe it because the alternative was accepting that I was allowing a child to be placed in an abusive situation when I had the power to prevent it. It was easier to trust Dumbledore's assurances than to confront the possibility that he was making a catastrophic error in judgment." But you continued to have concerns about my welfare over the years? Yes, McGonagall admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. I checked on you periodically in my animagus form, observing the household and trying to assess your condition without alerting the Dursleys to my presence. What I saw confirmed my worst fears about your treatment, but every time I reported my observations to Dumbledore, he insisted that any intervention would compromise your protection. McGonagall rose from her chair and began pacing behind her desk with agitated energy, her guilt and frustration finally finding physical expression. I documented everything, Mr. Potter. Every sign of neglect, every indication of abuse, every moment when you looked so thin and frightened that I wanted to transform back into human form and take you away from that house immediately. She stopped pacing and fixed Harry with a gaze that burned with self-condemnation. I have 11 years of detailed observations proving that Dumbledore knew exactly what was being done to you and chose to allow it to continue. I am as complicit in your suffering as he is, because I had the evidence to challenge his authority, and I chose institutional loyalty over a child's welfare. Harry felt a complex mix of emotions as he processed McGonagall's confession. Her guilt was genuine, and her self-condemnation was clearly causing her significant pain, but her documentation would prove invaluable in establishing the full scope of Dumbledore's knowledge and culpability. Professor McGonagall, may I see this documentation you've maintained? McGonagall moved to a secure cabinet behind her desk and withdrew a thick, leather-bound journal that showed signs of frequent use over many years. The cover was worn smooth from handling, and the pages were filled with McGonagall's precise handwriting, documenting observations, concerns, and increasingly desperate attempts to convince Dumbledore to intervene in Harry's situation. Harry accepted the journal with reverent care, recognizing that McGonagall was entrusting him with evidence that would be devastating to her own reputation as well as Dumbledore's. The entries began just weeks after Harry's placement with the Dursleys and continued right up to the present, creating a comprehensive record of systematic abuse observed but not prevented. The early entries were clinical and professional, documenting Harry's physical condition and the Dursleys' treatment of him with the objective precision of someone trained to observe and report. But as the years passed, McGonagall's writing began to show increasing emotional strain as she watched Harry suffer while being unable to convince Dumbledore to take action. October 15th, 1985, Harry read aloud from one of the more recent entries. Observed Harry Potter, age 5, retrieving mail from the letterbox while wearing clothing clearly intended for a much larger child. Both shirt and trousers were held up with what appeared to be rope rather than proper belt. Child appeared underweight and moved with the careful caution typical of children who have learned to avoid attracting negative attention. Harry looked up from the journal to meet McGonagall's pained gaze. You documented this level of detail for 6 years, and Dumbledore continued to dismiss your concerns? Every report I submitted was met with the same response, McGonagall confirmed. Dumbledore would acknowledge that your situation was unfortunate, but insist that the protection provided by the blood wards made any change in your living arrangements too dangerous to consider. She moved to stand beside the fireplace, staring into the flames as if seeking absolution from forces beyond human judgment.